She's signalling at me. I think there's probably nobody's listening to us, so which is probably no bad thing.
Yeah, a much needed wicket for Lightning. If they want to go out and put on the show that they wanted today, early wickets will matter. We know how destructive Stars can be, but Bryony Smith, captain, coming in at number 3 now, is definitely going to want a short stay from a Lightning perspective. She can do serious damage if she gets going.
Yes, on some levels, I'm kind of surprised that, I mean, Bryony Smith has been with the England squad, so she's obviously been released to play this.
Yeah, I think they see her more as a T20 player from an England perspective, perhaps, rather than ODI.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it strikes me, having seen now we're into this, we've had the second season of Charlotte Edwards, which is the T20 version of this, the shorter version. South East Stars have a very complete T20 side when they're all there. Obviously, they have the benefit or the double-edged sword of having five players in the England squad, or they did, and there's 4 now. We've got Bryony Smith, one of them, back. But they've got a lot of players to England. But in terms of when they play T20, a very complete side in terms of batting, bowling and fielding, which has shown off because they've been in the finals 2 years running, as Ballinger kicks her heels up and comes in towards Bryony Smith, who comes forward and then not quite sure of the bounce and just plays that defensively to point, and there is no run. The score is still 7 for 1. And I'm just checking whether we're actually going out with young James, and he's not come back yet, so we're going to carry on regardless. Aren't we, Hannah?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've just got to carry on.
I love Ballinger's run-up, and to go with the dancey run, the ponytail's going in the opposite direction, which is great, as Bryony Smith plays that very respectfully down, and there is no run.
So Grace Ballinger's one of those names as well that is a little bit underappreciated, I'd say.
It's a great name, isn't it? Ballinger.
But her performances have been excellent this summer, just gone under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, she probably is. She did well. Yes, I'm going to come back to that. Ballinger into Bryony Smith. Sorry, I'm just lost for words there a minute. She played at London Spirit, did she not? With the 100, I think, this year.
Yep, she did join up with them.
Yeah, so that'll have been good experience for her through the 100. And having a left-arm bowler and left-arm bat is always handy.
And she is only 20, so plenty of potential.
Yes, Grace Ballinger in from the Bennett end to Bryony Smith, who comes across and again defends that. Yeah, she's PCA most valuable player. She's number 4 in the bowling rankings for Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So, as you say, potentially under attention, as it were.
Yeah, she picked up a 5 against Thunder, and it was just excellent bowling.
Which is what we like to see.
Back in July, though.
Back
in the early days of the season.
Yeah, but there was a sort of break because of the Commonwealth Games and the 100, as well as Ballinger comes into Bryony Smith, who triggers across the stumps and plays that straight down the ground. There is a bit of a gap. She might have found the gap. It's heading towards the rope, and it's going to get there. That's another 4. So a nice down the carpet there shot from Bryony Smith. Easy runs, 4 runs to Bryony Smith. The total moves on to 11 for 1, and that is the end of the 3rd over. Excellent. So we have got some crowd in, but they're sort of lurking in corners at the moment, so you may not be able to see them. We've even got an adventurous gentleman up in the pigeon loft. There is some seats up here, but you've got to be good with heights to even sit up here. But he's looking very intently. He's right behind the wicket, so he's obviously enjoys the cricket here. So we've got Munro still from the pavilion end down the hill to Chira Chatley. Little look at what we've got on. What have I got on Stars? As Munro comes in from the far end towards Chatley at our end, who tries to play that off her hips, but just sort of uncomfortably plays it in front of her, and there is no run. Beautiful sunny day here, but there is a real frosty autumnal feel One or two of the trees are turning colour, and there's a breeze across the ground, so it's going to be quite chilly out there. I did say to the guy who's on the follow camera, I hope he's got his warm clothes with him, as Munro comes into Chatley, who takes a wild swing at that, but doesn't make contact with it at all, and it goes straight through to the wicket-keeper. And so we'll probably see a different colour potentially for the East Midlands team come next season.
Yep.
Chatley, who comes forward and plays that straight to mid-off. Chatley's on 6 off the 12 she's faced, and the score is 20 for 1 as we approach the end of the 6th over. Got a nice big... The floodlights here are making big shadows, big long shadows, autumnal shadows across the ground at the pavilion end. Munro to Smith, who plays that to the cover fielder and manages to stop it, but they get through for an easy single, and the score moves on to 21 for 1. So, right.
So they couldn't ask for better conditions today, though, on this September
beautiful
day.
It's a bit breezy, a bit cool. And that's flailed at by Kira Chatlin. Doesn't make any contact. That's the end of the over. 21 for 1.
Yeah, Stars doing well here. 21 for 1 at the moment, with Bryony Smith 12 off 14. And Kira Chatley 6 off 13. So slightly slower rate for Kira Chatley at the moment, but plenty of time to get that run rate back up again.
Yeah, so this is the 50 over. This is Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence, and this is the last of the group stage games, in case you missed the context that I gave earlier. So we are heading towards the finals at the end of the month. In fact, it's fast approaching, weekend after next, and just searching for the date. So yeah, so the finals will be on Sunday the 25th of September. The eliminator is the middle of this week, as Smith plays that straight to the fielder and there is no run. Yeah, they're heading towards the eliminator on Wednesday, and then the final on Sunday the 25th of September at Lords, the day after England versus India series concludes, also at Lords. So if you can and you're able to be in London to watch the 2 back-to-back women's games at Lords, that would be a fun weekend, as Ballinger comes in to Smith, who just defends that straight back to the bowler and there is no run. 21 for 1.
Yeah, Smith's shown quite a composed start to her innings so far, hitting away the bad ball and respecting that good ball.
Yeah, she's a very accomplished batter, and there's a reason that she's in the T20, because she's got a high strike rate generally in T20. So, but she's proved that she can play that kind of composed innings as well, as Ballinger comes in towards Bryony Smith, who plays that forwards but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, for Bryony Smith, interesting that she's come in at number 3, because she normally does like that opening spot, but she's adaptable, isn't she?
Yeah, I think that's it, and also is very much the leading from the front in terms of the captain for Stars, is my impression from watching them play a few times, as Ballinger, the dancey run-up, comes in, left arm over to Bryony Smith, who makes as though she's going to make a huge swipe there, but just defends it in the end, and there is no run.
Yeah, you'll notice she kind of stays that leg side to begin with, but then is starting to trigger and step across.
Yeah, it's a big trigger, isn't it?
Yeah, which is off-putting for bowlers, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if she's doing it in response or whether it's just automatic now, particularly to the left arm over, because it's covering her stumps. Although it's obviously more difficult angles with LBs. Any left arm bowler will tell you they never get LBs, they say.
Yeah, she's for that right armour. She's caused herself a few issues in the past getting LBW because of that, apparently.
Yeah. So you've picked that up, you see. Lovely colour there from Hannah Thompson-Radford. And Ballinger coming in from the edge of the fielding circle into Bryony Smith, who does that characteristic step across and then almost turns herself into the ground there, a little twirl, as she plays that to square leg, and they get through for a single. She didn't really give that everything, did she? I think she wasn't quite sure whether it was going to bounce, I think, or how high it was to 22 for 1. End of the 7th over.
Yeah, still early doors here. And I think she's just working on, playing herself in, isn't she? She's gone from England T20 back now into
different formats,
50 over. So just changing that mentality just slightly, just to ensure that she stays here and plays that captain's innings, and good warm up for Wednesday's playoff match.
Yeah, they're going to be in the playoff. Stars. Who will they play in the other game at Headingley as Munro comes into Bryony Smith, who doesn't really get hold of that, and it goes through to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, the Stars will definitely be in the eliminator, but they don't know if they're going to be kind of home or away, or where that's going to be, because it depends on how the game goes at Headingley, which is Northern Diamonds versus Southern Vipers. So whoever wins that game will go automatically to the final. Won't have to play in the eliminator as Munro comes into Bryony Smith, comes forward and to the offside, and only succeeds in bruising the shin of the bowler, who is now sort of limping but trying not to limp back away, as there is no run. 22 for 1 still.
Yeah, you never want to be hit on the shin. That looked so painful.
Well, I fielded at points, so I wore these huge, well, not huge, but they were very effective shin pads, because I knew I was too stupid to stop my leg going in front of the ball. I would just stop it with anything. So let's hope that Sophie Munro had shin pads on, because if she didn't, she's going to have a very big bruise on her shin from that last ball as she comes into Bryony Smith. Triggers across, plays that to the cover, and that's picked up efficiently, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice and tight from, I think it's Lucy Hyam out there. It's quite a distance to try and work out, but I can confirm it is Lucy Hyam, number 7.
Yeah, now she turned her back to us. We're a long way from the pitch, and of course the lovely purple kit and the pink hats, they all look very similar from the distance we're at, and we don't have access to a live stream screen here, so we can't see what you're seeing. So if we haven't quite picked something up, it's because we're a very long way away. There's some discussions about what Sophie Munro should do to try and get Bryony Smith out. Of course, you and I were together last weekend. We were down at Taunton, Western Storm versus Northern Diamonds.
Yeah.
So we were talking about the change of formats there, weren't we? As Munro comes into Smith, who swipes at that, and that's through a gap. No need to run for that. That's going for 4. No problem. That's an easy 4. Yeah, we were talking about the change of formats, weren't we? Because they went from, well, the Charlotte Edwards Cup was the T20 competition, and then they went. Then there was then there was some Rachel Hayhoe, which was 50. Then there was a Commonwealth Games, which was 20 overs for those that played it in the England side, and then there was 100, which was even shorter. And now they've kind of been launched back into 50 overs. So yes, you're right. There's a change of mindset that goes with that, as well as Munro comes into Bryony Smith, who defends that forward straight to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just that mindset change. And also for Lightning, this is obviously their last game of the season as well, so they're signing off their campaign. We mentioned it earlier. They will no longer be Lightning in this regional structure. They will have a rebrand from November and have a new team name to represent the East Midlands region. So exciting times ahead.
Yeah, we could have some fun about speculating about what that might be as Munro comes into Bryony Smith, who just defends that, and there is no run. Yes, there's a press release gone out from ECB. So Notts County Cricket Club become the regional host for the East Midlands and will replace Loughborough University as one of the 8 regional hosts for the women's domestic game. So there was a tender process. I'm just skimming the press release now. And from the 1st of November, Nottinghamshire will replace Loughborough University as the host for the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence. So I'm just skimming down this. Joe Kirk, who's head of women's domestic cricket, said, "We'd like to place on record our thanks to Loughborough University for their hard work, commitment and collaboration across the last 7 years. As well as being an important part of the Kia Super League, they've played a vital role in forming Lightning and since 2019 established a regional model in their part of the country. We're really looking forward to working with the team at Notts as they move to leading within the region alongside Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Lincolnshire. And they're very excited about the continued growth of the regional structure and the impact that it's having at the regional level, as we miss a wide ball there from Ballinger from this. And that's a change of bowling. It's not Ballinger, is it? Who have we got this end? Hannah?
Yeah, it's still Grace Ballinger from this end.
Oh my God, perhaps I haven't. Perhaps she's walked backwards to me, and we've got a balcony to contend with as well as Ballinger comes into Chatley, who comes forward, and there is no run there. Yes, continued growth of the regional structure, health of women's cricket, blah, 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 blah. I mean, certainly the regional structure, they're stepping up, but you've got the likes of Capsies and Davises and Davidson Richards, and they're looking comfortable when they go to the next level, aren't they? As Ballinger comes into Kira Chatley, and she plays that to forward point, but it goes straight to the field and there is no run. They look comfortable, don't they, stepping up, I think.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously you've got to recognise the county system as well. These players haven't just come from nowhere, they've been through the county age groups and the county pathways, and it sometimes gets forgotten that they have been a part of the system before this system, and obviously that got them ready to a certain extent, and this regional setup is just taking them to that next level again.
Yeah, as Ballinger comes into Chatley. Yeah, you're right. And actually, this season worked kind of interestingly, because there was some. What I missed out of that format was the county age group, and the counties played a little bit before the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the T20 format. So they were playing for their respective counties, almost as a warm up then for the regional stuff. But I think those steps are certainly much less now than they were in previous setups, as Ballinger comes into Chatley. I thought she'd edged that. We were a long way away, but she had a go at it, but didn't get it.
It definitely looked exciting from here, but no appeal from Ella Claridge behind the stumps. So safe to say there was no wood on it.
No.
But
Bryony Smith has gone to say, "No, calm down."
Yeah, just keep
There's
an
no
eye.
rush. We're only at getting towards the end of the 9th over. Still in the power play. So the first 10 overs is a power play for this format of the game for the women, and that's launched up and over the fielder as well, down towards the boundary. And that's a 4. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Bryony Smith must have said, hit away.
If you're gonna hit.
Yeah, hit away the ones you can and play safe. There's plenty of time here. And it just went over the head of Georgie Boyce, who is on loan from Thunder.
Oh, yes. She's been doing quite well for them, though, hasn't she? Looking at some of the stats.
Yeah, she's done really well, but she is a Nottinghamshire girl at heart. So, interesting move.
Yeah, Ballinger to Chatley, who just defends that. Yes, from Thunder to Lightning. it's the old... Yes, it's the old Queen Bohemian Rhapsody connection, isn't it? Thunder and lightning.
Yes, going forwards there will be no thunder and lightning.
No, there won't be any thunder and lightning, so that's that joke out, Sid Egan from Cricket Her. He won't be able to do that anymore, will he? With his dad jokes.
Yeah, I think Georgie Heath is also guilty of that, one of my fellow Women's Cricket Chat members. And
oh, yeah. She likes that one, does she?
Yeah, all-round media guru. So
she is media guru. She's in everything. She's involved in all sorts of things. But she's not just cricket, though, is she? She's several lingual in different sports.
Yeah, multi-sport journalist.
Yeah, she is.
I'm not that gifted to be able to focus on that many.
We're specialising.
Yeah.
An expert is somebody who's they say knows a lot about a very something quite niche. So, yes, we prefer to specialise because we can add more value there. That's what we should say, Hannah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah?
Yeah, not that I just can't cope with thinking of other things, but...
Munro into Bryony Smith. It triggers again, which Hannah had pointed out earlier, and looks rather disgusted at that. I think she was caught in several minds, and it was a no run in the end, and it's 31 for 1. And we're into the 10th over, so the last over of the power play where there are fielding restrictions. So in this format of the women's game, they are allowed 2 fielders outside of that 25-yard circle. In the men's game, it's 30 yards. And also the numbers on the field are different in the men's game. It's that banged in and it's given a wide ball, and it nearly bounced twice there. Yes, it's given a wide ball there, so one more bonus ball to the total. As Bryony Smith just looks around the field and waggles about in anticipation of the next ball. And Munro coming in from the pavilion end down the hill, apparently, to Bryony Smith, who swipes that to square leg, and it just about misses the umpire there, who has to lift his leg to just let that go past, and that's just the one run, 33 for 1.
Yeah, it's important to recognise as well how good of a summer Bryony Smith has had.
Yeah. Yes, she's had an amazing summer, hasn't she?
Yeah, getting herself back into that England squad and performing.
As Munro comes into Chatley, who sort of defends that off her toes and then gets through for a surprise run, I think. And I think she wasn't quite sure where she put that, but it was an easy run in the end, and the score moves on to 34 for 1.
Yeah, because Bryony Smith made her England debut back in 2018 and then had a period of not getting selected, and it's easy for players to kind of drop off the surface after that, isn't it? It's hard to get your name back out there and get those performances under your belt after a bit of loss of confidence, but she's done exceptionally well this summer.
So I'm just getting a message that we might be coming through a little bit quiet, so I'm going to try and turn that up a little bit. That's the difference, you see, because if they've got men who do shouty commentary, they've got the volume right down. We just like to be a bit more, a bit more classy, a bit more graceful with our commentary, perhaps. So I'll just turn the volumes up. I hope that helps. I'm sure we'll get another message through if you can't hear us. Although it may be a bonus if you're listening to me if you can't hear us. Score is 38 for 1, and we've got a couple of tactical moves here going on because there's 2 balls left of the fielding restrictions, and Kirsty Gordon just given her sort of secret signals to the team, and Georgie Boyce, we mentioned earlier, just come into the circle as Munro comes into Bryony Smith, who triggers again across. Can't get the ball away, goes straight to the cover, and there is no run. 38 for 1. One more ball left of the power play. Where is Bryony Smith going to put this, do you think?
I guess it depends where the ball goes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want
Where's she eyeing up? Because there's a sort of big gap between cover point and cover. There's another big gap on the leg side. I'm sure she'll want to try and hit it into the leg side if she can. And she hits it up and over, and the fielder won't get to that. That's 4 runs. So yes, that was I was kind of expecting a 4. It kind of had that written all over it, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely had an up and over vibe to it. That's what I was going to say. She definitely looked like she wanted to play it over the top whilst we've got these fielding restrictions in, but she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to go too hard too soon by the looks of things. She is playing a very composed approach to this game so far. There's plenty of time. 42 for 1 off of 10. Plenty of time, as we've mentioned.
Yes, so that's the end of the power play. So no more fielding restrictions for the rest of the South East Stars batting innings. 42 for 1 off 10 overs. Bryony Smith on 26 off 31, and Chatley on 11 off the 20 she's faced. Bryony Smith, I think, feels like she's setting herself up for a captain's innings, I think, here as the sun comes down at Grace Road, Upton Steel County Ground, we should say, and at Leicester. And we've still got Ballinger. She's determined to bowl out from this end, isn't she?
Yeah, she's bowling really well, so why change it?
And uphill, according to Charles Dagnall, here at Leicester. Or, you might be right. Ballinger coming in from the fielding circle to Chatley, who pushes that out to point, but there's no chance of a run there. Score stays on 42 for 1. As we embark on the 11th over, and you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire county player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who's in charge of all things Women's Cricket Chat podcast, and you definitely must listen to that, as Ballinger kicks her heels up and heads away from us towards Kira Chatley, who swipes that one down the leg side, and umpire Adnan just says, no, that's a wide ball, you can bowl another one for that. Maybe getting a little bit tired, maybe.
Yeah, just slightly off the line. She's been bowling 23 dots so far.
Yeah.
Has gone for 3-4s early doors, but has taken the wicket of Chloe Brewer for just 2 runs.
Great stuff there from Hannah. As Ballinger comes into Chatley, plays it up and over again. That's the shot she played earlier. It's just lovely straight drive, 1 bounce, 4. Big bounce in the outfield, actually. It must be quite dry down here towards us, so that's another 4. And they head towards that first milestone, don't they? They're 47 for 1, so they'll I'll be waiting to see that scoreboard click over to 50. Right. Ballinger, what's she got in response to that 4 hit almost back over her head there from Kira Chatley? Left arm over. Chatley just defends that one. That was a much better length ball. She wasn't going to get that one away, I don't think.
No, much tighter there. And like mentioned, it was Chloe Brewer for 2 runs off of 9 balls, which she picked up earlier for her first wicket, and she's definitely hungry to get some more. Saw her bowl really well against Thunder earlier back in July, where she picked up her 5 for her first of the season. So hopefully a repeat of that today would be pleasing for Lightning.
Mm. Oh, we've got a jump round and a tried to ramp. Oh, and it's given out. So I think that was. I don't think she's bowled. Was that LBW there, Hannah?
I can't see.
She sort of jumped across. She went to ramp it, and then just looked very disappointed with herself, Kira Chatley. So that's Ballinger. Another. You said she bowled well. Another wicket for Ballinger.
I can't see the bells have fallen off, so I'm definitely saying it's LBW.
Yeah.
Our viewpoint is good, but it is quite far away to definitely confirm. So we'll just have to wait and see what comes up on the score.
I'm having to
shortly
bob up and down because we've got a sort of railing between us as well. So it depends on where I'm sat on the seat as to whether I can actually see.
It has come up on the scoreboard, LBW. So
yeah, LBW to Ballinger, 2nd wicket for her. So she's doing well there. 2 for 24 off her nearly 6 overs. So they'll be pleased with that. And that brings Spence to the crease. Jemima Spence, who's a Kent player. So, see, because South East Stars, of course, are minus at least 4 players to the England side. So they may be blooding some new players here, which is great. I mean, what an opportunity to play. You know you've got guaranteed play in the eliminator. Great opportunity for some players to step up here and play on nice surface here at Upton Steel, Leicester, Grace Road.
Yeah, we saw it last week when we were down in Taunton with the Northern Diamonds, who brought Lizzie Scott into the mix.
Oh my, yes.
She played very well, and looking across at that game at the moment, Vipers are 53 for 2 off of 11.3 overs.
Okay.
And Lizzie Scott has got one of her wickets, I believe.
Oh, now Lizzie Scott, so she made a debut, and her family tweeted me, and I had a running conversation with them on Twitter, and also a bit on the commentary. We had a bit of fun with that. We'll come back to that in a minute. As Ballinger comes into Spence to face her first ball, and she just defends that down. Yes, Lizzie Scott's family. So they let slip that they were not only listening to our live stream, but also that Grandad was very proud of his granddaughter. So we had a bit of a run with that because they said that he was probably raising a glass of red wine to the fact that his granddaughter was making her debut down at Taunton for Northern Diamonds against Western Storm as Ballinger comes into Spence, who tries to play at that, but it just goes outside of her off, and there is no run. Score is 47 for 2 off the 11 overs.
Yeah, slightly just fishing at that one, wasn't she?
Yeah. Just, I mean, she looks confident enough in the setup, but she had a little waggle at that, and nothing connected, so the field in the autumnal sunshine return to their places, and there's some I think there's some messages going into the various bowlers, and we're still going to see Munro from the far end. Yes, I think so.
Yep, it looks like it will be, and Jemima Spence is in the academy squad for the South East Stars, and she made 111 not out for the academy side against Sunrisers in August. So
because they had the CEF festival, didn't they, for the academies, which is brilliant. They get them all together at Shrewsbury and they all play against each other, which is great. So that's some batting.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's got this slot now as a real opportunity to show what she can do ahead of the playoffs, and also looking ahead to 2023. Yeah,
spotlight as Bryony Smith plays that efficiently down to backward square, and they get through for a single. It felt like she thought about giving that a proper thump and wasn't sure where that was going to bounce, so just placed it backward to Georgie Boyce down at square leg, and the field changes for Spence. They've obviously got different plans for different batters. As the umpire the far end, umpire Dovey, holds the players back. I think she's making a Rachel Flint debut, Rose Dovey at the far end, which is great to see. Commitment to female umpires. As Munro comes into Spence and it kind of goes underneath the bat. I don't know if she forced that or whether it just didn't bounce. Went straight through to the keeper and no run.
Yeah, a good take from Ella Claridge behind the stumps there, and it's going to be interesting to see. It's just her second match for Jemima Spence for the senior squad. She scored 26 against your team, Central Sparks.
I don't know. Should I have teams? Yeah, I started with Central Sparks and Western Storm because I also played for Somerset, which is where I was down in Taunton last weekend. And Spence plays that to point, but there isn't a run there. I don't think she knew where that had gone, but she did. She played down over it, so there was no risk with the shot.
You're allowed to have two homes.
Am I?
Yeah,
two homes?
I've got two homes.
Okay.
Lightning's one of my homes from university. I still haven't left. And obviously Western Storm is my motherland where I was
Your
from.
motherland,
so, yeah,
yes.
Another Somerset girl. Two Somerset girls today.
Yeah, because we'll come back to that in a minute. As Munro comes into Spence, who gets a bat jammed down on that, and it squirts through to third, and they get through for a single. Yeah, so my working career took me firstly to Bath Sports Centre, where I worked with a young Ian Shubsole, father of Anya Shubsole, and but that was many moons ago, long before Anya was a twinkle in anyone's eye. But having worked in Bath, and I played for Somerset Wanderers and played my county I played areas for the West, which then became Somerset. So that's one of my homes. As Munro comes into Bryony Smith, who plays that to the fielder, unfortunately, on the ring, and there is no run. So I started my county career at Somerset, and then work took me to the East Midlands, over here, where we are, to the whole of the East Midlands, and that was where my work took me. So I ended up playing for Derby and Derbyshire, because my Somerset captain, Coral Hanley, said, Derby and Derbyshire, they're a good friendly bunch, go join them. So Bryony Smith plays that backward of square, and they get through for a single. The other thing was, at the time, Notts were really strong. They had basically the England team, because you'd got Karen Smithies, Jane Smith, Enid Bakewell, Joe Chamberlain. I mean, it was a sort of roll call of the England teams, and they were very good, but the downside of that was that they weren't doing as much for development as Derby and Derbyshire were, because Sue Whitten was very strong on us getting our coaching qualifications, going out into schools, establishing an evening league across the county. So actually it was a smart move, and they were a very friendly bunch. So I probably wouldn't have been good enough to play for Notts, to be honest. So I ended up at Derbyshire, and as long as you gave an address, I shouldn't say this, you know. As long as you gave an address in the county, you qualified. You had to do it a year in advance, and then you could play for the new county. So when I first moved up here to these mids, I played still for Somerset, and then once I qualified, then I played for Derbyshire, which brings me full circle to here in the East Mids at the Regional Centre of Excellence, which is Lightning now, but going to be to do with Notts, or led by Notts next year, as Bryony Smith just plays that forward and there is no run. They made their 50. They snuck to that, 50 for 2. And we are into the 13th over here at Grace Road, Leicester. Upton Steel, I should say.
Yep, Kirsty Gordon just gave a word to Grace Ballinger to say get it tighter to her legs.
Yeah, tighter in. Ballinger to Smith. Oh, tighter to her legs, you're right. She rattled the pads there of Bryony Smith, but the umpire was not interested. There wasn't a big appeal anyway, but there was a rattle of pads. So you spotted that one, Hannah. Yeah,
I say Kirsty Gordon's just giving some messages across to Grace Ballinger, just trying to get her just to get this wicket at Bryony Smith.
There'll be a bit of sneaky knowledge there, won't there? Coming in from having played with and against Bryony Smith before, as Ballinger comes into Bryony Smith, who plays that beautifully between the fielders, and that's 4 runs. That was a really nice shot there through the covers from Bryony Smith. No risk, along the carpet, and literally bisecting the 2 fielders there, as Marie Kelly looks disconsolately across the rope and feels the ball back to the bowler. Lovely 4 there.
Yeah, because of course Kirsty Gordon also made her debut back in 2018, I think it was, for England as
So
well.
it would have been the same.
I don't think they made her debut
Similar.
in the same
No,
match,
but similar sort of era, yeah.
Yeah, same era.
Yeah, as Ballinger comes into Bryony Smith, who plays that this time into the leg side past Georgie Boyce, and that's another 4. So 2 fours and 2 balls. That moves the total quite efficiently on. Lovely there to 58 for 2, and Bryony Smith is on 36 off 38, so almost a run a ball. Spence is off the mark with 1 off the 5 that she's faced, as Bryony Smith looks like a woman who's going to try and keep the strike here for a little bit, get herself in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ballinger coming in from the edge of the field of restrictions circle, left arm over to Bryony Smith, who plays that to square leg, and that's another big gap. She's getting in a groove now.
Yep, Lightning will definitely want to just tighten this up a little bit now, because when Smith goes, she really does go. She's already on 40 or 39.
Yes, you can almost feel the Lightning players sort of taking a breath and a step back, which is probably not what they need to do against Bryony Smith if she's starting to get the bit between her teeth and find some gaps here, as the score is 62 for 2. Bryony Smith on 40 already, as Ballinger Dancy run and the straight backwards, and that's going towards the rope. She doesn't even need to run for that either. That's another 4 from Bryony Smith as the score moves on to 66 for 2, and Bryony Smith is on 44 heading towards that 50, and she looks like she's in the mood.
Yeah, back-to-back 4s, just absolute class from Bryony Smith there. And again, it's this practice now, isn't it, for them? For them, they want to maintain that momentum going into the playoffs on Wednesday, where they'll face either Vipers or Diamonds. We don't know yet until the outcome of that match. But
any more on that, Hannah?
I was going to say, I will have a quick look
on that one while between the overs. Hannah's going to check the score at the other game. So there are 2 other games. So you're going to so if you're watching Central Sparks playing, let me just check, because I've forgotten who they're playing now. Central Sparks are playing against Sunrisers. Shouldn't forget that. No, as Hannah said, one of my teams, Central Sparks versus Sunrisers at New Road at Worcester. Mike Perkins and Dr. Samara Afsal are looking after you there on the live stream. The other game, so Northern Diamonds versus Southern Vipers at the Clean Slate Headingley. What's happening there then, Hannah?
Yeah, so they're just ahead of us at the moment in terms of overs gone. So 14.3 overs, and Southern Vipers are 66 for 2. Ella McCracken was bowled.
Same score as us. Yeah. Spooky dooky.
Was bowled by Lizzie Scott for 0. Maya Boucher was LBW to Lindsay Smith for 9, and you've got Georgia Elvis and Georgia Adams in the middle, currently on 24 and 18 not out.
Well, they're good, aren't they? And we've got a change of bowling here as Kirsty Gordon, left arm round the wicket to Spence, who plays that to almost to the umpire at square leg, and they get through for a single. Yes, change of bowling. So the captain is bringing herself on here. Bit of spin from Kirsty Gordon, left arm around. Bryony Smith just checking the gaps in the field because she's getting to know them quite well last over. As Kirsty Gordon comes in to Bryony Smith, who comes forward but plays that straight to the field, and there is no run. 67 for 2 into the 14th over. And the Loughborough, we can just hear through the windows open, there's a bit of Loughborough cheering each other on. Bryony Smith plays that backwards of square, but there's straight to a fielder. There was a little bit of trouble just picking that up, and they get through just for the single. Score moves on to 68 for 2, and we're into the 14th over, halfway through the 14th over here. Kirsty Gordon, the captain, this time to Spence, who's on 2 off the 6 ball she's faced so far. She comes forward and defends that, and there is no run.
Yeah, and she's another player that has been around the Lightning kind of era for quite some time, back in the KSL days, making her debut back there where she had to give up her Scottishness.
eligibility. Spence plays that lovely up over her shoulder almost, and just placed. No, they got, I think, a single. And Bryony Smith just holds back Spence from thinking about a second. I think she fancies a bit of a go at Kirsty Gordon's bowling here. They must have faced each other in nets at various points. Gordon to Smith, who comes forward. Oh, misses that. And it just, I don't know if she got any bat on that, but it's peeling away towards the, and it's over the rope. That's another 4. I'm not, that's given us a bye. So that was 4 byes. and the score moves on to 73 for 2. Smith on 45, and off the 43 balls she's faced, and Spence on 3 off the 8 she's faced. That's the end of the 14th over. You mentioned Kirsty Gordon because she's, in terms of the Rachel Hayhoe, in terms of the most valuable player, she's 6th in the top 10 in the bowling from the Rachel Hayhoe.
Yeah, she's normally top of the tables year on year. She's quite consistent in that respect. And again, it's one of those with England. There's so many kind of options now from the spin front.
Lots of spinners, haven't we?
She's got a decision to make. Does she want to put her name in the hat for England again, or does she want to return to Scotland because she's now eligible to return? And we need to mention that Catherine Bryce and Sarah Bryce aren't here because they are playing in the qualifiers at the moment for the World Cup.
Yeah, so I had the benefit of being up in Edinburgh last weekend to watch Scotland and Ireland playing what was supposed to be a 3-match T20 series to get warmed up ready for the qualifiers that they're at now in the UAE. And unfortunately, they are both in the same group, which is kind of unfortunate because you kind of want one of them to go through. But anyway, they're in the same group and they had a warm-up last week in the rain in Edinburgh mostly. So Ireland won. So they won the first game easily. The second game was a foreshortened game because it did rain, but they did manage to get 5 overs of the second innings in. So there was a result. So Ireland won that 2-0 because the third game was completely rained off. But yes, the Bryce sisters are in that qualifiers. Those qualifiers. One was not well, so I can't remember which was which. But one wasn't well. One was playing. And they are now in the UAE playing in a group against Ireland. I think it's the UAE and America, is it?
Yeah, so they face USA tomorrow.
Yep. Graves comes into Spence and she squeezes that backward of square and they get through for a single. Score is 73 for 2.
And then the Bryce sisters will face Bangladesh on the 19th and Ireland on the 21st. So best of luck to them from everyone at Lightning.
Yeah. Good luck to them. We want Scotland and Ireland to do well, but in the same group is a bit of a conflict. And it's interesting to see the difference watching them play because Ireland have more full-time professionals, and it kind of looked like that against Scotland. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was the conditions. Maybe it was the fact that they were one Bryce short, as it were. But we've got the change of bowling. So this is the 4th ball from
Teresa Graves.
I'm going to make sure I get the right one. That's a dot ball, and that's still 74 for 2.
Yep. Twin sister Yvonne moved across to the Northern Diamonds at the start of the season, so she's currently playing in the bid to get to Lords and secure that spot. But if not, if the Diamonds fall short, they'll be facing South East Stars on Wednesday.
And Bryony Smith plays that up and over the third fielder, and that's going towards the rope. That's an easy 4 for Bryony Smith, who moves ever closer. That will put her on 49 now, off the 46 ball she's faced. And the score is 78 for 2. Spence on 4 off the 11 she's faced. But Bryony Smith looking like she's in the mood in the autumn sun here at Leicester Grace Road. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who's in charge of Women's Cricket Chat podcast, as Graves comes into Smith, who plays that just straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was not quite nervous 90s, nervous 49s? Is that
yes, I think they should be nervous 40s, yeah.
Yeah.
We saw that actually in the England game, didn't we, because Sophia Dunkley got to that tithering on the edge of 50 and got out on 49 the other night. Oh.
But regardless, 49,
lovely. Yeah, but it's just that milestone, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately.
Soon as it just changes. We were talking about Kirsty Gordon, who's on at the far end. So when they played Sunrisers, she took 4 for 31. I mentioned a bit earlier. 2 maidens, 2 catches. And she also got Scrivens and Villiers out. Villiers out for a duck. So she was on form against Sunrisers in the last game as she comes into Spence, who just defends that straight back to Kirsty Gordon, and there is no run. So she had a good game the last game, and she's doing all right. So, tossing the ball hand to hand from the far end. Spence tries to sort of half ramp that, but in the end sweeps it to backward square, and they get through for a single. And just ticking the score over quite nicely. 79 for 2, and Smith is now on 49. Can she make the 50? Can Can you make the 50 this over? Kirsty Gordon will want to stop that, of course. Will want to hold her back or get her out, preferably, presumably, as she moves the field as if to get into Bryony Smith's head. She's just moving the field on the leg side slightly. And she comes into Bryony Smith, who plays it instead into the off, into a big gap at cover, but there is a fielder there, so they'll get that one, and that's Bryony Smith's 50. And not, sort of slow start, and then you had one over where she started cracking the fours, and she certainly looks like this could be her day. Was fresh back from England duty and everything.
Yeah, we're using the word composed once again to describe her, because I think it's exactly that, isn't it? She's been calm, been steady, but she's put away the bad ball and she's accelerated on 50 off 47.
And I think that's also what she brings to the England T20 squad, isn't it? Is that kind of sense of calmness, whilst also being very productive with the old strike rate as Gordon comes around the wicket to Spence, who has to reach for that, and it goes straight to the fielder and there is no run. 80 for 2 in the 16th over here at Leicester Grace Road.
Yep, they're on track for a big score here.
Gordon in from the pavilion end to Spence, who comes forward and plays that to mid-on, and they get through for a single, almost tying up with... They weren't looking at each other, nearly bounced into each other, the two batters there, and yes, that could have been messy, but they managed to get around each other because there was enough time. So 81 for 2, last ball of the 16th over, Kirsty Gordon to Bryony Smith. Kirsty Gordon just again twiddling with the field, perhaps to get into Bryony's head. Just to play that, she comes back and sort of defends it to cover point, and they get through for a single. Once again, taking that score over. I think Lightning, it strikes me, need to be doing something a bit more aggressive here, because if Bryony Smith really clicks into several gears up, they could be chasing a big score here this afternoon. This is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 regional centres of excellence across England. So this is the layer below the England setup. This is effectively a development pool, although I think probably, well, in my opinion, grossly underrated as a potential for spectators and promotion. I think, in my opinion, the ECB think a bit too much development and not enough about that there might be some interest here, particularly people who've perhaps, seen Kirsty Gordon playing the 100 or Bryony Smith playing the 100, and then perhaps want to follow their heroes then playing in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. That's my personal opinion. And that's dotted forward, and there is no run from the first ball from Graves from the Bennett end.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. There's a real opportunity to market this competition and the Charlotte Edwards Cup far better than what has been done previously, and just give that sustainability to each of the regions. Yeah,
Graves to Smith, who makes shapes to put it into the leg side, but just defends it down to mid-off, and there is no run. I just think the amount of people that we're getting, thousands of people watching these live streams. I mean, I don't know necessarily the ones I commentate on, but yeah, they are one. I'm just making a joke, but we get thousands of eyes on these games. So and that's played lustily to square leg. There's a fielder there. Oh, but it goes underneath there, unfortunately. That's another 4 runs to Bryony Smith, who's looking really confident and, as you say, calm at the crease. 55 off the 51 balls she's faced, and the score is 86 for 2. Halfway through the 17th over.
Yeah, that was really poor from Sophie Monroe, unfortunately. I think she just took her eyes off the ball last minute and potentially a little nutmeg across the boundary.
Yeah, because there was 2 fielders converging, but neither of them managed to stop that as Smith plays that into the leg side, but there is no run. Straight to Georgie Boyce at mid-on.
Yeah, the classic long barrier there.
It's great, and you don't see it very often now. It's all this slidey stuff that now they can do because they've got trousers on, because I played in skirts and trousers, but a lot of time in skirts. Which you could do the slide in the skirt, but you didn't have any skin on your knees afterwards, and they get through for 2 there, and that was good because we like a ground where you can make 2 runs. Although obviously Loughborough don't necessarily like the fact that they got 2 runs there, but score moves on to 88 for 2. But yes, slidey was not so easily done in a skirt. So long barrier was very much the order if you could get into position early enough, as Graves comes into Smith, who again plays that backward as square, but this is just going to be a trot through for 1. Score moves on to 89 for 2. And that's the end of the 17th over, and Bryony Smith nicks the strike again.
Yeah, you mentioned as well about the boundary sizes, and obviously it's a hot topic at the moment, but just to show how far the game's kind of changed as well in the KSL days, talking to Lightning's coach John Bateson about obviously like pitch size and stuff, he mentioned it in the KSL days it was about 55 metres maximum is what the kind of ground staff would go to, because just to kind of encourage some sixes, etc. And they were a little bit hard to find, whereas now at minimum 65 metres I think he mentioned, or maybe it was maximum,
just 60 to 70 I think, more or less. But they're getting much stronger now that they're getting the contact time and the strength and conditioning, etc. As Bryony Smith just plays that straight to the field and there is no run.
It just shows how much, like 10 metres difference within kind of 5 years.
Yeah, and the rise of if you're coming to watch, you'll see the technical skills have just risen, unbelievably in the last few years. Just having this regional setup as Bryony Smith just gets through for a easy single there to mid-on, and the score moves on to 90 and they 90 for 2, and they move towards that 100 as the field comes in for Spence. Gordon and Spence just dobs that down and there is no run. 90 for 2. Yeah, the strength of them and the boundaries. It was a big debate during the 100, wasn't it? Because you really want a ground where it is possible to get 2s, maybe even 3s if there's a nice corner to aim at. As Spence, talking of corners, Spence plays that through the covers, and they might get a 3 here. Or 4. That was even better, but I thought I was going to illustrate my point there. But the potential to get a 3. But certainly it should be a boundary where there's a chance to get 2s. We should see different scores, and we want to go with their standard is improving. Then the boundary can go out and prove that the women can hit 2 and over the ropes, as we saw quite clearly in the 100 and Commonwealth Games, etc., and a lot of the regional stuff as well, as Kirsty Gordon just tosses the ball hand to hand and she comes into Spence, who comes forward and plays that to mid-on, but there is no run. Score stays on to 94 for 2. Smith on 59 off her 56 balls. Spence on 10 off her 18. Spence doing well here. We think it's a debut, do we, for Spence, or just not many?
It's her
games.
second match for South East Stars. She played against Central Sparks and scored, I think it was 26.
Oh yeah, so she's
last week on the 11th.
She's forming a nice little partnership here with Bryony Smith and doing the right thing, keeping her captain on strike. That's the end of the over. That's 18 overs gone. 94 for 2. Smith on 59. Spence on 10. And it's a beautiful day here at the Upton Steel Ground, Leicestershire Grace Road. And we will see changes next year because, as Hannah's mentioned, they won't be Lightning anymore. They will be run by Nottinghamshire County Council on behalf of the region in terms of this centre of excellence. They probably won't be in purple and they won't be Lightning. As Bryony Smith launches that towards the rope, are we going to get a... Is that going to be... Oh, it's a 6. It's the first 6, Hannah. And it takes them to 100. Does it not? Did it? It's a catch. Yes, the 100. The 100 is up for South East Stars.
Yep, that is one way to bring up the 100 for the team,
That is showboating, isn't it? Do you think?
Absolute style, complete class. But for Lightning, they really need to see the back of Bryony Smith. She's been here slightly too long for them now, building an excellent innings. But it's now a task of Teresa Graves to cause a bit of carnage. And
Kirsty Gordon waving frantically at the field on the leg side and giving Graves some notes as Bryony Smith plays that backward of square, not comfortably, but certainly for an easy single, and the score moves on to 101 for 2 into the 19th over, and Lightning could be chasing a very big total here. And Kirsty Gordon. So I did commentary at the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals with Kirsty Gordon. We had some fun on the comms, and she wants aggressive field. So I'm thinking if she does it on commentary, she must want it here in the flesh when she's in charge of it. So we've got Graves coming into Spence this time, and they are in closer because it's the less experienced batter at the crease, and she just plays that into the leg side, and there is no run. But yeah, she talks a good game in that commentary in terms of, bring somebody in. So what will she do now? She needs to get a wicket somewhere. She'd prefer, I suspect, if she had a choice, to get Bryony Smith out, but I don't suppose she will mind getting a wicket either way, as Spence just plays that defensively to Kirsty Gordon and there is no run.
Yeah, Kirsty Gordon's very, very cricket smart.
Yeah, cricket's
absolute
Mel Jones,
badger.
cricket smart. Yeah.
Absolute badger, knows the game in and out, and is a perfect captain for today with the absentees of the Bryce sisters.
Yeah, the brace of Bryces as Spence plays that forward straight to the Georgie Boyce at mid-on. There is no run. I had the pleasure of meeting the Bryce parents at Old Trafford, so I went up to watch the 100 game and they're torn because their two daughters play for different franchises in the 100, so they got to make a choice. So they go to Sophia Gardens or should they go to Old Trafford? So they happened to be sat behind me. So we had a jolly chat at Old Trafford with the Bryce parents, who were lovely. And that goes outside the bat, and there is no run at the last ball of that over, and the score is 101 for 2 off 19 overs. Yes, they were lovely company. We had a lovely day. And they were very excited because they were very pleased with me because I'd done a bit of research for my trip to Scotland, and I'd picked up that the Scotland under-19 women have qualified for the first ever women's under-19 World Cup in South Africa in January or February time. Scotland had just qualified, so they were well chuffed, and they said, oh yes, we know about that. We've got someone staying with us, and they needed a saltire to go to the airport to welcome the team back, as Kirsty Gordon manages to get Bryony Smith to just jam that down into the onside, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 102 for 2. So they'd had to explain to whoever was staying wherever they were where the saltire was, the Scottish flag, because they wanted to go to the airport and welcome the players back, which I thought was lovely. And I love the fact that the Scottish team are known as the Wildcats, because who doesn't want to be a Wildcat? I mean, that's a great nickname for a team. In fact, it almost makes me wish I'd stayed after my postgrad in Edinburgh and stayed and played for Scotland, but that's another story. And that's just pushed forward into the offside, and there is no run. 102 for 2. Bryony Smith on 67. Spence on 10. As Kirsty Gordon comes left arm around, spin. Spence comes forward, tries to play that, and nearly inadvertently nutmegged. Now, Anna Harris liked my inadvertent. She tweeted about some of the things I'd said last week on commentary, which is, Anna, you need to get a life. But she liked the inadvertent nutmeg. She also liked teach your granddaughter to hoover, which I said about Lizzie Scott. As Spence gets all sorts of tied up there, but the ball goes through to sort of to mid wicket. There's a lot of backing up there. There's a team of backing up there, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 103 for 2.
Yeah, but a slight confusion between the batters there. It was like they didn't quite want it.
No. I didn't know where the ball had gone. I don't know if they saw, because the sun makes it quite difficult to see from the angle that we're at, as Gordon comes in, this time to Bryony Smith, who makes as though she's going to make a huge heave at that, but then just plays it down in the end, straight to the field, and there is no run. 103 for 2.
And you mentioned that Under-19s World Cup. How amazing is it to see some associate nations in the mix?
We love that.
As well as Scotland, obviously. You've got Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and USA, Indonesia, like all these kind of names that we don't see it on that global stage from like an England senior perspective. Particularly
from the women's cricket point of view, because we might see that perhaps, or we might have seen that in some of the previous, well, first of all, there hasn't been a women's under-19 World Cup, so that's that. But in previous, perhaps men's competitions, you might have seen some of those names come up. But as you say, the associate nations really coming up on the rails, which is brilliant because they have so few resources in comparison with the big teams. So to see a team like Rwanda, for example, qualify, and I saw the scenes on the social media as they qualified. They were very excited about that. As Graves comes in to Spence, who plays that to square leg. There is a fielder there who's running around, but they're just going to trot through for 1 run. 104 for 2. Yeah, Rwanda, very excited to play. Some new names in there, as you say. Indonesia. So no Thailand, but Indonesia. So we've got some different names coming through, which is brilliant. And you've got places like, you've interviewed Roberta Moretti Avery, or I should say Roberta Moretti Avery. I'm trying to practice. I hope that was all right, Roberta. One should always be more Roberta. Score is 104 for 2. as Graves comes into Bryony Smith. Takes a huge heave of that through the covers. There's a fielder there. She makes a dive. She throws it back. I think they managed that. Did they manage that? Did they manage to relay that back? She fielded the ball. She was falling backwards and she threw it back towards Kirsty Gordon. So Bryony Smith will be well cheesed off. She thought it was going to get an easy 4 there, but instead the score moves on to 106 for 2. That was exciting. 106 for 2. Bryony Smith on 69, Spence on 12. As Graves comes in from the Bennett end, Smiths comes forward and plays that straight to mid-off, who falls on a heap. Does manage to stop it. I don't think it was a catch chance because it was kind of dropping in front of her, but she's at least winded herself, and Kirsty Gordon's just following the physio. I'm hoping that she's just physioed, or she just winded herself and maybe just caught the ball on the end of her kneecap or something. I think it was it's just a bit.
Yeah, it's Marie Kelly, and earlier this summer as well, she did do the webbing on her hand, so hopefully it's not in that area.
No, I think it's knees or winded or a bruise, I suspect. It was nasty because it was dropping just in front of her. Kirsty Gordon's tapping her on the back and telling her, come on.
Yeah, she needed to channel her inner Danny Wyatt's Superman dive forwards.
Oh, yeah. Or Rachel Haynes, the Australian international's retired this week, which is a very sad moment. She's a great fielder. Bryony Smith's clapped that up in the air. Marie Kelly's had to do another dive, but it's gone underneath her. She slaps the ground in frustration. She would have had to set off about 5 minutes earlier to get to that, I think. It dropped just... So Bryony Smith did not get hold of that. It went clacking up into the air. Marie Kelly went towards it, but I think having been winded the last ball, just, as I say, didn't have enough on that to get to it, and so they get through for a single, and Spence on strike, who comes forward and just defends that. Score is 107 for 2, and we approach the end of the 21st over.
Yeah, Marie Kelly will be absolutely gutted at that chance. It definitely was a chance, I'd say.
Yeah, but I think probably just distracted by the bruise on the last ball as Graves plays, Spence rather plays that straight back.
And Graves got fingertip to that and was looking for the run out.
Looking for the run out, yeah. Bryony Smith is now on forwards practising perhaps a yoga move, but thinking, God, I nearly got run out then. She's rising to her knees and up from her knees. So the score is 107 for 2, and that's 21 overs gone. Yes, we were talking about different associate nations, weren't we? And Roberta Moretti Avery, if you're looking for her on social media, because that's how, with my terrible English accent, I would pronounce her name, although she's Roberta Moretti Avery. She's going to tell me, isn't she? Because she's bound to be listening. But in Brazil, they use it. They use cricket very differently, and their women are professional before they're men. Is that right?
It is indeed, yeah.
And Roberta is quite a character. You need to look her up on social media as Gordon comes into Bryony Smith, who just jams that down to mid-on, and they run through for a single, 108 for 2. She's a great character. I think she could solve world peace, I think, if you let her loose with things. But yeah, they use it for disadvantaged areas, for young people. I mean, it's a real tool for community development in Brazil as Spence comes forward and just defends that off Gordon.
Yeah, and of course they're fighting with football to try and get those players in, but they've set up some amazing initiatives around the areas in Brazil.
They have. Spence just plays that down, there's no run. Yeah, they do a lot of work. The best way to do it is disadvantaged areas, and the best way to describe it, I think, community work. They're using it as a tool to get people involved in sport, and they love a dance as well, don't they? As Gordon comes into Spence, who plays a reverse but doesn't get a run out of that, not really convincingly, and straight to Georgie Boyce, who just feels easily, and it's still 108 for 2.
Yeah, it's not just that as well, it is linked to like universities as well, and creating coaching and all those opportunities. Not so there's just players, but there's also people who can actually work in the game as well, because it's all right developing players, but if you haven't got any coaches, and
to make it work long term, you need them to be coaching others, don't you, and coaching the coaches, etc., to make it more sustainable. As Spence plays a lovely shot back over Kirsty Gordon's head, and I imagine that there's some steam coming out of her ears there. That was a lovely shot for 4 from Spence, who moves on to 16. And the score is 112 for 2. Bryony Smith on 71. We're into the 22nd over. Yes, Kirsty Gordon has got double teapot at the other end. But only herself to having served that ball to Spence, who played that beautifully up and over. No risk, not even anywhere near the bowler there, for 4 runs. Spence taps her bat. Kirsty Gordon bangs that one in, but Spence equally plays that efficiently. Swept to the fielder, and there is a single. She's rotating the strike beautifully, and she's also nicked the strike off Bryony Smith, who's now going to have a chat with her about that. 113 for 2. Yes, Brazil. They're doing all sorts, aren't they? So their women are professional. They don't have, I don't think, a professional men set up in Brazil, which makes them fairly unusual. A bit like Thailand, they've got their women are professional before their men, which makes it hard because if the ICC give Test status or ODI status to the big countries, they're missing the fact that in women's cricket there are women's teams before the men's teams in Brazil and Thailand, for example, which then holds them back because they're not getting the resources that they would get. Blah de blah.
Yeah, there's a lot of structural changes that need to be seen across cricket, but hopefully, with the right people, and if people keep calling out for certain things, it will change over time. But maybe that's me being a bit too optimistic. But we've got Lucy Hyam coming into the mix now.
Yeah, we'll change a bowling here. So Lucy Hyam, the blonde hair piled on top of her head and her sunshades on. Fairly signature move for Lucy Hyam with the old sunglasses, isn't it?
Yeah, and she's one of the original kind of Lightning players. She's been here for a long time.
Yeah, right arm over to Spence, who has to come back and just plays that down. There is no run. Yeah, she was Kia Super League, wasn't she, for what was then the Loughborough Lightning, and now Lightning.
So slightly different era, but since the original professional days, because of course the KSL was professional, but it was only for a few weeks. It wasn't this full-time professionalism that we see now. And in terms of income, the overseas players were only getting like about £3,000.
Oh yeah, it's different times, as they say. As Spence clacks that up straight to the wicket-keeper, and Hyam change of bowling, and Kirsty Gordon gets that wicket that she wanted. So Stars are now 113 for 3. Spence got 17 off the 36 balls that she faced. She was doing well, but just mistimed that, unfortunately, and it was an easy catch for the wicket-keeper in the end. That was a shame because she was doing exactly what she needed, keeping her captain on strike and rotating it as well. So that was well played, I think, from Jemima Spence there. Kent player.
Yeah, but absolutely brilliant from Lucy Hyam. She's done her role perfectly. Was that her second ball?
Something like that, yeah. So should we
into the mix, and she's done her job to perfection, dismissing Jemima Spence for 17. But that's what Lightning need. They need to stutter that momentum now. Of course, they want to get Bryony Smith out, but they'll take anything at this stage.
Yes. Well, if they take all of her partners away from her, she can't bat anymore, can she? So this is going to bring Phoebe Franklin, who you mentioned that. Well, you didn't probably. I am Token Brummy in the commentators' team, and because Phoebe Franklin plays for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, so this makes her almost related to me. But yes, gives me an extra interest. So she's Birmingham Phoenix, and while we're talking about the 100, and we're talking about Lucy Hyam, so she was Trent Rockets last year and Superchargers this year, but she's a Notts lass, so she'll be.
Yeah, I think it's just a change of environment and testing herself slightly differently. She's been quite comfortable within Loughborough Lightning in the KSL days, Lightning cricket in this new regional domestic setup, and then obviously playing for Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire before. It's been quite comfortable for her. So going outside of that and going up north, it's been quite a nice change. And she got to open bowling a bit and played perhaps a different role with different people. And I guess she's taken that back here today, hasn't she? Straight away into the mix. Second ball, wicket. It's a new level of confidence, and players have to test themselves, don't they? We have to put themselves into different environments, work with different coaches, just to take themselves to that next level. Well,
and also, I know that there's a lot of people who would like to pit the various formats against each other, and people who would like to say it's either this or it's it's that, and there's a lot of people who have some very strong views about the 100, but whatever you say about it, it has revolutionised the women's game. And I use that word it's gone beyond game changer. It has revolutionised women's cricket because for the first time, they're playing on decent pitches. They are playing in the spotlight on TV with big crowds. They've had record crowds again this year. It's upped again. Was it 14,000 at one of those games and things? I mean, they've had some huge crowds, fireworks, all the things that the men's game have had for years, and suddenly, and as really accident of COVID, the double headers that came in last year because they couldn't secure more grounds than the 8, so that would have been an outgrounds. So kind of COVID accident, double headers has just made a huge revolution in women's cricket.
I think without double headers, it wouldn't be that kind of. I know it's not equal in all its senses, but if they're marketing it as this equal competition, then you need to have those double headers to show that it is just one game.
Yeah, and the women's cricket has been so entertaining as Hyam comes into Franklin's first ball and she just defends that straight to the fielder and there is no run, 113 for 3.
Otherwise, if you had the women's in the outgrounds and the men's in the main stadiums, then how is that one game,
second
one
class,
team?
isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be seen as Franklin just dabs that behind past the wicketkeeper and I think is going to go for 4, even though that's uphill there according to Charles Dagnall. That's 4. So Phoebe Franklin off the mark with 4 and the score moves to 117 for 3. That's the Stars batting against Lightning in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who's runs women's cricket chat as Hyam comes in and Phoebe Franklin comes forward and plays that textbook style for no run.
Yeah, because Lightning as well has had a lot of slack in terms of the university partnership and the players that have come through. But Lucy Hyam is a prime example of somebody who, yes, she did go to the university, but she is a Leicestershire girl at heart and obviously plays for Nottinghamshire as well. So she's
properly East Mids ingrained, isn't she?
Really
as she
is.
Comes into Franklin, who plays it up and over cover. That's a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs. 121 for 3. That was really nicely played there, Hannah.
Yeah, she timed that really nicely, didn't she? Just saw the opportunity to get the boundary option, but not a bad over from Hyam.
No, I'll be happy with the wicket, but yeah, Phoebe Franklin played a beautiful shot there up and over the field. Almost a shot that you would want to play in the power play, but obviously beyond the power play now. So a nice shot any time of the day or night, as it were. So we've got Kirsty Gordon again from the pavilion end into Bryony Smith. There's probably a bit of a head-to-head going on here because they have been part of England squads. They will have played against and with each other in previous incarnations as Gordon comes in and Smith comes forward and plays that to the cover. There's a fielder running round who's going to stop that in the outfield and they just get the single. So score moves on to 122 for 3. Smith on 72, Franklin on 8 as umpire Rose Dovey holds Kirsty Gordon back and they do a rearrangement of the field for the new batter. Phoebe Franklin on strike now to Kirsty Gordon. Kirsty Gordon just moving in a fielder. She's bringing in Georgie Boyce to field that slip. So we've got a slip in. Left arm round. Franklin comes forward and just defends that straight to the fielder. And there is no run. 122 for 3. We're in the 24th over.
Yeah, and Franklin comes into this match having scored 37 against Central Sparks last week.
Yes.
But she's got to go today. Kirsty Gordon has got her walking back to the pivot.
Oh, no, look down just to look for some stats. What were you doing, Hannah? Tell me what happened. I was just looking down then.
Yeah, well, hopefully we will get a replay.
37. Yeah. We won't see it. Well, yeah, so, she got 37 against Central Sparks. 6 4s as well.
Yeah, so Franklin
but
was
she's
bowled round her legs by Kirsty Gordon.
No. So that was short but sweet from Phoebe Franklin. Got good strike rate.
Yeah, we only had a second to look down to check our notes before she had to walk back, unfortunately. But
very inconvenient because I was just looking down at my notes then.
Well, I was doing exactly the same thing.
Well, fortunately, Hannah has the live stream up, but of course there will be a delay between that and what we are seeing, so we just need to make sure that it doesn't sound weird to you and then we're talking in real time. So we've got Rihanna Southby coming in now to bat with Captain Bryony Smith, who's on 72 off the 66 balls she's faced. And what has Kirsty Gordon got for Rihanna Southby? So she'll be happy she's getting some wickets, but she really would like, I think, Bryony Smith out. But she won't mind who she's got, I don't think, because South East Stars, as Hannah mentioned earlier, are automatically in the eliminator. They're waiting to hear the result of what happens at Headingley, where Northern Diamonds are playing Southern Vipers to see who gets through automatically to the final at Lords. And the other team will play South East Stars in the eliminator on Wednesday. Gordon, left arm round to Rihanna Southby, digs that out from underneath her, and there is no run, straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, this is really good from Kirsty Gordon, and Lightning have just now started to put that squeeze back on. 122 for 4 is much better from their perspective.
Yep, Gordon into Southby, who again defends that straight back to the bowler. We're getting some, they call it joining up the dots, don't they? But yes, so some dot balls being bowled here by the captain, Kirsty Gordon, as she sends the cover point fielder out to the boundary and ties up Rihanna Southby. She didn't know where that had gone. She sort of played on top of it, but it didn't go anywhere. And there's some amused faces, I think, although we're a long way away. It feels like amused body language anyway. And that's 122 for 4 off the 24 overs. So we're nearly at the halfway point, Anna. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, Lightning have definitely started to take a bit more of this control. Of course, Bryony Smith, Forever Destructive, is still there, so that's who they're eyeing up at the moment. But like you mentioned earlier, if they can't get her out, she'll end up losing partners eventually. So just 9 runs for the 2 wickets of late. So really starting to put that pressure back on.
Yeah, so Lucy Hyam from the Bennett end, which is the one closest to us, into Bryony Smith, 122 for 4. Bryony Smith sort of grazes that off, sort of bat and pad, but they don't have a single, and the fielder just sends it back to the wicketkeeper, and the score remains on 122 for 4. So this is 25th over. Lucy Hyam, she's taken 1 for 8 already, and Bryony Smith spins round that on that, and I think that, yes, that's easily for 4. They don't even bother running. As an easy 4 for Bryony Smith, who moves on to 176 off her 68 balls, and the score is 126 for 4.
Yeah, so she's heading towards her century here, but hopefully from a Lightning perspective they'll put a stop to that pretty soon, as Lucy Hyam has been bowling well apart from that last ball, which was slightly too wide. We
need a cunning plan from Kirsty Gordon here, as Hyam comes into Bryony Smith, who wallops that through mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, so that's going to get stopped and they just get through for the single, but it's that keeping the score ticking over thing as well, isn't it? So 127 for 4, Smith on 77, and Southby yet to get off the mark and the 3 balls that she's faced. So Kirsty Gordon just giving a bit of sneaky tactics to Lucy Hyam. What should she bowl? To Rihanna Southby. Rihanna Southby's just moving her fine leg fielder slightly more square, and they're bringing in the field on the offside. The loopy delivery straight to the fielder at cover point, and there is no run. 127 for 4. Yeah, approaching the end of 25th.
A good decision by Kirsty Gordon there, just cutting off that single option, because originally she was out riding the boundary.
Yep, Hyam in again to Southby, plays that lovely efficiently out to square leg, and the field has to hair in, but they just get an easy single, and Southby gets off the mark there. So we've got some clouds going across the sun, so you're getting sudden shadow across the whole pitch. As Hyam comes in to Bryony Smith, who plays that through mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, so again it's a single, but it's easy pickings there, isn't it, for Bryony Smith? But maybe, well, you wouldn't be happy for her to take singles, but you want to get her off strike, which that single didn't help with, because Bryony Smith is now on strike again for the 26th over.
Yeah, if you're going to give her the single, then you really want to start putting pressure on Southby, making sure that she sees 5 of the 6 balls rather than Bryony Smith having that opportunity to continue her destructive ways. But 78 off 70, a really good performance from Bryony Smith so far.
Yeah, lovely calm innings, and above that 100 strike rate. We've got a change of bowling from the far end by the look of it, because Kirsty Gordon has given the ball to a colleague.
I think it looks like Josie Groves, but we will soon find out.
If she turns her back to us. 5. Yeah, Josie Groves. I think it was 5.
I don't have to
flashed.
Quite go and get my eyes tested too soon then.
I've got some binoculars here, look.
Oh.
They were here before we arrived. And that's gone down the leg side, but that's sort of messy. That wasn't...
She got away with that one.
Yeah, I think she did get away with that one. Went down the leg side. Bryony Smith doing a little dance like... not quite sure what happened there. As Groves comes into Smith. What's happening here? Yes, sort of loose on the leg side. Bryony Smith takes a huge lump of that, and it goes. It's 4 with it. So umpire Rose Dovey just checking with Hassan Hasnan this end. It went for 4, just the one bounce. It wasn't far off. I thought it was. It looked like it was going. It was sailing over the rope. Just that one bounce. So 4 to the total. 82 on 4. 82 for Bryony Smith. 133 for 4 on the total. And yes, Kirsty Gordon just giving a few words to Groves, who's coming in from the pavilion end, to Bryony Smith, who it's down the leg side again, but doesn't get away with this one. That's a wide ball, signalled by Rose Dovey at the far end, who we think is making her debut in Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So welcome to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, to Rose Dovey, the umpire. Bryony Smith plays that straight back to Groves, and possibly another shin bruise there as that went straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. How's things going on the other? Is that what you're looking up? So I can hear the flurry of keyboards going beside me as Groves comes into Smith, who plays that a straight drive. It's going to be an easy single. That's easy pickings for Bryony Smith. Yeah, and moves on to 83.
Interestingly, Vipers in their match are 121 for 4, so they're also 4 wickets down.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we used to play Cricket Week at Malvern. There was often 2 pitches at Malvern College when I played there, and it was strange how one wicket would fall on one and one wicket would fall. But there was actually a causal effect, because probably people on the one boundary were looking round and something happened on the other pitch. So this time Southby digging that one out straight to the fielder off Groves, and there is no run. 135 for 4.
Yeah, Groves is having a little
loopy delivery, isn't it? And Southby jams that out to mid-wicket, and they get through for an easy single there.
Having a few issues, but it's just finding her line back again. But just looking through at her previous stats and stuff as well, because she did really well at the start of the season, and unfortunately for her, not being involved with one of the 100 sides, she's had that little bit of a gap, but she has been involved with the academy and the school games, I believe, as well. But she currently picked up double figures in terms of wickets. My maths isn't quick enough, unfortunately. But she's been quite regular in her wicket-taking abilities and playing a really crucial role for the youngster.
Hyam to Southby. Just defends that down straight to Kirsty Gordon, who's trying to get the ball back to the bowler. Hyam. Sun coming down here at Grace Road, the Upton Steel Ground at Leicester. That's down the leg side, not getting away with that one. That's a wide ball off Hyam. Southby facing. Southby just collects herself and taps a bat on the floor, and Hyam comes in. That's swept to square leg. There's a fielder there, and it's just going to be a single, but they're keeping that total ticking over, so we move on to 138 for 4. Smith on 83. As you say, it looks like she's got that century in her sights, and Southby on 3 off the 9 balls she's faced. So Bryony Smith to face Hyam. Rocks back and misses that one. It goes straight through to the keeper. It's sort of tired swing from Bryony Smith there potentially, but certainly keeping the wicket-keeper interested.
Yeah, Ella Claridge standing up, looking for that next opportunity.
Yeah. Hyam Smith comes forward and just plays that respectfully down, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's good to see because Lucy Hyam is one of the more senior players here, despite only being about 24, 25.
That's the thing about these
crazy,
regional players. There's lots of young players, isn't there? That's Hyam into Smith, who rocks back and plays that to square, and the umpire has to Olay out of the way and then get through for a single. Score is 139 for 4. Smith on 84, Southby on 3.
Yep, I've just checked and I can confirm Lucy Hyam is still 24 at the moment.
Hyam to Southby defends that down, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 27th. 139 for 4. Smith on 84 off her 77 balls. Southby on 3 off her 10 balls he's faced. I keep getting a message from Mike Perkins. 1 minute he says, "Oh, we're too quiet," and then he said, "Oh no, ignore me. I've got the wrong stream on." He's at Worcester, but he is my Jedi mentor for commentating. So he just try and keep an eye on me, even when he's not here. He certainly has the cliche klaxon out if there's any cliches in the air, so we have to make sure that we don't set the klaxon off as Groves gets ready to bowl to Smith. And she swings round on that. It's going towards the boundary. That's an easy 4. That was easy from Bryony Smith. No risk there, just spinning round, playing that loose ball down the leg side for 4, and she moves on to 88 off 78 balls, and the score is 143 for 4. We're in the pigeon loft here at Leicester Grace Road.
We're too high up, is what we are.
We are far too high up on a very scary balcony thing, and Nikesh is out here on the camera. I don't think he can hear me. He might be able to hear me. He's in a very cold position there as Bryony Smith just defends that down. He's in a very, it must be really windy up there because there's no shade apart from the box that we're in. There's no pigeons in here, you'll be glad to hear. And Bryony Smith plays that to cover, but through the fielder, and Southby's herring off. They're determined now, I think, to get some quick runs in. I think they've sort of made we're past the halfway stage now, so we're going to try and do the quick run, take the first one quickly and turn and look for a second. Score is 145 for 4. Smith on 90, as you say, heading towards that 100. Groves in from the far end to Smith, who has to come back and defend that, looking very respectfully down the bat as the ball just goes into the floor, and there is no run.
Yeah, much better from Josie Groves, and she celebrated her 18th birthday on September 5th, so a young gun.
A young gun indeed. Groves into Smith, who again spins round on that. She's played that a few times, and that's another 4. You really cannot do that loose stuff down the leg side to Bryony Smith, particularly when she's got her eye in. 94 off 82 balls, and she's going to spin round and smack that for 4.
Yeah, she's already struck 14 fours in this inning so far and 1 6. Strike rate of 112.5 at the moment.
You can see why she makes the England T20 side. She's going to be making the England one day side at this rate. So Groves into Smith. Again, she spins round. Is it going to be the same result? I think it is. Yes, it is. Another 4. Spinning 4 for Bryony Smith as she heads towards that 198 off the 83 ball she's faced. So what's Kirsty Gordon? Can Kirsty Gordon stop Bryony Smith getting to 100, do you think?
Yeah,
what's she got up her sleeve, as it were?
The bowlers just have to bowl that tighter line, and like she said earlier, just get it in on her legs a little bit more. That's where she has a bit more issue, and against spin, she's been dismissed 4 times in the 100 with the ball turning away, so that's something to have a look at.
Yeah. Good bit of intel there.
Yeah, she tries to pull the ball sometimes, which aren't quite there,
yeah,
and then gets that top edge, which we did see one. We did see one earlier, so...
Yeah. So Lucy Hyam from the Bennett end, which is the end that we're looking at a distance and high up down on to Southby, waggles a bat and plays that through mid-wicket. The fielder managed to dive over it and they just get through for a single. Score moves on to 154 for 4.
And you made me think about this average age of this team today, because I think the oldest player on the pitch is Marie Kelly at 26.
The veteran, as Hyam comes into Bryony Smith, who just comes forward and plays that. Yeah, because Marie Kelly was at Central Sparks, and talking of Worcester, because they're playing at Worcester today. I interviewed her on the commentary last season when she was injured. We had a lovely chat. So Hyam into Smith, who spins round on that again. It's becoming a bit of a signature move today, and the fielder manages to get that, and she just moves on to 99.
Yeah, that nervous 99.
Nervous 99. Of course, if we were with the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley, she'd probably make some ice cream reference at 99, because,
Yeah, they're no longer 99.
Aren't they 99s anymore?
Well, the other day it was like about £3.50.
That's swept beautifully by Southby off Hyam, and they get through for single, which puts Bryony Smith on strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can call it a 99 when they're £3.50. That's
there's some the pricing is interesting, shall we say? But yeah, the old soft ice cream with the big chocolate flake in it and some monkey blood, as my brother-in-law calls it. Bryony Smith, he goes round and plays that signature shot, punches the air, and that's a very captain's 100 there from Bryony Smith, returning from her England T20 duty and looking well comfortable here. 103 off 86 balls, and that's the majority of the 160 runs that South East Stars have got here. 160 for 4. Take a bow, Bryony Smith.
Yep, 17 fours.
Yeah, that's some going, and she seems to be spinning round and playing that 4 behind square. That seems to be a signature shot today. That's putting away those loose balls down the leg side and easy picking. So, can she keep her patience? As Lucy Hyam comes in to Smith. Loopy delivery, and Smith says, thanks very much, I'm going to dispatch that to the mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder there, so it's just a single, and 100. She moves on to 104 off the 87 balls that she's faced. Southby on 5 off the 12 she's faced. The score is 161 for 4, and that's 29 overs gone. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is in charge of Women's Cricket Chat, the podcast, which you really should listen to. She has played for the MCC, but a while ago. She told me not to mention it.
Yeah, a long time ago.
But that was the first time we met. So she was on tour up in Scotland playing the Wildcats.
10 years ago.
We won't count the years.
Yeah, playing against.
She has played for the MCC. Yes.
With Sue Redfern taking a catch at Gully for me.
Oh well, that's
Catherine Bryce
good.
was about 13 at the time.
Yes, we ought to go back to that. There's a big group photo because Claire Taylor, the batter, Tails, she was captain, wasn't she, of the MCC side, I think.
Yeah,
and,
I think it was an amazing opportunity as a youngster back.
It's great
about
fun.
16, 17, playing with former England players. It's stuff that you dream of at that age. You know,
yeah, brilliant.
Especially at that age, coming from Somerset and not having the contacts in the women's game as such. MCC just opened up my world big time. It's the first time I went abroad was with them because there's a funded tour to go to Holland and all of that, and that's where my kind of cricket journey
We'll have
started.
to ask you about that in a minute. As Munro comes in from the far end to Bryony Smith, who defends that down, sort of textbook styley, and there is no run. He's got to go to Holland with the MCC.
Yes, I got to go to Holland and China and Hong Kong.
Oh my, you've...
All funded.
She said not to mention the MCC. She's been to all these tours. Wow. But you have to tell us about that. As Munro, Kirsty Gordon gives a few words to Munro. She comes in from the far end, the pavilion end, to Bryony Smith, who shapes around and does that spinny thing again. Back on the square. There's a fielder there who's a lovely bit of fielding there, one-handed, first of all. Lovely bit of fielding. They hair through for 2 there. Bryony Smith doing that spinny backwards shot, backwards of square, but they've sussed her now. They've got a fielder right on the boundary. Who's down here? Who's down here? Hannah.
I think it's Teresa Graves.
Could well be. And the pink hat shining in the sun. As Munro comes in from the far end to Bryony Smith, who takes that trigger, and there's an out appeal. Rose Dovey is not interested in that, and Kirsty Gordon is falling over as if to appeal for that one, and it's sort of spectacular. But you said that might be how they get Bryony Smith out on the pads, so perhaps that's the word that Munro that's been given by Kirsty Gordon has perhaps given Munro that heads up. This is how we're going to get Bryony Smith out. Munro into Smith. Oh, that's a very high ball. It's going in the air. It's dropping in front of the fielder. Are we going to get a ball for high? No. So that was very odd. A very high ball there. You managed to get a bat on it. So the score moves on to 164 for 4. Smith on 107. Southby on 5. Kirsty Gordon moving her field, so she's sending third out, bringing in the mid-wicket fielder into the circle for Southby to face Munro. Right arm over, bangs it in. Oh, and that's lofted. Oh, we've got another 6 there. Oh, no, it's 4. 4 to Rana Southby, who looked like she'd been batting all day there with that shot.
Yeah, you can see what she was trying to do, play it in short, but perhaps just a little bit too short, and a perfect line for her to just absolutely tonk it across for.
Yeah, wellied that one.
A 4.
Goodness me. That was a proper welly. I thought we were going to have a 6 there. She really got hold of that one. And Lightning need to have their lines a lot tighter as Munro comes into Southby, who plays that comfortably down to the fielder at long off, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 168 for 4 off 30 overs, so 20 overs to go. So what's in Kirsty Gordon's mind then, Hannah, do you reckon? 20 overs to go.
Get Bryony Smith out now. I think that
Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I think that'll be definitely in her mind right now, is how can we get her out? Who's going to be the key bowler to stand up and just send her walking back? Hyam's still got the ball at the moment, and she's had a few chances, hasn't she? She
got that early wicket, didn't she?
She's been looking pretty good, but it's just that occasional ball that's slightly too wide, and Bryony Smith just does that pivot around and hits behind.
It is. We should have a, I'm not quite sure what to call that, but it's, pivot off her legs. She's getting lots of value for that. Anything loose down there, the timing's right. When they started, it looked like they were questioning the pitch a little, but that seems to have fast abated, and they're.
It looks like Sophie Munro's coming off as well. She's been given the bib.
Oh yes, she's been given the bib, so somebody's on.
Not too sure, but obviously she got hit.
Let's hope she's all right. Oh yeah.
Early on, Bethan Ellis has come onto the field.
Bethan Ellis, well done, Bethan Ellis, excellent. So Lucy Hyam is now just moving her field a little bit, coming into Bryony Smith, who rocks back and plays that to mid wicket. There's a fielder there. I can just through the balcony there, and that's just a single. Score moves on to 169 for 4 into the 31st over. That last 20 now.
Yeah, hopefully Sophie Munro's okay, because she put on an excellent partnership with Catherine Bryce earlier this summer, so she's been much needed for the batting innings.
Yeah, as Hyam puts that wide outside off, and Southby says thanks very much and hits that for 4 through point. That was an easy shot along the carpet. Straight out through a gap there. Score is 173 for 4. Southby on 13, Smith on 108. Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Hyam exchanging a few words there. What's the plan? Kirsty Gordon's now going to move her leg side field for Rihanna Southby, so I think this must be a plan. I think it must be a plan. They're bringing the offside in, the onside round, and Lucy Hyam is now going around the wicket to Rihanna Southby. It's clacked up in the air, straight to the bowler. That's a catch. So the plan worked, whatever the plan was. It worked, she clacked it up, and that's caught and bowled Lucy Hyam. Southby goes for 13 off the 15 ball she's faced. The score is going to be 173 for 5, and maybe Bryony Smith is going to run out of batting partners. We joked about it earlier, but it might happen yet.
Yeah, and like you said, they just took a moment to make a few field changes, come around and everything, and like you just said, Bryony Smith needs partners, so if nobody's going to stick around, it's going to make her job quite difficult, isn't it? But 173 for 5 isn't bad at this stage, I'd say. They look like they could be motoring on and could reach that 300 mark if she gets some partners in, but 5 wickets down, perhaps 250 is more likely.
Yeah, and maybe the plan is just get everybody else out around Bryony Smith and not allow her, because if you took Bryony Smith's score out of 173, that would look pretty,
Yeah, I think it is quite a familiar tale, isn't it, for the Stars? I mean, do you often rely on some key players to do all the work for them, and that latter middle order need to kind of step up a little bit? But
yeah, and of course they are minus Alice Capsey, Freya Davis, not so much with a bat, but Alice Davison-Richards, Sophia Dunkley. So they're without some firepower here, South East Stars. But as you say, a great opportunity to perhaps bring in some players that need a bit more experience before a potential appearance at the Eliminator on Wednesday, where they will face whoever is unsuccessful at Headingley today, as Hyam comes round the wicket again to the wonderfully named Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones. I know that's a particular favourite of Daniel Norcross, because I remember him saying that on the commentary once. It must be a huge shirt to get Blinkhorn-Jones on the back of it. Unless they're shortening it, I'm not quite sure. I didn't see the back of her shirt.
I've double-barreled my name now, and I'm already regretting it when I write it in the little boxes.
Hyam to Bryony Smith, who goes down on one knee and plays that easily out into the leg side, and she gets through for a single. That's 109 that Bryony Smith is on, and the score is 175 for 5. Lucy Hyam continuing that different. I mean, it's worth a different line as well, isn't it? So that always makes the batters think twice as Blinkhorn-Jones faces it this time, and there's an appeal shout, but Hassan Adnan not interested in the umpire at this end. And that's the end of the over. 175 for 5 off 31 overs. Bryony Smith on 109 off the 93 balls she's faced. Blinkhorn-Jones has faced a couple of balls, but not actually off the mark yet.
Yeah, interestingly on Twitter she's Maddie B. Jones.
So yes, maybe it just says B. Jones on the back, because it doesn't look like lots of lettering on the back of there. I'm just looking to see what. Yes. She's 25 on the back of her shirt, but probably B. Jones, Blinkhorn-Jones. So yes, you're Thompson Radford now. Yeah,
I didn't want to. Well, because I'm hopefully going to be a doctor at some point, not a medical one, but
yeah.
I didn't want to give away my name because he's done no work.
Yeah.
So
yes, that's right.
Thompson Radford. So I get my family name in there
for the academicals.
Yeah, but it's quite long on forms now.
Yeah. Need a big box. As Kelly bowls a right arm around the wicket to Bryony Smith. Now, Marie Kelly, during lockdown, I think it was her and her boyfriend, but she certainly learnt how to bowl right and left-handed. So that's a bit of a novelty. And Bryony Smith, a little bit confused by whatever Marie Kelly's doing with what is at the moment right arm round the wicket, because she took a hand off that bat, but off the bat with that one, but has not got the ball away yet. So Marie Kelly's that goes underneath Marie Kelly from Bryony Smith, and they get through for a single. So yes, there'll be a bit of interplay, I think, because all these players will know each other. They'll have played against each other now in the regional structures. They'll have played potentially with each other for England A or academy games and things like that as well. So this time Marie Kelly's going to go over the wicket, I assume. She's going to do right-handed still to Blinkhorn-Jones, who rocks back, and Marie Kelly does a big appeal. And of course, we've got no opportunity to review any of these things, but I'm sure it was right. So Rose Dovey gives LB for Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, and she's coming back to the pavilion without scoring there, and that will be 176 for 7. Bryony Smith is going to run out of batting partners.
Yeah, I know we joked about it, but it's looking more like a reality every moment. But Marie Kelly, you mentioned of ambidextrous bowler who does lots of different variations, doesn't she, and takes different approaches, comes over, comes around, and it's a nice decision that Kirsty decided to chuck her into the mix, taking that pace off again and just seeing what happens.
It was almost begging that, wasn't it? Because if you always do what you've always done, you're always going to get what you've always got, sort of thing. So you've got to try something new, haven't you? So we've got, who have we got coming out now? Rihanna McDonald-Gay. So we've swapped one double barrel for another double barrel. McDonald-Gay this time, who played for London. I think that's London Spirit. She's a Kent. Is her county. She bowls a bit of right arm as well when she's not batting like she is at the moment. So McDonald-Gay, and she's going to face the Licorice All Sorts we're going to get from potentially from Marie Kelly, because she can bowl right or left-handed.
Yeah, it's hard to call because you just don't know what she's going to do.
She has to, of course, tell them what the action's going to be. And McDonald-Gay straight off the mark puts that ball into the leg side and gets through to get her captain onto strike, which is what captain wants. Bryony Smith on 110 off the 96 ball she's faced. Yep. 177 for 6.
And McDonald-Gay comes into the match having scored 37 not out against Sparks last week.
Yeah. And Bryony Smith just dispatches that ball through cover point and then get through for a single. Getting close to the end of that is the end of the over, so she's managed to pinch the strike, which is what she'll want to do as captain's innings. So just Smith is on 1-1-1. That's not the score, so we don't. That's not that's a batting Nelson, is it? Do we have to take our feet off the floor or something? If we were South East Stars spectators, I don't think so. Anyway, score is 178 for 6. That's 32 overs done. Smith on 111. McDonald-Gay on the 1, and Bryony Smith to face Lucy Hyam from the Bennett end, which is the end that we're at, and Lucy Hyam electing to continue going round the wicket to Bryony Smith, who does that spinny thing again, and there's a fielder there to cut that off, so they only get a single. 112 for Smith, and the score is 179 for 6.
So I know you mentioned about McDonald-Gay and her 100 team. She was with the Invincibles.
Oh, because the light's not good here. So yes,
so on Claire's sheet, she's got different shades of blue.
I have got different shades of blue.
They're very close together.
They are very close together. I'm wishing I hadn't got. Yes, you're right. There's lots of oval Invincibles in this side, isn't there? As the ball goes underneath the fielder for 4, and that was McDonald-Gay. So she moves on to 5 off the 2 balls she's faced. The score is 183 for 6. Smith on 112. Yes, we're getting lots of lovely sunshine, but it's messing up my colours. Yes, so we've got lots of oval Invincibles here, haven't we, on show at South East Stars.
And their team manager Letty as well was the team manager of the oval Invincibles.
Hyam to McDonald-Gay, who just defends that to a point. There is no run.
And of course, South East Stars have had success in the past with the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Yeah, they won the first year of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the 20-over version of what we're watching today, which is the 50-over Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, as McDonald-Gay just comes forward and defends that, and there is no run.
But unfortunately, the Southern Vipers, as always, decided that they were going to win it this year.
I'm going to make a huge sigh at that point, because we had a discussion last weekend. I'll come back to that in a minute. Hyam into McDonald-Gay, who comes forward and plays that to the field, and there is no run yet. We had a discussion last week about whether it starts to become who plays Vipers in the final, which is why that game at Headingley is so exciting, because it could be that Vipers don't make it automatically to the final if Northern Diamonds can pull off a shock victory up at Headingley. How's it going, Hannah?
At present, from 36 overs, it's 156 for 5. So interesting run rate of 4 and over at the moment.
Yeah, Gay gets through for played that backward a square, and they get through for a single, and also pinches a strike. So 184 for 6 here off 33 overs. and Smith on 112 off her 98. We're about to get her percentage when she gets to 100 balls. We'll know exactly what her strike rate is. And McDonald Gay on a run a ball 6 for McDonald Gay. So we're going to see more of Marie Kelly. What's her action going to be this over? She's, I think, still going to stick with the right arm, although she has to declare to the batter what her action's going to be before she bowls it. But being able to bowl ambidextrously has got to be, well, a novelty at best, but certainly he's changing the angles, etc. Makes it much more interesting, doesn't it? So Marie Kelly into McDonald Gay, who plays that into the onside, but there's a fielder there at cover point, and they just have the single, this time Bryony Smith to face. And as if by magic, Marie Kelly goes around the wicket right-handed to Bryony Smith, as you said, maybe targeting those pads. That was your theory, wasn't it, earlier? So see if that works. Bryony Smith comes forward and jams that down, but that's fielded on the fielding ring by Kirsty Gordon, and there is no run.
Yeah, speaking to Marie Kelly earlier this year, she just wants to bamboozle those batters.
Mm-hmm. Bryony Smith comes forward, plays that to the cover fielder, and they get through for a single because it was struck firmly and it ended up underneath the fielder almost. Get through for a single, 186 for 6. Smith on 113. McDonald Gay on run a ball 7. She's going to face Marie Kelly going right arm over to McDonald Gay, who can only defend that, and the fielder comes in suddenly woken up and throws that back to the wicketkeeper just to make sure she's awake. So McDonald Gay swinging and twizzling her bat as she waits for Marie Kelly to give her ball right arm over, and she plays that to third, and there's a fielder running after that, and they're going to get through for an easy 2. Are they going to think about 3? Oh, no, not long. Not thinking about 3 at all. So they got 2 there, and McDonald Gay moves on to run a ball 9 now, 188 for 6, and she's on strike as Marie Kelly continues to bowl right arm spin over the wicket to her. McDonald Gay, almost learning from Bryony Smith, plays that backward of square again for a single. This is just too easy, isn't it, here for South East Stars? They're just picking them off.
Yeah, we're keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
They are indeed. 189 for 6 off 34 overs. Bryony Smith on 113. We've got the percentage now. 113 off 100, so we know what the strike rate is. McDonald Gay, we know what her strike rate is as well. She's got 10 off 10 balls. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who runs Women's Cricket Chat podcast, which you should listen to. Lots of back catalogue things. And also, it's a great podcast to listen to because they're not sort of time specific, because you're talking to all sorts of people involved in the game, but it's not, it doesn't matter if it's not sort of listened to in order, as it were. As Gordon comes in from this end, left arm around to McDonald Gay, who plays that through the covers and easy along the carpet 4. That's easy pickings again. Loose ball, sort of a bit too slow really there from Kirsty Gordon to McDonald Gay, who is now on a 14 runs off the 11, and South East Stars looking down the barrel of potentially getting 200 here. So South East Stars are 193 for 6, or into the 35th over, so Lightning could be chasing a big score here as Kirsty Gordon waits for her fielders to go back to their marks. He goes around the wicket to McDonald Gay, just defends that, and there is no run. Yes, the Women's Cricket Chat podcast, they're not specific to a time, so it doesn't matter. They're not talking about what's happening in terms of the results. They're talking about the individuals and what their story is in cricket. So Gordon serves that to McDonald Gay, who squirts that to backward square, and they get through for an easy single.
Yes, we've had Kirsty Gordon on last year, I think it was now, ahead of the 100 in 2021. But it's all about the people and the stories, their cricket story, but just about them and their interests beyond cricket as well. Yeah,
as Gordon comes left arm round to Bryony Smith, who eases that into the offside, and they get through for a single. Yeah, it's almost their I don't want to say values, but it's also what they bring. What they bring to the game and what the game has brought to them, really, I suppose. as Gordon comes into McDonald Gay this time, comes forward and plays that into the cover, and they get through for a single.
Yes, it started off as a lockdown project with Alexandra Pereira, who I met through a diversity in the media programme with BComs, an amazing programme for people to get involved in from disadvantaged backgrounds, etc. And it's more it's more underrepresented backgrounds, rather than disadvantaged.
Yeah. Oh, it's a catch! Oh, they finally got Bryony Smith out. So Kirsty Gordon will be very pleased with herself. So she served her a sort of short ball. Bryony Smith sort of rocked back, or sort of leant back, and just played that straight to the fielder, who takes an easy catch. And that's a great innings from Bryony Smith. 114 of the 102 that she's faced. And if you take her score out of 196 for 7, that looks very different. So Bryony Smith coming back from the England T20 squad to put in a captain's innings there and take most of the work out of the South East Stars batting innings. And you can probably pick that up on the FX mic. I don't know how many spectators in, but there's a decent amount of applause coming from underneath our commentary position as she takes her helmet off and comes over the boundary rope, which also brings then the next batter to the crease, number 12.
Alexa Stonehouse, I think it might be.
Alexa Stonehouse, indeed. Kent player. She's Trent Rockets.
Yes. So she's definitely got some familiar faces in the Lightning squad that she played against.
Yes.
I heard some tales from Catherine Bryce about Alexa Stonehouse, how she's just so hilarious.
Oh, okay.
Just doing.
We should get her up here then.
Yeah, just doing the littlest things that people just laugh. One of those kind of characters.
Great.
And she had this obsession with big peppers. I don't know if you saw that on the social media channels.
What, like pepper pigs or red peppers, like big, chili peppers and
big red peppers?
Capsicums.
Yeah, she just likes munching on them before matches.
Oh, it's like ready, steady, cook style.
Yes.
Okay. So Marie Kelly coming in right arm over to the new batter, and it goes underneath Marie Kelly and also underneath a diving fielder on the fielding restrictions circle. It's sort of spectacularly two falls and a submission for a 4 there for the new batter, Alexa Stonehouse, the said capsicum-loving Kent player, who bowls left arm but bats right-handed, I think.
Yeah, she's definitely one to watch as well, especially with this under-19s competition.
Yes, well, that's going to be fascinating to see who makes, all of the sides, but certainly first fascination will be who makes the England under-19 women's team for the first ever women's under-19 World Cup as Marie Kelly comes in. Ooh, she took a swipe at that one. The wicketkeeper's very interested then, but there's no run. And the 200 up, more importantly for South East Star, 200 for 7. And McDonald Gay on strike. Marie Kelly. Oh, again, takes a swipe. So the ball's almost got some sort of invisibility cloak going on past the batter and straight through to Claridge behind the stumps. Marie Kelly from the far end, the pavilion end. Again, bamboozles her, as you say, but that ball squirts to short backward square, but there is no run, and the batter really doesn't know where the ball's gone. But more importantly for Lightning, a dot ball as McDonald Gay takes her stance again. She's on 20 off the 18 balls she's faced. And again played back to the bowler, and they think, McDonald Gay thinks about taking a single, but then thinks against it as Lightning do the tidying up.
Yeah.
And the score remains on 200.
Really good hands there from Marie Kelly to just bowl it and then to stop it straight away afterwards.
McDonald Gay. Again, the sort of same ball straight back to the bowler, but not catchable, but straight back to Marie Kelly. So a dot ball. So Marie Kelly's giving Kirsty Gordon, her captain, some dot balls. So Kirsty Gordon gives her a tap on the back of the shoulder. Says, "Thanks very much." Wickets and dots. That's what she wants. So the score is 200 for 7 off 36 overs. 14 to go. Then Hannah, what do you reckon?
I'm thinking that 250 shout. May slightly.
They've lost Bryony Smith now, haven't they?
That's the issue
she'd
now.
Stayed in.
So that's what I'm thinking now. That might be slightly too far ahead at the moment. Maybe 230 might be more appropriate. I'm not Not too sure, because there's still plenty of time, but I can see Lightning really strangling them now and making it really difficult. Alexa Stonehouse comes into this match having only scored double figures once this season for the South East Stars. So there's a lot of pressure on her, but at the same time, that's a real opportunity for her.
Oh, yeah.
Can she carry her side to a 250 plus score?
Kirsty Gordon left arm around to Stonehouse, who prods that down, and they'd sort of half a chance of a run, but not really. There wasn't ever. There was a sort of almost a flinch as though she was going to take a run, but it didn't happen. So they remain on 200 for 7. Kirsty Gordon into Stonehouse, who doesn't manage to get a bat on that, straight to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. More dots. So maybe this is the tactic. Bowl lots of dots. Get rid of Bryony Smith. Tick. Bowl lots of dots. And left arm round to Stonehouse, who plays that just straight to the field, and there's no run.
Yeah, much better from Lightning.
Mm.
They've really just swayed that pressure now, haven't they? Lightning are becoming the team on top.
Yeah, there's a bit of a momentum shift having got rid of Bryony Smith, although the ball went underneath the fielder there. She won't want to see any kind of replay of that.
I think that was Beth Palmer out there.
Oh, we won't mention the name. It went underneath the fielder there, whoever it was. And 201 for 7.
Yeah, I think it's just that last game kind of tiredness, perhaps, a little bit of fatigue from the season.
Because McDonald Gay just jams that down, there's no run.
There's been a couple fielding errors like that, but at the same time, we can't say that because these are professional athletes and they need to be doing better.
Yeah. Of course, we should explain that Grace Road has still got a manual scoreboard here over to our left with a proper clock on it and everything, as Gordon comes into McDonald Gay, who plays that well out into the cover point region, and they get through for a single. So, proper. It must have lots of those ropes that we used to pull and make those clacking noises. Brilliant. Proper old manuals. There can't be many of those left. I think there's a few at the grounds in Australia potentially, but not many now as we look across to the electronic scoreboard, which of course can give us lots and lots more information than the old scoreboards. But there's something very pleasant about that thunk as the numbers go round, and the score is 202 for 7 off 37 overs. McDonald Gay on 21 off the 22 balls she's faced, and Stonehouse on the 1 off the 4 that she's faced, as Kelly comes in right arm over to McDonald Gay, who comes forward and plays that straight back at Marie Kelly. And again, I hope she's got shin pads on, because they're playing it back at her, aren't they?
She's a tough cookie. I'm not sure many would be wearing today, unfortunately, but she's bowling very well.
Seems to be going back to her a lot, but McDonald Gay manages to work that one to mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, and they just get through for an easy single. I mean, there's plenty of deliveries left, isn't there? I mean, you mentioned about totals. I mean, so
that's the only thing, because there are
you
plenty
think
of
250,
balls.
wouldn't you? 250 beyond, but
it's just the wicket situation being 7 down.
Yeah,
I think that's where Lightning have this upper hand, and hopefully, from a Lightning perspective, we'll strangle them a little bit and get them under that 230 score.
Marie Kelly comes into Stonehouse. Quite an open stance, but she plays that between the fielders and they get through for a single. There's a bit of hesitation, but there's also a little bit of fumble in the field, so they get through for an easy single. 204 for 7. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford on we think it's a Leicestershire YouTube stream in the end, don't we? Not Lightning Cricket, which is what we were told to begin with. As McDonald Gay plays that down to 3rd. I think it's going to make yes, it has made the rope. That's 4 runs. Score moves on to 204 for 7. 208 for 7, I beg your pardon. McDonald Gay on 26 off the 25 balls she's faced, in Stonehouse on 2.
Yeah, she's really taking that responsibility now. Bryony Smith's gone, somebody else has to step up, and she's fulfilling that role, going ahead of a runner ball. So
yep,
she's got to carry this across the line. They're setting the total here. What total is going to be too much for Lightning to chase?
Yep, she comes forward and plays that again underneath Marie Kelly's. Regardless of what her action is, they seem to be batting it straight back at her. So, and that was a single. 209 for 7. Marie Kelly bowling this time right arm over to Alexa Stonehouse. Comes forward and plays that through the covers. They get through for a single. I think about a second, but not for long. 210 for 7, and that's 38 overs gone. And yes, McDonald go on 27, Stonehouse on 3. What's happening in Headingley, Hannah? While we get a chance, while they change around and
So it's just reloading. 180 for 6 off 40.2 overs at the moment. Southern Vipers batting. And it looks like Emily Windsor's still not out 26 at the moment. And obviously she performed very well last week.
But because she's been playing for Lightning, hasn't she, Emily Windsor? She was on loan briefly.
Yeah, she had a couple matches on loan with Lightning, but has been standing up for the Vipers as well. That's the issue, or the strength of Vipers, is that the fact they do bat so deep. And it's an issue in the sense that those players lower down in other teams would be batting higher up and would be getting more of an opportunity, perhaps. Of
course, Emily Windsor, famous for hitting the winning runs, wasn't she, in the Women's 100 final?
And she did the same thing in the Rachel Hay Opening last year as well, in the final for that, to get Vipers their back-to-back win alongside Tara Norris.
It's not bad to be part of your legend, is it, as Graves comes into Stonehouse, who works that into the onside, and they think about a second. Well, they're going to go for a second, as it was good fielding usually from Lightning, but they got back quickly. There was a slight hesitation, but 2 runs nevertheless to the total, and that's 212 for 7. Graves coming in from the Bennett end to Alexa Stonehouse, who's on 5 at the moment. And she just defends that down. There is no run. 212 for 7 into the 39th over. I mean, you know, when we're getting to the point where it's going to be 10 overs, 60 balls, 250 ought to be well within reach, and in fact it ought to be more like 275, but that's knocked out into the offside there to the fielder. That's an easy single. 213 for 7.
Yeah, they should definitely get 250, but it's just whether Lightning can take these next couple of wickets and completely change the game. Like, I genuinely can see a 230 score being on the board if Lightning get these next 2.
There might be a bit of a domino. I'm sure that's what Lightning will be hoping for, as McDonald Gay works that into the onside to the square leg region and just get through for a single. Yes, I mean they want wickets. Dots as a second choice, but they certainly don't want to see the strike rotating as it is at the moment. Graves comes in from our end to Stonehouse, but Stonehouse can't get that ball away, and Kirsty Gordon swoops in and sends the ball back to the wicket keeper to keep her in the game, and the score is 214 for 7.
Yeah, and of course we want to see some really good cricket here today, because it is Lightning's last match in purple, but for South East Stars they're just playing as a warm-up for the qualifiers on Wednesday, aren't they? But they shouldn't let that slip in their standards.
No, that's an interesting context for the game today, isn't it, as Graves comes into Stonehouse, who again can't get that away. Yeah, so Lightning in their last outing as Lightning, and probably in purple last outing as well, because as we mentioned earlier, but I suspect that you couldn't hear us, was that Notts County Cricket are going to be taking over the running of the Regional Centre of Excellence for the East Midlands as of 1st of November, and so that's going to be an interesting change. So, but Lightning is associated with Loughborough, so we assume it won't be Lightning. Maybe we could get people to suggest what the name might be, because the East Mids, when I worked here, it was difficult to get an identity for the East Mids, and that there's lots of identities, but one that actually unites all of the regions. That's a dot ball bowled by Marie Kelly to MacDonald Gay. We haven't got any animal names in the 8 regions yet, have we? Or vipers. So maybe some more animal names. So we might get people to perhaps suggest what the East Mids regional team should be called. And that was a single, so the score is 215 for 7, and as we approach the end of the 40th over, Marie Kelly coming round the wicket to Alexa Stonehouse this time, McDonald Gay goes to the other side to run as a backing up batter. Stonehouse works that to point and they get through for a single, which I know I was doing commentary the first game of the season for Western Storm at Sophia Gardens, and Jane Powell, former England captain, now in charge of the disabilities sport pathways, is very annoyed when somebody takes a single there. She's coaching. You don't want the fielders taking a single there, the batters taking a single to a fielder there, and that goes straight through and there is no run. 216 for 7.
Yeah, they do have their fielding book as well, which they will be marked on. It might be their last match, but
they're still,
it's still a season.
Marked down for letting a single there at backward point, especially as a next point fielder. So that's something that's particularly dear to my heart. There's a single there. McDonald Gay moves on to 30 off the 31 balls she's faced. Score is 217 for 7. And this is going to be the last ball of this over, which is the 40th over, so there's going to be just the 10 left. After this ball, what can Marie Kelly do? Bowling right arm round the wicket to Alexa Stonehouse in the sunshine of Grace Road. A loopy delivery, and Stonehouse works that straight drive, and there's a fielder diving over the top of it. We can't say it's the very far side from us, but they managed to tidy that up. So I think was it just the single? I think it maybe was. So the score is now 219 for 7. I'm just waiting to see if the scoreboard clicks over. 219 for 7 off 40 overs. Yeah, 219 for 7 off 40 overs. So 10 overs left, so 60 balls. They ought to be looking at 275. And north of there, really, South East Stars, and of course Lightning will be wanting to stop that from happening.
Yeah, it's just the wickets in hand situation, isn't it? They've only got 3 more batters to come in, and it is the tail, so it's difficult for South East Stars, but they've got such a good platform thanks to Bryony Smith to just let loose.
Yeah, that's a brilliant captain's innings from Bryony Smith as Graves comes in from the Bennett end to McDonald Gay, who plays that through the covers to the fielder, and they get through for a single. 220 for 7. This is the 41st over, so 59 balls left. What can they get to? As Stonehouse open stance to the right arm over Graves. She comes forward, tries to work that into the offside, but there is no run. And the wicket-keeper just throws that back to Kirsty Gordon. And then it gets back to the bowler. Looks quite sunny out there, but it is quite autumnal, cold breeze coming across the ground as Stonehouse plays that into the onside. And they get through for a single. And the score moves on to 221 for 7. Into the 41st over. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who's All Things Women's Cricket Chat podcast, which you should definitely listen to. And McDonald Gay can't get that past Kirsty Gordon in the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, this is much better from Lightning now. You just want to get those dot balls back, don't you? We've had a few overs where it's been a little bit more expensive, and South East Stars have found the rhythm.
A few more dots, maybe a couple of wickets along the way as McDonald Gay thumps that up and over to the mid-wicket, and there's 2 fielders down there, so they're just going to get the single. It's a decent thump, but not into a gap, so if you're going to get it past the fielders, a single is more preferable to the 4, which it could have been.
Yeah, she just needed to get a little bit of a healthier middle on that, didn't she?
Yeah.
But Georgie Boyce mops out on the boundary there.
Yep, Stonehouse facing Graves. Misses that altogether. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. And that's the end of the over. 41 overs gone. 222. The Aussies love that. 222, because I think it's like Richie Bennett. 222 for 7. Stonehouse on 10 off the 16 balls she's faced, and McDonald Gay will face the next ball of the next over. She's on 32 off the 34. So they're going along quite nicely, but more run-a-ball-y than kind of accelerate-y.
Yeah, and there still was a bit of time to let loose, but it's just that 4-7 element, isn't it? Is the fact that it's not natural batters coming in next, is it? So
we shall find out.
Yeah, we will see.
If Lightning get some wickets here, as Kirsty Gordon, she's a longer run up there, comes in from the far end, left arm round to McDonald Gay, who plays that to long on, and there's a single, 223, 2-2-3 for 7, and Stonehouse to face this one. Nikesh has got he's got another jacket on. It's chilly out there, and Stonehouse can't get that ball away from Kirsty Gordon. That's another dot ball, which will please the captain off her own bowling. A dot there. Stonehouse to face, crouching, plays forward, but again can't get the ball away. So maybe strangling the scoring is the way to go from this point, and the hope of picking up some wickets for Lightning. Stars will want to push on, give themselves a big total, give themselves good practice for the eliminator. We shall find out who they're going to play later when we get the result from Headingley. Have you got any? Ooh,
yeah, Southern Vipers are 192 for 8 at the moment.
As Gordon comes into Stonehouse, plays that to deep mid wicket, but there's a fielder running in there again. It's just a single, and the Lightning keeping a bit of a lid on the South East Stars total here. You kind of feel like if Bryony Smith had come in, she could have really clicked to a few more gears, and we might have seen a faster run rate here for Stars. But who knows? We're getting some singles here. There's some strike rotation. McDonald Gay gets through for a single, and then they turn it into a 2. That's good from Stars, as the score moves on to 226 for 7 off 42 overs. 8 overs left then. They've still got to be looking north of 250, 275.
They're just going to have to keep rotating the strike. I think what we've seen at the moment is they have to run hard and they have to get that single because they're not clearing the boundaries as frequently as they were earlier with the likes of Bryony Smith.
So what would you call the East Mids franchise? What do you reckon? Have you got any ideas or any kind of like general thoughts? Should it be an animal? Should we have a...
I think you should relate it to the geography. The geography,
yes. Stonehouse works that backwards of fine leg and it's going to the boundary, and that's a 4. So that's a bit better for South East Stars' point of view. 4 runs there to the total. 230 for 7, 15 for Stonehouse and 35 for McDonald Gay. Yes, I think I'm with you. I think it's got to say East Mid something.
Or maybe Trent something.
Or Trent. Yes, Trent. Not necessarily going to please Leicester and...
But the Trent goes through the
four
regions.
Yeah, Trent. Yeah.
Thinking of the river.
Yeah, I'm with you, yeah. Stonehouse plays that to cover, but there's no run. 230 for 7. We're into the 43rd over. Yeah, it could be East Mids or Trent. Comets? I don't know. I mean, I was involved with some of the early stuff with before Central Sparks for Central Sparks, trying to decide what to call the West Mids one, as that is played to mid off, and they get through for a single. The sort of similar challenge in the West Mids because you've got the Black Country, you've got Birmingham obviously as the big urban centre, but you want to make it more inclusive of the whole of the West Midlands. So if you call it Birmingham something, it's people get annoyed, blah blah blah. So Central Sparks sort of locates it. The Sparks were supposed to, was an appeal there. Not interested. That's a dot ball. The Sparks were supposed to be sort of industrial revolution because you've got Shropshire and the Iron Bridge, you've got the Black Country, you've got Birmingham as the sort of workshop of the world and all the rest of it, City of 1,000 Trades, so forth. So that was why Central Sparks, I was sort of part of a larger group that was looking at the branding for that, as that's a dot ball there. And the score is still 231 for 7. It's always whatever you pick is going to annoy some people, but you want something that gives it a sense of identity, don't you? And there was also values to do with Central Sparks, which I'm sure that they'll do for here as well. What sort of team do we want to be, etc. As Graves comes into McDonald Gay, who just defends that, but into a nice little pocket there at mid-wicket because there's no fielder, so they get through for a single. Score moves on to 232 for 7. Stonehouse on 16, McDonald Gay on 36, and that's 43 overs. What do you think the theories should be around the naming? What's the kind of general?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
I definitely think something about the Trent and how it, because obviously it plays throughout the regions here: Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire.
Doesn't go to Lincolnshire.
Does it not go to Lincolnshire?
Well, I don't know. Somebody will correct us. I don't know.
I'm not a geographer, so I might have just completely ruined that one. But I think, something that relates to the East Midlands as a whole region, because I think that's been the issue with Lightning, although they've tried to move away from Loughborough Lightning.
Yeah, as that's played into the leg side backward of square from McDonald Gay, and they get a single for the first ball of Gordon's over. We're into the 44th over now.
Although they've tried to move away from Loughborough Lightning and just be Lightning Cricket, and you'll notice a subtle change. It literally just on their logo, it just says Lightning Cricket instead of Loughborough Lightning, like the other Loughborough University kind of franchises do have. Like when you've got the Lightning Rugby, Lightning Football, etc. They all say Loughborough Lightning.
It's definitely got to change, hasn't it? They get through for a single there.
Whereas with cricket, it does just say Lightning Cricket, but that distinction's so small because all the branding is so
similar. And the
similar.
purple and everything. 2-3-4 for 7, and Gordon into McDonald Gay, and that's a dot.
That's been the problem in terms of the identity. People still associate them with the university rather than with the regions. I think this opportunity now with Notts is going to be such a huge opportunity for the region to just shift that identity. Fresh
start, isn't it? And that's tickled off the legs there, and it's well fielded on the fielding circle there, and they just get through for the single. So we move from 2-3-4 to 2-3-5 for 7.
Because this team is more than just the university, and the university have obviously played such a key part and have done so much for women's cricket, especially over the last kind of even 20 years or so.
Yeah, and the Kia Super League involvement as well. As Gordon comes into Stonehouse, and that's another dot ball.
In terms of creating that kind of MCCU pathway, etc. But I think Loughborough now plays a role as a university rather than as the development hub as such.
Yeah, so that they can do their distinctive things there.
Exactly.
As Stonehouse plays that into the leg side to square leg, and they get through for single. Yeah, because it's got to be that, that they are the regional centres of excellence for the whole region. They're the sort of funnel, if you like, to talent spot from the whole region. So you've got Notts, Derby, Leicester and Lincolnshire. So, and all of the kind of county pathway age group stuff will be leading into that. So, it's a chance for a fresh start with the branding. Maybe we're going to get some more weather because we've had storm, lightning and thunder. Maybe another animal because we've had a viper. Or a comet or something. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what they pick, and also what the branding will be, and how they style it.
And I think there will be a real consultation with others in the regions and the counties, etc. I think that's been quite a hard thing from the university being the hub, is getting the counties on board when they are a university. It's hard, isn't it? Well,
you got the benefit of being the sort of the centre of excellence, sporting centre of excellence, and then the downside of it being almost too much associated with academia and graduates or recent graduates, as Ballinger
and it's just
comes back on from this end.
It's just outside of the county kind of system, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be definitely a good move for Lightning to become
whatever it becomes.
Something else.
Yeah. As Ballinger comes in, left arm around this time, and it's gone up in the air. I think it's going to drop tantalising between three fielders, and it does drop, as I mentioned, between three fielders. So in the air. But not to a fielder, and they got through for a single there. 2-3-7 for 7. McDonald Gay on strike. Ballinger with a dancy run up with the heels flying from our end, and that's edged, I think, there from McDonald Gay. It's herring towards it's gone over. That's 4 runs. McDonald Gay, not certain she knew where that was going, just sort of edged it past the keeper and over the ropes along and through the ropes for 4. And moving towards that 250 now, Hannah. 241 for 7 into the 45th over with Grace Ballinger bowling from the Bennett end away from us to McDonald Gay, who plays that forwards, and Ballinger thinks about kicking the ball back to the stumps, I think, or possibly kicked it to a fielding colleague, and they don't get a run. 241 for 7.
Yeah, it definitely looks like 250 is definitely on, if not that 275.
Yeah, that 275 I think is highly likely if they...
Yeah, I think I was being too optimistic for Lightning. I thought they took control of the game and we started to squeeze, and I thought there was going to be that domino effect. But
we might still get a domino effect here as Ballinger runs away from us, left arm round to McDonald Gay. Ooh, there's an appeal, and the umpire is not interested at all in that. It's more from the bowler and maybe a sort of late from Claridge behind the stumps. But a dot ball, more importantly for Lightning. 241 for 7 into the 45th over. Ballinger back on again. She took 2 for 45 earlier. What can she do here as she runs in from the fielding restrictions? Circle in. That's sort of loose down the leg side, and indeed it is a wide. So a bonus ball, another chance to bowl that again for Grace Ballinger.
That's a nice way of putting it. A bonus ball.
McDonald Gay on 40. She snuck up there. She's got 42 or 45 balls. She's heading towards her 50 there.
Yeah, she's really stood up, and it's her highest score of the season so far.
Brilliant for her. Ballinger in, and that's played lustily to the fielder, and there's a chance of a shot at the stumps, but they get through for a single, and in all of that, McDonald Gay drops a bat, but beyond the popping crease, so everyone's safe back when they should be, and the score is 243 for 7. Stonehouse to face. She's on 19 of the 27 balls she's faced. It's a very distinct bowling action from Grace Ballinger, isn't it? There's a lovely sort of click and a kind of hitch kick almost halfway through a bowling action, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, you've got to do what works for you.
It's great rhythm.
Yeah, some coaches would be saying, nope, you need to, make sure you've got a clean run up, maximise those steps rather than doing a bit of a clippity-clop in between. But whatever works for you works. It's what makes bowlers so different, and
it is that rhythm. Because I remember playing with Margaret Froston down in Somerset, and she got the equivalent of the golfing yips when she was bowling. She just lost the rhythm. She couldn't remember how to bowl. She bowled, hundreds and hundreds of balls, but just suddenly it just went. And I think it's that, isn't it? And, if it, like you say, if it works for you, if it gives you that right rhythm coming into the crease and gets you at the right point to deliver the ball, because we've got some very different bowling actions through the regional setups. You've got the Katie Levick and Anish Patel. Katie Levick at Northern Diamonds, Anish Patel at Central Sparks, who bowl spin, but almost from the back of their hand above their head. You have to kind of see that. I don't know if I can even describe that. But yes, some very different bowling actions as Munro comes in from the far end, and McDonald Gay thinks about a single because it kind of went underneath the fielder. But no, they've managed to limit that to a dot. 243 for 7 into the 46th over. Munro from the far end, the pavilion end, coming down the hill apparently, towards us in that wonderful purple that we won't see again in the next season as Notts take over, unless they do some sort of transition thing, purple and something. And that's a dot ball. 243 for 7 in the middle of the 46th over. Munro bowling, a captain Kirsty Gordon alongside, giving us some words of encouragement and some sort of tactical nous, no doubt, as McDonald Gay waits, tapping the bat. She sweeps that to the mid-wicket region. There's 2 fielders there, and the first one picks it up nicely, and they get back safely to their ends. Score is 245 for 7. McDonald Gay on 45, heading towards her 50. Stonehouse on a useful 19. So can Lightning affect this domino of wickets that they really need to see? And that's worked off the legs. Oh, I missed that with the balcony then. That's a dot ball anyway. 245 for 7 as we approach the end of the 46th.
She's got tangled up a little bit.
Yeah, tangled up. McDonald Gay, maybe into the nervous 40s already, mid 40s maybe.
Yeah, I think to be fair, rather than nervous, I think McDonald Gay will be absolutely pleased and full of confidence at this stage. I think she'll be looking at the scoreboard and personal.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, personal scores aside, she wants to get her side up to that 270 mark.
That's a dot ball. I thought Monroe had fielded that, but it ended up producing itself the other side of the wickets, and Kirsty Gordon does a tidy up. There's a no run, 245 for 7 still.
At least we've got Monroe back on the pitch as well, because we did see
yes, good point. So
earlier.
This is good. We don't want to see anybody injured.
No.
Especially at, any time. So Monroe in from the far end to McDonald Gaze on 45. What can she do with this? She lofts it up and over. Oh, I thought Kirsty Gordon was going to go for a huge dive then. Instead she goes for a shy at the stumps. And then puts a double teapot in for her own fielding, which is interesting. 240, that must be 7. 246 for 7. That's 46 overs gone. Stonehouse will face now. She's on 19 off the 28 balls she's faced. McDonald Gay on 46 off the 52 she's faced. So South East Stars, enjoying the batting here. They will be in the eliminator, but we still don't know who they're going to be playing on Wednesday, because that is all down to the game at Headingley, where Northern Diamonds are taking on Southern Vipers. The winner will go automatically to the final, and the other team will play in the eliminator against South East Stars. We don't even know where that game's going to be, as Ballinger comes in from our end to McDonald Gay, who takes a big swipe, and that's straight down the field. And she gets through for a single, taking her on to 47.
Just looking across to that Vipers match at the moment. 216 for 8, and they're going into the final over at the moment.
So they're managing to restrict them. If ours is any kind of par total, Kirsty Gordon is busy shifting the field. She's bringing in the fine leg to the fielding circle. And long on's going out. Marie Kelly. Ballinger coming round. Stonehouse works that to sort of deep gully, and they get a single. Or Jane Powell wouldn't be pleased with that. They get a single to the fielding circle fielder. Shouldn't be a single there, she'd say. As Kirsty Gordon gives a word of encouragement to Grace Ballinger, bowling from the Bennett end. Away from us towards McDonald Gaze on 47. That's a big swing, and it's through the covers. There's a fielder there, so it'll just be the single. And McDonald Gaze moves on to 48. Score is 249, so they're about to click through that 250 milestone. Our South East Stars, they are batting against Lightning. Lightning is the current Regional Centre of Excellence for the East Midlands. It will be taken over by Notts next season. South East Stars is, as the name suggests, from the South East. And that's squeezed underneath the bat for 4 from Alexa Stonehouse, I think. Is that any kind of... I don't think it'll come off the bat, I think. Is that a signal bat, I think?
It seems to have
come off the bat. Sort of squeezed it underneath. The wicketkeeper stood right up, so went underneath the bat, through the wicketkeeper, and to the boundary at the far end. And Stonehouse is credited with the 4. So she moves on to 24. The score is 253. So they've gone through the 250. There must have been a clap out there, although we've got the windows drawn, so we can't hear that much from outside at the moment. I might actually turn that up a little bit so we can hear that a little bit better. Ballinger comes into Stonehouse, who works that into the offside, but there's no run, doesn't even consider a run, and sort of waggles a bat as though she's waiting for a different delivery to hit from Grace Ballinger, who's taken 2 for 54 so far, and she's the last ball of the 9th over that she'll have bowled. Away from us to Stonehouse, who plays it underneath herself, and they get through for a single. Sort of dob down in front and nicks the strike as well, I think. So that's 254 for 7. And Stonehouse on 25, McDonald Gay on 48. Is that right? Or are they just?
And I think this is Stonehouse's top score of the season so far as well, I believe.
Stonehouse on 25 off her 32.
It is, yeah. So her previous top score this season was 24 against Sunrisers.
3 overs left then. 18 balls. It's 254 for 7. What do you reckon, Stars? They want to get to that 270 odd, don't they? If they can, but
they've got a licence to hit now, haven't they? They've got nothing to lose. They've still got those 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, they've got the 254 on the board. And it's Munro to come in from the pavilion end. That's the far end to us, coming in towards Alexa Stonehouse. Twiddles a bat, takes a stance. Quite an open stance. Munro bangs that in, and it's given a wide by umpire Dovey from the far end.
And of course, we mentioned earlier, 2 Trent Rocket teammates from this summer.
Oh yes.
So Munro versus Stonehouse.
Yes, Trent Rockets versus Trent Rockets. So hence the banged in ball, do we think? Yeah, I think there's a bit of spice there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of spice, a bit of drama between the two, I reckon.
Yeah. Munro to Stonehouse. You can only defend that.
And I think it's something that we're seeing more in the women's game, especially this season, that kind of shorter ball, just trying to put that pressure onto the bat. Before, we didn't really see too many of those previously, did we?
Well, yeah, I've had this sort of conversation before. It's like earlier eras didn't play on as good pitches, and so when you talk about I never batted in a helmet, but we never played on pitches that were good enough to bounce that high, to be honest. And that's gone up into the air from Stonehouse, but into a gap. They get through for a single. Score is 256 for 7. Stonehouse on 26. Yeah, we didn't play on pitches that were good enough to bounce high, apart from someone like Lucy Pearson, who was over 6 foot and banging it in. But even the pitches weren't good enough. So that's been a big difference with the regional stuff. They're playing on decent pitches. They can generally trust the bounce of the ball, and you can do that. The short ball we see. That's going wide. We see Isabel Wong, for example, Central Sparks, banging the ball in. Lauren Bell from the Vipers. Emily Arlott. Even Nat Siver has now got introduced a bouncer into her repertoire, although she's not in the current England side. She's taking a bit of a break at the moment. And who can blame her? She's been playing non-stop for as long as anyone can calculate, as Munro comes into McDonald Gay, and she needs that too. She's got a single. She goes to 49, Hannah.
Yeah, but I think to be fair, I think yes, she's got one eye on that scoreboard, but at the same time, I think she just wants to get that practice now ahead of the qualifiers on Wednesday. Like going into that qualifier on the back of this form in a role that she's played excellently today.
Yeah,
she's really taken the game on. They lost Bryony Smith. She had to step up, and she's done exactly that.
Yeah, I think South East Stars will be well chuffed so far. The momentum has swung back towards South East Stars here as Munro comes into Stonehouse, who plays a beautiful shot between the fielders. They don't even bother running. That's another 4 to Stonehouse, and the score moves on to 262 for 7. Stonehouse on to 30. She's sneaking those runs in now. She's got 30 off 35 balls, and we'll face now the last couple of balls of the 48th over. Munro from the far end. Kirsty Gordon just shouting at the field. She's moving the fine leg fielder in. There's definitely a plan here. She brought fine leg up. Munro into Stonehouse. Stonehouse plays that 2 point, but he went underneath the fielder and is swept from the boundary, and they just have the one run. 263 for 7.
And of course, these two in the middle here as well are potential options for the Under-19 World Cup. They're both 18 years old, born in 2004.
Oh, I hate that when I hear those. But those what years they're born. Oh.
Yeah, 2004. So just about alive for the 2005 Ashes.
Monroe into McDonald Gay, who clips that off her legs. It's going backwards off square. It's 4, and that's McDonald Gay's 50. Well batted, as you say. Stepped up, as gets a big hug from her teammate. McDonald Gay moves to 53 off the 56 ball. So, having lost Bryony Smith, and she's really come in and stepped up there and moved the score on. 267 for 7. 48 overs gone. And Stonehouse on 31. She's chasing her to her 50 as well. If Loughborough, I should put money in a box now, shouldn't I? For that, for Lightning, Lightning need to really stem this now. Wickets and dot balls from here on for these last 2 overs as Ballinger. Oh, that was a false start. And Stonehouse just takes a stance again. I think whether there was somebody moving behind the bowler's arm or something as Ballinger comes in. Dancy, left arm round. Stonehouse takes a big thump of that. There's a fielder underneath it, and it's a catch. It's an easy catch there, indeed. An easy catch.
Kirsty Gordon underneath
it. The captain, underneath that one. She won't take an easier one today, I don't think. Coming down from quite a height, but not out of the sun at her. And that's Alexa Stonehouse. Bowled Ballinger, caught Kirsty Gordon. What are you
yeah,
gonna say?
Really good cameo, isn't it? 31 or 37.
Yeah.
Did far better than I kind of talked her up to as well. So apologies to Alexa Stonehouse. I honestly thought Lightning in that moment were going to strangle them. They were going to keep the pressure on, but South East Stars have taken the game on and they've really pushed it away from Lightning.
Yeah, so Eva Gray coming in, another oval invincible.
Yep, 100 winner.
Yeah, 100 winner again. Double 100, they've done it, well, I don't, yes, she's played 2 years running, so she's, double 100 winner indeed.
It's important to note as well, Hypercourse on Twitter flagged up that Bryony Smith had the fastest trophy 100 for 83 Amy Jones, 86 Bryony Smith.
So breaking some records potentially.
Yep, so then followed up by Emma Lamb and Sophia Dunkley, so in some really good company there.
Ballinger surveying the fields. 267 for 8 into the 49th. Gray on strike, getting tangled up, and that's a wide ball. Loose ball from Ballinger there. 268 for 8. Ballinger bowling potentially up the hill, but certainly away from us, away from the Bennett end, towards the pavilion, and Eva Gray waits, steps across, plays that into the covers, and they get through for an easy single. 269 for 8. Just a few balls left before the break. Hannah, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hard task for Lightning to chase us down, but they have got the addition of Georgie Boyce as well from Thunder
batting
on
strength,
loan. So additional batting strength considering we haven't got the Tammy Beaumont
effect.
Yeah.
Ballinger to McDonald Gay, who plays that straight to the point fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, because Lightning are at somewhat of a disadvantage without the Bryce sisters, who add so much with the bats, and the top scorers for Lightning this season so far. So that's a huge loss. I think Catherine Bryce was averaging 50-ish / maybe slightly higher.
It's not a bad batting average, is it? As Ballinger runs away from us towards McDonald Gay, plays that, thumps that through long on, and they get through for a single.
I just checked my notes. 58.25 Catherine Bryce was averaging.
Great stat. Love that. 270 for 8. And we're approaching the end of the 49th, so not long now till they get a bit of a break and a cup of tea, I think, a bit of lunch. Ballinger running away from us to Eva Gray. Crouches. Plays that through third, and there's 2 fielders after it, but it's gone for 4. 274 for 8. Eva Gray on 5 off the 2 balls she's faced. McDonald Gay on 54. Can McDonald Gay keep that not out against her batting innings. That will improve her averages.
Yeah, and put her hand up for that under-19s World Cup once again.
Yeah, that's right. Get in the stats, get in the highlights, which she is already. Ballinger runs away from us. Gray tries to play, just goes underneath everything there. That's the end of the over. 274 for 8. And that's 49. So 6 more balls.
Yeah, because although that we said like this is for Lightning just to send off, etc., and for South East Stars it's a playoff opportunity, a bit of a warm up for going into that. At the same time, for those under 19 players, it really does matter this match, doesn't it? Those stats will go into those conversations whether they'll get selected. Lightning have got a few under 19s players here with the likes of Josie Groves, and South East Stars have just witnessed the 2 18-year-olds a second ago in Alexa Stonehouse and McDonald Gay putting on a remarkable partnership after the loss of Bryony Smith. But
you're absolutely right. The most recent stats will be the ones that stand out biggest, won't they? As McDonald Gay faces Monroe, and there's an appeal. I think we might be getting a wide here, but they've run it anyway. We're also getting a wide. Yeah, so 2 runs to the score. 276 for 8.
Yeah, this match is more than just a goodbye, isn't it? It's a real opportunity.
Yeah. So Stars, as you say, wanting to take some momentum into that eliminator match on Wednesday. Lightning, the last hurrah for them as Lightning, since Notts will be taking over the Regional Centre of Excellence next season. Score is 276 for 8. We've got 6 balls left. Monroe from the far end into Gray, who hops over that but can only defend it down in front of her, and they don't get a run.
That sun's beaming again, isn't it?
Yeah. I feel like a tomato in here.
September heat.
I feel like I don't know. I don't think it's that warm out there. Nikesh, mind you, Nikesh has taken his jacket off, so maybe he is getting warmer out there. There's certainly a breeze, judging by the flags at the side of the ground, as Monroe serves one to Gray, who takes a big swing and a miss straight through to the keeper there. No run.
Yeah, hopefully from a Lightning perspective they can keep it now under 280 is what they're probably thinking at the moment. But for Stars, they're thinking, how can we find that boundary option? How can we take that momentum going into the bowling innings as well? Because they've really got nothing to lose here now. They've still got 2 wickets in hand, and
yeah, they could afford
only a few balls remaining.
As I say, Kirsty Gordon was very much on the aggressive fielding, and she doesn't look very aggressive from here, but that's just a single.
The field placements at the moment looks very much damage limitation.
Yes.
Just give them 1, but let's prevent the boundary.
Yeah, we've got a fielder coming in. Teresa Groves coming into the circle here. Monroe. 3 more balls. What can they keep them under? 277 for 8. Coming into McDonald Gay. Down the leg side. Oh, they're going to get another. They're running it, and they're getting a wide. The bonus ball.
Yeah, it's exactly what they should be doing as well, making the most of it from a South East Stars perspective. But
smart batting.
They just need to tidy up that line. They've been okay, haven't they, bowling wise? But there has been quite a few extras that they want to iron out, especially looking into next season. I think working on that over winter will be absolutely key.
Yeah, the line discipline. Yeah. 3 more balls. Oh, squirts backward of the keeper, but there's no run there. 279 for 8. And there's a chat here from umpire Asnan. The umpires are just coming together, and there's a discussion, and that's out. Did we see what happened there? Have we got something happened there? And that the batter is coming back into the hutch there. I don't know quite what happened there. We don't get any replay, so Hannah's trying to catch it off the live stream, see what happened in the last ball.
If you watch it on the live stream, you can rewind it a little bit and let us know what happened.
279 for 9 anyway, and the bepigtailed Danny Gregory. I just love that. Danny Gregory is coming in. The pigtails coming out the back of her helmet. She's coming out to the crease. and there are 2 balls left. And I think she's going to be on strike because it wasn't a catch, was it? So that's the 100 rules as well anyway, so I don't know what I'm talking about. So 279 for 9, and Danny Gregory on strike. She's just taking a guard from umpire Dovey at the far end, who's just holding the bowler back and Munro back. Munro's got 2 more balls. 2 more balls of the innings, 279 for 9. Gregory to face her first ball. McDonald Gay at the other end, 54 off the 58 balls she's faced. Gregory takes a step across to the offside and plays that into the leg side. They get through for a single. I think about a second, but it's just a bending leg moment. And that's just a single. So they get to the 280. So that's another kind of milestone to put the frighteners on lightning when they have to chase this down. 1 ball left. McDonald Gay, who's got this beautiful 54 off 58, standing up when her captain was out to take control and really be the engine of that Stars batting innings. Munro coming in from the far end. McDonald Gay grazes that off her legs and they get through for a single, and that's going to be the end of the innings. So South East Stars, who are the away team here, playing against Lightning in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition. They get 281 for 9, and Lightning will now need 282 to win this game. And South East Stars in a sort of warm-up for the eliminator game on Wednesday, because they know that they're definitely secured. And Lightning, the last time they will play as Lightning, because Notts will take over the Regional Centre of Excellence as of the 1st of November. What sort of batting display are they going to need to get 282 and 50 overs, Hannah?
Well, we definitely need somebody to take responsibility like Bryony Smith did and like McDonald Gay did as well. And they have got some options in there, haven't they? But they are without the Bryce sisters, they are without Tammy Beaumont, and straight away that's 3 big names who normally do contribute. But they have got a signing of Georgie Boyce on loan from Thunder. She's added plenty of runs this summer. And Ella Claridge is also a good option. She's had an interesting season so far, but she can definitely contribute with the bat. She hits the ball quite hard.
Yeah, and if this is a par score, so 281 for 9. I'm just looking across the other games. Southern Vipers got 226 for 9, so that's significantly less against Diamonds up at Headingley. And at Worcester, where Dr. Samara Afzal and Mike Perkins are looking after you on the live stream, Central Sparks have got 260 for 9. Against Sunrisers. I was just going to have a little look at our. Do you want to take it? Shall I take them through the scorecard? And have a little look at the scorecard. Do you want? If you want to do the bowling, I'll do the batting. Just trying to get the right game up. Looking at the Vipers. Why am I looking at the Vipers? South East Stars. So South East Stars batting. So Chloe Brewer was bowled by Ballinger for 2. And Kira Chatley went for 15, LBW to Ballinger. Bryony Smith got this 114 of 102 balls with a 6 and 17 fours. Jemima Spence got 17, was caught Claridge bowled Hyam. Phoebe Franklin was bowled by Gordon for 8. Rihanna Southby was caught and bowled Lucy Hyam for 13. Maddie Blinkhorn Jones, despite having a very long name, did not get a score, unfortunately. And then she was replaced by Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who got 54 not out, more importantly for her averages. Alexa Stonehouse was caught Gordon, bowled Ballinger, and Eva Gray was bowled by Munro for 6, and they ended up on 281 for 9. How about the bowling, Hannah?
Yep, and it's important to note there as well, Bryony Smith, that was her maiden century in this competition.
Oh, I mean, that's not. I mean, even from a Lightning point of view, you know, that's great for her, for the Stars going into that eliminator, but also for England that she got the confidence in the 50 over format to
yep,
get
absolutely.
that sort of score.
And then looking at the bowling, Grace Ballinger, 10 overs, no maidens, 62 runs for 3 wickets, an econ of 6.20. Sophie Munro, 10 overs, no maidens, 55 runs for 1 wicket, and an econ of 5.5. Kirsty Gordon, 10 overs again, 38 runs for 2 wickets with the best econ of the lot at 3.8. Teresa Graves, 7 overs, 36 runs without any wickets. Lucy Hyam, 6 overs, 38 runs, and she picked up 2 wickets at an econ of 6.33. Young spinner Josie Groves, 2 overs, 21 runs, and unfortunately no wickets. But Marie Kelly, 5 overs, 25 runs, and 1 wicket. So pick of the bowlers today was Grace Ballinger with her 10.62 for 3 wickets.
So just to remind people then, up at Headingley, which is the big game because that's who makes it through automatically to the final and who has to play off in the eliminator against Stars. So Vipers have put 226 for 9 on. In fact, all 3 games that are on today are all lost 9 wickets. So Vipers 226 for 9. South East Stars here 281 for 9, and Central Sparks 260 for 9 against Sunrisers at Worcester. So we will join you again after a short break, and we hope you have a very nice lunch or something pleasant, and we'll be back just after the innings break. you join us back at New Road. But there's already a wicket gone, Hannah. Now what you need to know is that we're in the pigeon loft here at New Road, and it's a very long set of stairs.
We're at Grace Road.
Oh, Grace Road. Yes, my brain. I was going to be at New Road. We're at Grace Road, Leicester, the Upton Steel Ground, and this is Lightning's batting innings in response to 281 set by South East Stars. So it's a big total to chase, and they're already 1 wicket down. Well, the other thing is that the facilities, shall we say, are a long way from where we are. So we're a bit out of breath as well. But we're going to catch up. So 2 for 1. That's the end of the first over. And Marie Kelly, I think, already coming back in to the pavilion.
Yep, bowled by Franklin, and it's one of those where with Marie Kelly where she'll either fire from ball one or she will see that early departure because she likes to play that fearless game. Yeah,
and that's what she was Central Sparks. She came over here to have a go with the bat, and Andy left and right-handed bowling, of course, as we see Stonehouse coming from the Bennett end into Harmer crouching, playing that towards the cover. They get through for a quick single. There's some quite sharp fielding there. The sun shining off the beautiful yellow tops of the South East Stars, who are the away side, and Lightning, the home team. This is the East Mids Regional Centre of Excellence. They won't be Lightning next year. They won't be Lightning as of the 1st of November. Nottinghamshire County Cricket will be taking over the East Mids Regional Centre of Excellence as Stonehouse comes into Boyce this time, and Boyce is also an incomer, as is Kelly from Central Sparks. Boyce has come in from Thunder, Northwest Thunder, the Lancashire side, but she plays some of her cricket more locally, doesn't she? So it's not really a surprise to see her in the purple at the moment as Stonehouse comes into Boyce, who defends that down. Not quite sure of the bounce there. We had this with the South East Stars. The first few batters were a bit uncertain of the bounce.
Yeah, and for Georgie Boyce as well, she's one of those original players from the Loughborough Lightning carousel days as well.
Yes, so connection to that.
Back in the day, she played for them in 2016. I think she first played.
So it makes sense. As Boyce tries to play that, but plays all round it, and there is no run. 3 for 1. Approaching the end of the second over. So Stonehouse is bowling in from our end, the Bennett end, towards the pavilion. Boyce tries to play it off her legs, leaves it, and it's gone wide, so that's a bonus ball. And Stonehouse will have to bowl that again. Very sunny, but there is a cold breeze across the ground. We do have some spectators, but I'm not sure where the cameras are set up, but I suspect you can't see them because they're kind of underneath us and probably out of camera shot, given that Nikesh is up on the balcony with us. And that's played to point, but it's fielded, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 5 for 1. Boyce is off the mark. After 6 balls, she's got her run, and Harmer has 2 off the 2 balls she's faced. And it will be Stonehouse into Harmer. Stonehouse's left arm over, and Harmer can only deflect that just into the onside, and there is no run. Phoebe Franklin does the tidying up. Short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. So quickly through these 2 overs. 5 for 1, 2 overs down. Boyce and Harmer at the crease. So it's going to be a big total, isn't it? I mean, this is a big ask for Lightning without Tammy Beaumont to chase this kind of total down.
Yeah, without the Bryce sisters as well.
Yeah, Bryce sisters, yeah.
Are playing for Scotland in the World Cup qualifiers across this weekend.
Yes, they're playing in the same group as Ireland, having done some warm-up games with them last weekend in Edinburgh. As Franklin comes in, and again that's a wide down the leg side, was an attempted tickle from Boyce, but she didn't quite get to the bat to it. So it's just the wide. 6 for 1. Start of the third over. Franklin coming in from the far end, the pavilion end. And that's... Boyce tries to get that away, but only succeeds in padding it down in front of her. Score is still 6 for 1. So the kind of context for this is South East Stars have already made the eliminator. They await the result of the game at Headingley, which is the Northern Diamonds, with the home side, playing against Southern Vipers. The winner of that game goes straight to the final, and that's played into the leg side by Georgie Boyce for a single, and the score moves to 7 for 1. Yes, so the game up at Headingley, whoever wins that goes straight through to the final, and the other team get to play South East Stars in the eliminator game, and depending on who they are as to where the venue for that game is. But the final will be at Lord's, and that's Franklin and to Harmer, who takes a waggle at that, well outside of off, but I suspect makes it into a playable ball, which is why it's not given as a wide. And still on 7 for 1, halfway through the third.
Yeah, Phoebe Franklin as well has come into this after playing with the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100 as well, hasn't she? So
that's right. Down the hill at us. Harmer gets clipped on the pads, and there's a sort of half an appeal, but not really that convinced. Even the fielding side are not that convinced. And Harmer is even less convinced.
Yeah. So yeah, Franklin's one of those players who is getting more and more opportunities over the last couple of seasons, from being kind of on the outskirts and now being a prominent player with a key role.
Yeah. She comes in from the far end. Harmer just dobs that in front of her and there is no run.
And I believe Beth Harmer is one of your Derbyshire players. She's had a bit of history at Derbyshire, I believe.
Derbyshire, she is. That was my county. Oh, that's where I finished. I started at Somerset. Well, started at the West, which is kind of Western Storm, really, because it was regions in those days. Ended at Somerset and then went to Derbyshire. That's another waft, but that's actually given as a wide. That was well outside the guidance line for the umpire. So another bonus ball. Yes, so I played at Derby. Coached a little bit of sort of juniors and school cricket there. Played a bit of evening league. That's where I finished. Well, I did finish playing in trousers, but I did start my career in skirts. Probably played more of my career in skirt than I did in trousers. As that's another wide of Phoebe Franklin. Just losing a line a little bit there. So score is still on 8 for 1. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire, as Hannah just pointed out, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is from Women's Cricket Chat. She's played for the MCC as well, but she's trying to keep that under her hat for some reason. It's been all over the world with it, and that's worked into the leg side.
Just a very long time ago.
Well, let me tell you, Derbyshire and Somerset was even longer ago. That's the end of the third over. 9 for 1 are Lightning, and they need 282 to win this game. And they've got 47 overs in which to do that. Tough task, but I mean, Boyce has brought in to bolster the batting lineup, I imagine. And so they're going to be wanting big things from her with the bat.
Yeah, it's her second match with Lightning. She was on loan last week as well.
Mm-hmm. As got the left arm over to Harmer, who plays that to point, but no run. Stonehouse coming in from the Bennett end.
Unfortunately, Georgie Boyce last week only made 3 runs, so we're looking to put her hand up today and show Lightning what she's about.
Yeah, so last week isn't necessarily a telltale for this week.
Certainly not. She's full of class.
Poor old Marie Kelly. I mean, she did all right last week against Sunrise. She got 46, and she hit the only 6 of the innings. But unfortunately, didn't stay long. So.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned about Marie Kelly, though. She is one of those explosive players that she might not stay around long, but if she does stay, you'll definitely get plenty of runs from her.
Yeah, classy player. So, Stonehouse into Harmer works that off her legs, but not far enough to get a run. Still 10 for 1. Halfway through the 4th over. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, and I was just going to say, with obviously the England players out and the likes of like Tash Farron out as well, it's given these youngsters a real opportunity with the ball in the hand, likes of Stonehouse, who perhaps would have had less of an opportunity if the likes of Farron were involved.
Yeah, that's right, because yes, Tash Farron is injured, unfortunately, and Alice Capsey might have bowled a bit of spin. She's with the England side. Freya Davis with the England side. Alice Davidson-Richards with the England side. Sophia Dunkley with the England side. So yes, there's a chance for some of the other players to step up as that goes straight through Harmer, straight to the wicket keeper, and we're still on 10 for 1.
Yeah, it must be really pleasing for like Tash Farron to see the likes of Alexa Stonehouse coming in left arm seamer and just giving her a bit of a challenge as well.
Yeah. We want competition for places, don't we? Because Stonehouse took a wicket last weekend, but had the best economy of South East Stars against Central Sparks. That's the end of the over. Still 10 for 1, and that's 4 overs down. Harmer on 3 and Boyce on 2.
Yeah, with Alexa Stonehouse as well, she's looking to find that consistency with her movement at the moment. Apparently she's got a bit of swing, but just isn't controlling it quite there yet. And we've seen that with the likes of kind of like the Izzy Vongs and those fast bowlers that to begin with, when they come onto the scene, yes, they can bowl quick, but they just haven't managed that control element yet. It's
that key, isn't it? It's the balance between the speed and the accuracy, which is always a dilemma for some of those bowlers, as Boyce plays that out to the offside and it's going to hit the rope about now. So 4 runs. So that's pleasing for Lightning to get that first boundary. And Boyce moves on to 6, Harmer on 3. The score is 14 for 1. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford on the Leicestershire County Cricket YouTube live stream. If you get a chance, please press that thumbs up if you're enjoying it, because that will help other people find the live stream as Boyce carves that again through point. I think she's going to get another 4. Yes, she is. That's another 4 for Boyce out through the point region. Nicely placed.
Yeah, and Boyce is notable out there because she hasn't actually got a number on the back of her shirt yet. So again, just on loan at the moment from Thunder. But you never know what that may say for future times ahead. Some of these loan spells across the different regions have been quite interesting. We've seen Chloe Hill move from Central Sparks, and she's doing all right. Yeah, she hasn't actually left Vipers yet, has she?
No, I think that she's keeping wicket today, I think. And that's worked into the leg side by Boyce, and they get through for a single, because Boyce is ex-Notts, so she's no stranger to the East Midlands, and Notts will help her with a new regional setup, with Notts taking over from Lightning for the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence. This is the competition between the 8 of those across England. RHIO Flint being the 50 over, and that's a dot. And the 20 over is the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And talking to Charlotte Edwards Cup, the South East Stars won the very first one of those, and they got themselves into the finals again. I was mentioning earlier that I think that they're pretty much they're nicely balanced for T20. I mean, they're doing well here as well. But when they're full strength, particularly with the England players back, very good T20 side. That goes straight to the fielder from Harmer off Franklin. That's a dot ball. Lightning will want to be taking as many runs as they can, because this is a big total to chase. They still need 263. Oh, it's gone straight through Harmer there from the bowler, and that's the end of that over. 6 overs gone, 19 for 1. Boyce is on a runner ball 11, and Harmer is on 3 off the 16 balls that she's faced. So, are we likely to... No, we've still got Stonehouse, we think, this end. Or is this a change of bowling? She comes towards us. We've got a sort of balcony in front of our pigeon loft here at Leicester. It's up a lot of stairs, very steep stairs. And we've got a balcony to contend with. I'm kind of bobbing up and down to see what's happening either side of it. So
we still got Alexa Stonehouse.
Alexa Stonehouse still slim figure, left arm over. Ooh, that's sort of. She managed to squirt that to third. That was Boyce, but it's given us leg by. So obviously came off the pad. 20 for 1 into the 6th over. Stonehouse is bowling away from us from the Bennett end to Harmer, who plays that to deep third, who juggles a little and then managed to get the ball through, to get through for a single. 21 for 1.
Yeah, she found a patch of that grass that just popped up then in the field.
Still like, ooh, shock. Gosh, I played on some outfields. There was lots of popping, even close in. Oh dear. I did get the itch this morning as I went round the boundary. I was like, ooh. Feeling that nice outfield. Again, the ball goes to third and she's going to get through for another single. So rotating the strike here. Harmer now to strike, 22 for 1. Halfway through the 6th over. Stonehouse from the Bennett end. As the umpires just check how many balls are left. I'll make it halfway through the over. Stonehouse bowling away from us. Left arm over. Right-handed Harmer, who plays the ball to sort of short square. Oh, and it's run out. Short to square, and they hesitated, didn't they, Hannah? He who hesitates is walking back to the pavilion, and it's a proper trog now, dragging the bat, because that was a sharp bit of fielding.
Yeah, really good from South East
Changed their mind, didn't they?
Yeah, it's that kind of pressure that they've built up through Harmer. Unfortunately, only 4 of 17. It plays on the batter's mind, doesn't it? She wants to get off strike. She wanted to get some runs under her belt, but unfortunately, it's just not her day-to-day at all. Good pressure from the South East Stars.
Yes, so run out there, and which brings Michaela Kirk, the South African.
Yep, Michaela Kirk.
Beg your pardon.
She had a injury at the start of the season, unfortunately.
She missed out on...
In the 100 last year, she did her ACL, which unfortunately did not look good at the time.
Beth Langston did something similar in the 100 this year, didn't she? Ooh.
Yeah, she did it at Lord's. What a venue to play at, and unfortunately fielding, her leg twisted one way, spikes her the other way.
No.
She tried to carry on, but her knee was saying a big fat no, and spent the last 6 months getting...
Well, welcome back, Michaela, as Boyce just has to hop up and play that down defensively. And Michaela Kirk, that Hannah's talking about, having done her ACL previously, is at the non-striker's end at the moment, leaning on a bat.
Yeah, so it's been over a year now, so hopefully she's put
all better.
Yeah, she's put the graft in.
Excellent. Stonehouse into Boyce, who's on 12. She plays that to the cover, but there's no run. Straight to the fielder. South East Stars swooping round as they change their fielding positions, looking really keen and up for it, as the score is 22 for 2. 2 for 2.
It'll be really interesting to see what Michaela Kirk does today as well, because she hasn't had that many opportunities to come on the scene and show what she's all about. Because yes, she came over from South Africa, and then she played a small part in the first half of last season. Then obviously with a 100 in July injury, she didn't get much of an opportunity to make a name for herself as such. Yeah,
so she's still got that, still kind of unknown in that sense.
But
she's not, South Africa are Notts player, so played that down and into the leg side, and they get through for a single. There's a bit of a wild overthrow, but just the one. 23 for 2 into the 7th over. Still Phoebe Franklin at the far end, coming in from the pavilion end. And so we mentioned South East Stars will play whoever is unsuccessful today up at Headingley. And Lightning will be no more after today, as Notts take over. That's gone down the leg side. That's for a wide. 24 for 2, yes. And Lightning, the last game as they are in their current format, and probably in the same colours, and also with the Lightning name, were speculating before lunch about whether the name will change, etc., which it most likely is, because I think Lightning is so much associated with Loughboroughs. Boyce doesn't get that ball away, and it's a dot straight back to the bowler from Phoebe Franklin. 24 for 2 into the 7th over. What have you got for us, Hannah?
Yeah, I was just trying to have a quick look and see what's going on with the Vipers match.
You have a little look at that one, see what's happening up at Headingley.
Northern Diamonds are 54 for 1 of 9.4 overs at the moment. Chasing 227, so they're really powering on quite early doors.
It's a shorter score, lesser score than here, so different surfaces obviously. So we'll wait to see. Meanwhile, back here, Boyce is facing Franklin. Boyce comes forward. Franklin managed to get a hand to it, and there's a spectacular dive from a fielder who then doesn't know where the ball's gone. And Bryony Smith just picks the ball up and looks calmly at it, just saunters back, about to throw the ball to Franklin. Just that single then. 26 for 2 are Lightning, in reply to South East Stars 281 in the first innings. It's a big total to chase. Franklin comes in to Kirk, who just defends that, and there's a spectacular dive forward from Phoebe Franklin.
It looks
on the bounce, I think.
It looks like Bryony Smith gave a somewhat other appeal, but perhaps jokingly.
I assume it was a bump ball.
It definitely was from where I'm sat. That's what I definitely view it, and I think most of the players on the pitch also agreed with that.
Nobody appealed anyway.
It's just Bryony Smith with a bit of humour on the match.
Yes, I think there's probably a little sarcasm possibly lost on us because we were a very long way from them. That was a dot ball. Michaela Kirk is just that one run off the 3 balls she's faced, and Georgie Boyce on 13 off 17. We've opened the door in the box, and in the pigeon box here, there's a bit more breeze coming in because it's getting quite warm behind the glass here. Oh, that's all sorts of messy. Oh, and it's given out.
Michaela Kirk has to
come back. Oh, didn't get a chance to. She played all round that, and it was very messy, and it clearly hit some part of her body, and it's been given LBW off the bowling of Franklin. So Lightning in a big chase now find themselves 3 wickets down for only 26 runs. Michaela Kirk coming back. Those distinctive pink pads that Lightning have at the moment coming back towards us. And that will bring Lucy Hyam to the crease. She's another Notts player who's, we mentioned earlier, has played with Trent Rockets, but this season with the Northern Superchargers. So
yeah, she is an all-rounder, so hopefully she can use this opportunity with plenty of time and plenty of runs available to her to, get a really good knock in here.
Yep. So Lightning will need her to be playing well here. 3 wickets down already, 26 runs. And need Boyce to do the anchoring. She has no number on the back, as Hannah pointed out. Still new to the squads here. I'm sure she'll have a squad number, but her shirt does not have a number on the back of it. And Stonehouse winds away up the hill. Boyce takes a swing and it goes straight through to the wicket keeper. Went through a gap.
I've got a feeling as well that these 2 batters went to school together potentially. I've got a feeling they did, but
that'd be great.
Yeah.
What a great story. I hadn't realised that Alice Davidson Richards and Nat Siver had been to school together. So that makes that partnership they had in the test match against South Africa so much sweeter that they were at school together. So chuff for that. Anyway, so Stonehouse into Boyce, who again hops backwards but plays the ball to square leg, and they get through for a single this time. So rotating the strike. And we move into the 8th over, 27 for 3. Boyce on 14. Hyam just about to face her first ball, taking guard from umpire Hassan Asnan from our end. And we have Rose Dovey at the other end. We think she's making a Rachel Hayoflint debut. So welcome to Rachel Hayoflint, Rose Dovey. And it's great to see the commitment from the ECB for more female umpires, which is always good. Stonehouse runs away from us. straight through Lucy Hyam, and she looks kind of accusingly at the umpire, but there's no chance of a wide there.
Yeah, and even if these two didn't go to school with each other,
it'd be a great story even if they didn't.
they went to university together, and obviously the Nottinghamshire link as well. They've played for lots together as well. So
there is a bit of interplay, a bit of spice on this one. Then Stonehouse,
some batting
to Hyam. Yes, batting history even better. And that's straight through, and there is no run. Still 27 for 3.
And I think that does make a difference as well when you have got that experience with your fellow batter. Like if you can know what they're going to do and what they're thinking, it makes it so much easier. Obviously you don't know exactly, but just finding that chemistry with your opposite end. Yeah,
because it's difficult, isn't it? Because you don't want to, when you're in a team, you don't want to give, well, I'm not very good at this, because you don't know where those players are going to pop up again in a different franchise or a different league or something. So, and that seemed to come up sharply, and Hyam is looking very accusatively. I'm not sure whether it's at the pitch or the bowler or what, but wasn't keen on that ball coming up at her, rearing up at her. Really, she's taken a little bit of a breather and a little wander around just to collect her thoughts again. And Alexa Stonehouse is well pleased with the fact that bounced threateningly at Lucy Hyam, who goes back and leaves that, and that is signalled wide. And the score moves on to 28 for 3. That's Lightning in response to South East Stars 281. Big total, especially now with 3 wickets lost, but who is it that's going to stand up for Lightning and get some scores on the board in the way that Bryony Smith and McDonald Gay did for South East Stars? That goes straight through the batter, and that's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 28 for 3. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who runs Women's Cricket Chat, the podcast, which you should definitely listen to. We are at the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road, Leicester, for this final group match in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition. The next games will be the eliminator on Wednesday and the final at Lords. And the game at Headingley will decide the winner will go to the final without having to play in the eliminator, and the other team will play South East Stars in the eliminator on Wednesday. Venue as yet to be arranged. We've got a change of bowling the far end, so Rihanna McDonald-Gay is coming on from the pavilion end. She will be bowling to Georgie Boyce at our end. And that's played beautifully. Carved out through the point region for 4. Nice. Another 4 for Georgie Boyce.
Yeah, she's got to be the player here that just takes on that responsibility. She's got to play that Bryony Smith-esque innings for Lightning. Otherwise, they're going to be nowhere near that mammoth total.
Yeah, because already, although it's not really a par score, but if we were to look at, it's not going to, it doesn't look like it's going to rain, but Duckworth Lewis Stern says that they would have to be at 94 at this stage with this amount of wickets. So they'd need to be 3 times as many runs to be anywhere near the par for this. As McDonald-Gay comes in, it goes down the leg side, and they trot through for a single, and it's a wide. And the ball's gone for 4. Goodness, that got caught in the balcony as I was looking forward. So 4 wides. I think they even ran one as well. Anyway, the score either way has run on to 37 for 3. Georgie Boyce on 18 off the 20 balls she's faced, and Lucy Hyam yet to go off the mark off the 4 balls that she's faced. So Boyce to face McDonald-Gay, bangs that in. It's gone up in the air but without danger, and there's no run there. It's getting quite warm in here. Yes, even Hannah's taken a layer off. We feel like tomatoes here because we're in a sort of, it's a pigeon loft crossed with a greenhouse. It's very warm. Boyce tries to play that shot out through point again, but misses the ball, and there's no run. 37 for 3. And still hot, isn't it? But we've got the door open, so we've got a bit of fresh air coming into the pigeon loft. Yep, there's no pigeons in here, fortunately.
I just had to take a layer off. It's a glorious day here.
McDonald-Gay. Ooh, and Boyce took another waft at that and didn't get connected to it. So she will face more. 37 for 3, approaching the end of the 9th over, so a little bit more of the power play. If Georgie Boyce is going to make the most of the fielding restrictions and hit up and over the field or through the field, she's going to have to do it quickly, and that won't help because that went straight to the fielder. It's Phoebe Franklin there just cutting that off, and I think she got a bruise for her troubles there as well. She limps, kind of comedy style, back to her mark. 37 for 3. Boyce facing. Again she goes, pops back, but doesn't get the ball away again. 37 for 3 at the end of the 9th. And Boyce on 18 off the 25 balls, and Hyam still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, but she's only faced 4 balls so far, so plenty of time for her.
Well, so yes, there's certainly plenty of time. So 41 overs left. They're going to need 245 to win. That's a tall ask, and we've got a lot of balls, lot of cricket balls to face, lots of deliveries to face. But can these batters do it? Again, a kind of hop back from Lucy Hyam. It seems to be popping up a little bit, potentially the other end. Defended down, and that's another dot ball. 37 for 3.
And she's quite short in stature as well, so when that ball pops up, it is really popping up at her kind of body line, isn't it?
Yes. Duckworth Lewis Stern is 96 as opposed to the 37 that they've got on the board at the moment, as Hyam dabs that to third. There's a player out at deep third, and they get through for an easy single there. Score moves on to 38 for 3. This time Boyce will face Stonehouse.
There was still plenty of time, and there is a real opportunity for these two to stand up and contribute and sign off Lightning as a franchise, as the East Midlands hub.
Yeah, that's right. Last hurrah from
Yeah.
Lightning, potentially, as a dot ball is bowled by Stonehouse to Boyce.
There's still plenty of time for them to, do the job that's needed, but it's always hard with that scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
And you want to see some momentum, don't you? Because that's I know the momentum is thrown about a lot, but it is getting that ticking round and seeing some boundaries. And this is the last few balls remaining. So in this format, there is only one power play for the women. It's the first 10 overs. So there's 2 balls left for Lightning to make the most of the fact that there are only 2 fielders in the women's game allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard in the men's. Fielding restriction. So can they make the most of these last 2 balls? Boyce puts that to third, and there is a fielder there, deep third. They get through for a single. One more ball of the power play then. One more ball. 39 for 3. Last ball of the 10th.
It's that awful statistic as well, where if you're 3 or more down in the power play, it's a harder ask, we'll say, to win the match.
Yes, last ball of the power play. Stonehouse to Hyam. Oh, she's a little swing of that. It goes straight through to the wicket keeper. That's the end of the power play then. 39 for 3 are Lightning in response to South East Stars 281 that they set them in that first innings. Yeah, you're saying about the 3 wickets in the power play. So I found myself at Derby for that. Well, England won the first T20 against India easily. And then let's say it was reversed at Derby. It was a bit of a dark, dank night at Derby, and England did not play well. And I was sat between Mike Perkins, who said, once you've got 3 wickets down the power play, that's you've kind of lost, which is effectively what England did. And Kath Bentley, who was on good form, she was picking the ball that Dipti Sharma would refuse out of, which was very amusing. She picked it almost to the ball, as that's a dot ball to Boyce off MacDonald Gay. Yeah, so it's nice to be in the East Midlands watching some cricket. But funny to be watching cricket with Mike Perkins, because I'm used to doing commentary with him. So watching cricket was a different dynamic. As MacDonald Gay comes into Boyce, who plays that 2-point, and they get through for a single because it was fumbled a little. And that's a single to the total. And they'll be glad to see a 0 appear. So 40 for 3, heading towards that first milestone of 50 for Lightning against South East Stars, who are in the field in their bumblebee tops, yellow with a stripe. And Hyam, he must be getting warm. Nikesh is taking his jacket off on the balcony with the follow camera here. And that's a dot ball as Hyam goes back and looks accusingly at the pitch.
Yeah, she hasn't found her comfortable areas yet, has she?
No. So that's Matt Donald-Gay coming in. Freeborn's just taken a catch off bowling. Sends Scrivens back to the pavilion is what the Twitter said, and that was a dot ball here. So that's another wicket in the Central Sparks game at Worcester, where Mike Perkins and Dr. Samara Afzal are looking after you on the live stream there. If you're flicking between the live streams, it's still 40 for 3 here into the 11th over. Hyam facing. She has to defend that down, and there's no run. Bryony Smith is sending out her cover point fielder, I think, towards the boundary. So there's obviously a plan here.
Looks like Eva Gray's also warming up. Doing some arm swings out there.
Yeah. Let me bowl.
Yeah.
Matt Donald-Gay coming into Hyam. Crouching. She plays that through the mid-wicket region. There's a fielder who'll scoop that up and get through for a single. 41 for 3. And that's the end of the 11th over. And so we've got 39 overs left. They need 241 runs off those 39 overs to get to 282. 41 for 3. Boyce on 20 off the 30 balls. Hyam on 2 off her 11 balls. Still needed to get into the flow, I think, Lightning. They need one of these to need Boyce to just get into a rhythm. Start picking some boundaries off. It's pretty warm and breezy out there, so I'm thinking that the outfield might be getting a bit quicker. Do we think? If they can catch a gap?
Yeah, these two really need to just start powering on with a partnership, and there's still plenty of time, which we keep saying, but eventually that time's going to disappear, and they do need to start motoring at some point. But
yeah,
they need to be careful as well, because obviously wickets have already fallen. They haven't got that luxury of having more batters come in.
Eva Gray from our end into Hyam, who takes a swing at that, and it goes down the leg side for a wide. So another one to the total.
Of course, Lightning are without Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce and Sarah Bryce, who are all key players in this batting lineup. Yes,
because Tammy Beaumont is in the England one-day international side, although she wasn't in the T20 side. She is in the ODI side, so she's back in the England squad for tomorrow's game at Hove, as Gray comes into Hyam, who works that to square leg. They get through for a single. The boundary ride. The boundary ride had a long way to get to the ball then, and they get through for 2 runs.
Yeah, that was really good from Lucy Hyam, just putting that pressure onto the field.
Yeah.
That's what the batters have to do now. They have to switch that pressure from the batters to the fielders.
And we talked about that earlier, didn't we? Having a boundary at which you can get 2 if you can get it into the find a pocket, as they say. Sorry if that's I'm not sure if that's Mike Perkins's cliche klaxon going off, or I'm allowed to say pocket, but a place on the field that allows you to get 2, whatever you like to call that. And score is 44 for 3, and we are partway through the 12th over. Eva Gray bowling from the Bennett end, away from us to Lucy Hyam, who plays that to mid-wicket region, and they get through for a single. It's a sort of slightly wild throw, but the keeper manages to field that, and just the single. 45 for 3. Of course, Duckworth Lewis Stern takes account of the amount of wickets, so what you'll see is when wickets are lost, that DLS par will change, but at the moment it's 100. And Lightning are on 45, so they're a little bit behind. As there's an appeal, the ball squirts to sort of gully region, and the fielder at point comes around and scoops that up. It's given as a leg bye. 1 to the score, 46 for 3. Hyam to face this time. She's on 5 off the 14 balls she's faced, and Boyce on 20 off the 31 she's faced. And Eva Gray just getting into her work here. 4th ball so far. First over she's bowled away from us. That's just
some really
left.
Good shape.
Yeah, it's a really good ball, I think. That was a dot ball.
She's got hands on face thinking, how did that miss?
Sometimes you see that, don't you? The wicketkeeper's like, how did that miss? It's gone through everything.
Yeah, it's just really good shape, wasn't it? Just moving slightly away.
Yeah. So they've got the fielders behind the bat at fine leg and third, right on the boundary there, as Gray comes up the hill to Hyam, who just defends that down, and there is no run. As you say, plenty of time, but I think they need to get a move on, one way or another, don't they?
Yeah, it's hard when you've got players like Eva Gray just controlling what she's doing there. She's really building up the pressure with the dot balls and finding some good swing out there.
Yeah. Now, I was supposed to... Mike Perkins, who has managed to talk us on to the live stream at Lightning, and Thunder, and Central Sparks, he wasn't sure if he was sending me to New Road or Grace Road, hence my confusion of where I was. But what was I going to say now? Yes, so I'm going to come back to that in a minute. That's all. They're getting through for a single. It went underneath the fielder there at cover. They get through for 2 in the end. 48 for 3. They're moving towards that 50, which they'll be very glad to see on the board. 48 for 3. Yes, I wasn't sure where he was sending me, and so I was having a text conversation with Hannah, and she said, "Oh, I've got some questions for you." So I'm not quite sure what the questions are. I was just reminded she was going to ask me some deep and meaningful questions, I think. So that's a dot ball faced by Boyce off the bowling of MacDonald Gay, unless she meant off mic, perhaps. Ooh, was it off mic?
No, just for normal. Just obviously you played in a different era to today, and just recognising that history, because I think that's one thing that's missing in the women's game at the moment is the acknowledgement of the players who came before.
Oh, thank you very much. And that's a wide ball down the leg side. I think that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, I know that people who played, as you say, in my era and eras before, same with the football, it feels like women's football's only just been discovered because the Lionesses have won the Euros, but women have been playing football for a long time, although seriously hampered by the FA banning them from playing in any football grounds after the Second World War. You need to read the various history books on that one, but they were not allowed to play, which is why there was so little women's football in the public eye. But yes, so it feels like some of these sports have suddenly been discovered. Suddenly there's women's cricket or there's women's football. I mean, it has been going for a while, but that's why I talked about in the first innings about the 100, changing that forever, really. And Boyce plays that to mid-on. She gets through for a quick single, and you have to be pretty quick smart about that one, because there was some good slick fielding, but they do get to that 50. So Lightning make the 50 for 3, and it's hard work for them, but they have made that 50, so that's a significant milestone. And MacDonald Gay coming in from the far end, this time to Hyam, and that's worked off a leg down to fine leg, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 51 for 3.
Just looking across as well to the Seven Vipers Northern Diamonds.
Oh yes, what's happening?
Northern Diamonds have found themselves in a little bit of trouble at the moment. 79 for 4.
Ooh.
Off 16 overs, so they were motoring on, but now there's been a fall of a few wickets.
We think that Vipers are... Oh, I see.
2 in 1 over.
Yeah. And this is Boyce, and she manages to play that to mid-on. A sort of slight fumble to get through for an easy single. Yeah. Oh. Do you know, so I've known Georgia Elvis since she was knee-high to a stump, and when we were, you and I were both at Charlotte Edwards Cup finals at Northants, which was a very jolly day, and afterwards I joked with Georgia Elvis, or G as she's known for short, with her parents about, we leave some of these trophies for the rest of us, because it does feel like we're playing for the pleasure of playing against Vipers in the finals of these things, and if we're not careful, they're going to monopolise the trophy cupboard, aren't they, Hannah?
Yeah, they're doing really well, but it's also the young players coming through as well.
Yeah.
But they've just got a system that works at the moment.
They have indeed, and a rather spectacular leave down the leg side by Boyce, and that's 53 for 3. We're into the 14th over now. Yep.
So the player doing the damage over at Vipers v Diamonds is youngster Finty Trussler.
Great name, Finty Trussler.
Two wickets in her over.
Like you say, it's the youngsters who are stepping up there, and Charlotte Edwards obviously doing something right there with the Vipers as the ball goes straight through to the wicketkeeper and there is no run.
Yeah, so just triple checking it was a double wicket maiden.
That'll make Lottie very happy, won't it? Double wicket maiden.
So it's like you say, it's definitely these young players that are stepping up, and we've seen it today with McDonald Gay,
yeah,
and Alexis Stonehouse.
We were talking about the potential for the Under-19 World Cup as well, as Boyce plays that sort of to point, but they get through for an easy single, and that's 54 for 3. Yeah, you mentioned the word system. That's the thing. You need a good system. You need a good pathways. You need good talent identification. And then, then you're layering the coaching on top of that. You're layering the support staff and the contact time on top of that.
Yeah, I think what this regional structure has done is shown...
so that was a refusal there from
Keeper's just
Eva
wants to
Gray.
be fulfilled. But I think that's what this regional structure has done, is just put those names out there a little bit more, and that talent ID piece, there's easier access.
Yeah. And that's a dot ball. And it's about getting eyes on these youngsters as they're coming through in the county age groups.
Well, you're no longer relying on some England selectors going around the counties and having a look at odd names and stuff. There's more of an opportunity for everyone in the squad to be seen, and especially with the live streams now, there's really no excuse for...
Well, yeah, because they can watch it back afterwards, can't they? And listen to us.
Yeah.
But they'll be delighted about that. As Gray comes into Hyam, who gets caught in front, and indeed caught in front, LBW. So Gray traps Hyam LBW for 5, and Lightning are facing an ever tougher task here as they lose another wicket. So Eva Gray gets Hyam, and that's going to be 54 for 5. Is it 5? It is 5, isn't it? Is it going to click over? We've still got the scoreboard with 4. 4's enough. We don't want any more than 4. 54 for 4. And who have we got coming out?
Ella Claridge. So
Ella Claridge, the wicket-keeper?
Yeah, wicket-keeper, and she can definitely bat, so full of potential, hits the ball really hard as well. So a real opportunity for her. Again, a young player in her early 20s that can use today as an opportunity to show what she's all about. And of course, with the gloves, she's facing Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Bryce. So she's done that stint.
Yeah, now she's done a good job.
Now she wants to show her worth with the bat.
Yes, as Hyam comes back towards the pavilion, helmet in hand, and Ella Claridge goes to the crease. And we've got Lightning in there, familiar, but this will be the last. And this is the limited edition version of your opportunity to see the team bat in bright pink helmets and bright pink batting pads and beautiful purple kit. And South East Stars in the distinctive yellow bumblebee kit as Claridge faces her first ball and just defends that down to Bryony Smith, the South East Stars captain, and certainly batting as a captain, leading from the front with the first innings. And Eva Gray just collecting the ball. South East Stars geeing themselves up in the field as Gray runs away from us towards Claridge, right arm over, and there's a sort of half appeal but very muted, and that's the end of the over. 14 overs gone, 54 for 4 are Lightning in response to chasing a total of 281 set by South East Stars.
According to ESPN Cricket Info stats as well, this could be Ella Claridge's first Rachel Hayhoe Flint match.
Yes, because you say she's a wicket keeper and she's used to, Sarah Bryce or Tammy Beaumont keeping wicket ahead of her in the queue, as it were.
Yeah, because she's been such a key player in the T20 squad. I guess for that 50 over format, she has actually gone under radar. Yep,
McDonald Gay into Boyce, who swings round on that and hits a lovely 4 behind square. Nice blow, and that's what they need. They need just that bit of confidence from hitting some boundaries, and that was a really nice blow there from Georgie Boyce. for 4, and she moves on to 29 off her 39 balls. The score is 58 for 4. Ella Claridge yet to get off the mark, and that's fine because there's plenty of time. So a bit of patience, and if Georgie Boyce can find the ropes a bit, she just dobs that down and there is no run there on that one. It was obviously a better line from MacDonald Gay, and she can't get the ball away. And we've got deep fielders at sort of deep mid-wicket. Not very fine leg, but on the boundary, and deep cover point. And Boyce puts that into the gap. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps, and Georgie Boyce has to kind of protect herself because she wasn't sure where that was going to deflect from if it hit anything. But we're all okay, and score moves on to 59 for 4. Ella Claridge to face MacDonald Gay coming in from the far end, the pavilion end. And Claridge just defends that down straight to the cover fielder, who dispatches it back to the wicket keeper and then back out again.
Yeah, she's quite traditional in her ways as well. Plays with quite like a flat face for bat, and nice and classy. I'm still a bit stunned that she hasn't actually played any 50 over cricket for Lightning.
Yeah, it's a name that's been around, isn't it? And she again defends that, but past her backing up batting partner, and they do get through for a run that time. So 60 for 4. Last ball of the 15th over to come. Duckworth Lewiston 133 at this point if they were to be keeping up with what they need to be. So it's a long way behind at the moment. MacDonald Gay into Boyce, who plays that straight at the fielder, unfortunately. And there's no run. 60 for 4, and that's 15 overs down. Boyce on 30 off her 42 balls. Claridge just the 1 off the 4 balls that she's faced. It's a long old task from here, isn't it, Hannah?
Yep, you just summed it up perfectly. It's challenging, but these two are looking like they're up for the challenge, and Ella Claridge will certainly be hungry to get some runs on her belt and put her hand up for next year. She wants to be playing this 50 over format for sure. I'm still surprised that she's...
So she must have she played Charlotte Edwards Cup then?
Yes,
so she's done, but not the 50 over is what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, she's played in the majority, if not all, of the Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign with Lightning.
Great. Running away from us to Ella Claridge. Ball goes through the batter and it's disappearing behind, but there's a fielder there to scoop it up, and they get through for a single, which must have come off the bat because the umpire's not signalling anything different. So another one to the total, 61 for 4. Into the 16th over. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, who's a former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson-Radford, who runs Women's Cricket Chat podcast. Eva Gray running away from us. And that's played forwards but straight to the fielder, so there's no run in that one. And this is the innings of Lightning, which is the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence, versus the South East Stars in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the English regions. This is a layer below England, so the development pool for the England team. As Gray serves that one to Boyce, who plays that through point. She's making that as a bit of a characteristic, and it's gone for 4. She likes that shot through point, doesn't she? Down on along the carpet, no risk.
Yep, she definitely knows her zones, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But you were mentioning earlier as well that you used to play for the West.
Oh, yes.
And you played for Derbyshire.
Yes.
So before these regions, there were kind of regional sides?
So so when I started playing, it was known as the Area Championships, and that was played at Cambridge on the university pitches. Only later did it become County Championships. I'll come back to that in a minute. And Boyce works that into the leg side. Phoebe Franklin stops that, and they just get through for the singles. So yes, it was effectively regions, although they were called areas. So it was the western counties, but it was known as the West. But it's exactly the same region as the now Western Storm. So it was the whole of Wales and all of the West Country. So exactly the same geography as Western Storm. And in latter years, when it became county championships, that is placed backward point and backward square leg to get through for a single. Yes, and then when it became county championships, Somerset sort of took over the team that were left from the west, and that became Somerset. I'm not sure if that was 1 or 2 seasons it was actually called Somerset. I certainly had a tracksuit with Somerset on it that actually Kath Wilkins, that's banged in, and that could be going for 4. I think it is. That's a 4 from the bat of Georgie Boyce. Kath Wilkins, that you met last weekend at Taunton, Reggie, she designed a logo which, no surprise, had a cider barrel on it and Somerset written underneath it. It was a green and yellow tracksuit. So I definitely played in a Somerset tracksuit, but it wasn't sort of formally adopted by Somerset County cricket until later, but we definitely played as Somerset 1 or 2 seasons at the back end of that before I got transferred with work up to the East Mids and ended up playing for Derbyshire.
And it was just for Midlands, was it, or was it East and West?
In the area championship days, it was West Mids, East Mids. So you get the West Mids was the likes of BB Daniels. I'm trying to think who else, and Helen Pack, who's the match referee for today. She played West Mids, I think, in the areas days. East Mids was Enid Bakewell, Joe Chamberlain, all the guys and the girls who were playing for England at the time. They were a very strong side. And then Yorkshire were an area, and they then became a county because they were always really strong. So Yorkshire didn't change their identity as it was in those days. That swung round on Bryony Smith-esque, but not quite, backward of square for a single. The score is 72 for 4. And we're into the 17th over, and we played 5 days of was area championships, then it was county championships, but played on the Cambridge University pitches over 5 days. When I started, it was 60 overs, and then it moved to 50 overs, which I was very grateful for, because 60 overs is a really long day. As Gregory comes in from the far end, and Boyce dispatches that again through that characteristic point region for a single. And it was always really hot as well. 50 overs, really hot, nice pitches, and a lot of ham salad. I think if you were a vegetarian, you had cheese salad, and that was it. Every ground that we played on seemed to do ham salad, and we had to pay for it. There was no, I've got dietary reasons or what. No, you had to pay up front, because that was the food that you were going to be given. There was no choice. Take it or leave it was the only choice. It was always hot, and nice pitches. If you like ham salad, it was good. So Gregory into Claridge this time. I can only defend that to mid-on, and there is no run. 73 for 4, approaching the end of the 17th.
Yeah, because I think now with East Midlands having a rebrand, I think there's a real opportunity to reconnect with the history of Enid Bakewell, etc.
Enid Bakewell, Joe Chamberlain, Karen Smithies, Jane Smith.
World Cup winners, of course.
Yeah, Ella Donaldson. Donaldson, might be. Oh, see, I forget all the names now. I'm trying to remember all the new names now. You're not even thinking about the old names. But yeah, yes, chance to do back that again. I mean, in the same way that the counties have started to adopt the people that were, so Lancs and Cheshire have given honorary caps to the players that played for their women's county side that were never acknowledged at the time because the two ran completely separately. Ball goes straight through. They're gonna pinch a single there, aren't they? And the score moves on to 74 for 4 off 17 overs, I think. Is that going to click over? 74 for 4. Boyce on 40 off her 47, Claridge on 4.
Because it's only recently where we do see these kind of cap presentations and stuff. Like I remember playing some set in 2012, 2013, and there was no cap celebration.
No.
You wouldn't know that somebody was making a debut at all.
No. In the women, I had my cap for Derbyshire, but it wasn't presented to me in the sense that the men would get it, or I was just given a cap. Claridge facing, that's straight to the fielder. There is no run. Yeah, it wasn't a kind of ceremonial cap, and it wasn't a, like they do now with speech and all the rest of it. It was, I think it was the end of the season. It was like, well, if you've had a good season, we'll be sort of half ceremonial, but only with the rest of the team present, really, given a cap. So yes, I think it's really good. And that's That's a dot ball, still 74 for 4. I thought it was a really nice gesture from the ICC. So when the Women's World Cup was in this country in 2017, they presented the previous winners of Rachel Hayhoe Flint's day from 74, 73, and the 93. They were given ceremonial caps for being World Cup winners because it wasn't under the ICC banner in those days. That's another dot ball. 74 for 4. Yeah, it wasn't under the ICC banners in the years that Rachel did the first ever World Cup, men's or women's. Wasn't done by anybody except Rachel. And then the 93, that wasn't under ICC aegis, but they have then, acknowledged the fact that they were still World Cup winners, which I thought was really nice to see those players get their rightful moment. I think they were given them at Derby, I seem to remember. The photograph. I wasn't at Derby at that day, but I've seen the photographs. Great to see people like Chris Watmow. You've interviewed Chris Watmow.
Yep,
people like Chris Watmow.
Women's Cricket Chat gave us a really good interview, so I definitely recommend.
Yeah, she's a great character because she was the third one on the pitch at Lords. I'll come back to that in a minute. As Gray goes away from us to Claridge, she plays that backward of point. Nice blow, and they're not going to catch that. That's 4 runs. 78 for 4. Yes, Chris Watmow. She was part of Rachel Hayhoe Flint's team when the women first went out on the pitch at Lords, and Rachel Hayhoe Flint went out to toss, but told the Aussie captain, "Put it this way, we're going out first, so we are fielding." Goes the legend, because she wanted to be the first woman to set foot on Lords, and she was. And right in her shadow were Enid Bakewell and Chris Watmow. And Gray comes in to Claridge, who plays a nice shot, but straight to the pig-tailed Danny Gregory, and that's no run.
And of course, for South East Stars, they'll be wanting to win that playoff match on Wednesday and get to Lords, where we can walk through the Rachel Hayhoe Flint gate. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they will be walking through that one.
I hope they do.
But it would be so significant, wouldn't it, if they did it, that the players walked through that gate before they went round into...
You see... You need to say something to somebody, because that's a great idea. So I've actually seen it now. So when I went down for the women's 100, I walked past. There's a sort of a relief of Rachel's head, as it were, and a plaque and everything. So she rightfully now has a historic gateway to the home of cricket, named after her, as Gregory comes in to Boyce, who plays a beautiful shot through mid-wicket, and that's 4. That's lovely. We like that. Lots more boundaries, please, Georgie Boyce, as she heads towards that. She's into the nervous 40s now. She's got 44 or 48 balls as Georgie Boyce, and Claridge is on 8. Yeah, so there's a gate. There's a relief of Rachel's head and a plaque. But yes, fitting acknowledgement of a legend of, women's sport, but particularly women's cricket, for organising the first ever World Cup, men's or women's, for which she was given the trophy at Edgbaston. That's Georgie Boyce just plays that down to long on, and there's 1 run.
Of course, this is the longest format that these regional players get to play at the moment, so
yeah.
If there was a Red Bull competition introduced...
Now you're talking.
Could it be the Enid Bakewell Shield?
Oh, well, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Enid Bakewell, never short of a few words, and you had to do 2, part 1 and part 2, I think, didn't you?
We did.
That's played up and over the fielder for 4 runs from Ella Claridge, and 4 more to the total. A bit more momentum now, Hannah. So Claridge moves on to 12, Boyce on 45, score is 87 for 4, but still a large total, but a nice sign of intent there from Ella Claridge, hitting that up and over. Yeah, we're talking about Red Bull. Yes, Enid, and you did too, because she talked so long.
She's an amazing woman, and trying to get an 80-year-old on Zoom for a start that's quite an achievement in itself. But we did an interview with
everyone. If you've ever met Enid, you love her. And that's defended for no run. So actually, I've got an Enid story about here. So that World Cup in 2017, I didn't realise, but she was sat in one of the stands down as I walked past, as his voice went, "Claire, are you going to Cricket Week this year?" And I turned to see Enid in the back of the stand, and everyone else is thinking, "Who the hell is that?" As Enid engages me in a conversation across lots of people, and that's a single through. Claridge there moves on to 13, the score 88 for 4. And then she called me over to have a chat with her, and she'd been trying to talk her way into the VIP suite, I think, but unsuccessfully, because they clearly don't necessarily understand the significance of the woman that they were talking to, bless her. But gotta love Enid Bakewell, EB, legend of the game. If you don't know about her, listen to Hannah's podcast, please. Both episodes, and you'll get some sort of flavour, although it's hard to really encapsulate. You need to meet the lady, really.
We did it with questions from people on Twitter.
Oh, so brilliant, yes.
It was more what the people wanted rather than our own questions necessarily, but it was such a good interview in terms of the quality stories that she shared and the bits of inspiration and how times were so different. Just some hilarious moments. And
she'd had to do all sorts of fundraising, hadn't she? I mean, like, I don't know. And she had to make jam and cakes and stuff, and that was the day. I mean, they had to
ironing, I believe,
several jobs, ironing, several part-time jobs, rely on various donations, or maybe, applying for grants from whoever. And well, even someone like later eras like Sue Redfern had to hold down 3 jobs to play for England and to pay. Lottie talks about having to pay for that's a dot ball. Lottie talks about having to pay for a blazer, let alone all the other stuff. I mean, the county championships, we paid for everything, accommodation, everything. We got a bit of a subsidy, I think, in the last couple of years, but peanuts towards what we were paying out, and having to take paid leave from our jobs, and that's gone backward of square. And they get through for a single. Score moves on to 90 for 4 off. We're into the 20th over, so we've got a few more balls left in the 20th over. It's to make ends meet and to pay for the pleasure of playing for their countries in Lottie's and Sue Redfern's case. That's a dot ball, played backwards of square, but straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Yeah, that only kind of recently changed as well, was it? In the late 2000s, with the Chance to Shine coaching, etc. Yeah. But again, it wasn't kind of.
Yeah, so famously, the story I heard as Bryony Smith bowls to Ella Claridge, and he dots that back 90 for 4. The story I heard was when Mike Gatting joined the ECB, he asked what would be a quick win for the women's side of the game. And the answer was always to pay them. And so that was a way. And Chance to Shine was kind of invented. I mean, it's a longer story than that, but Chance to Shine was kind of invented so that the players could be paid to coach in schools, and therefore they would be at least having some sort of income while they played for their country. And that's 91 for 4. Bryony Smith still bowling, this time to Georgie Boyce, who trots through for a single. There's a bit of a gap in the field behind the bowler's arm, as it were. 92 for 4.
And then I think there was MCC scholarships as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's MCC scholarships, Chance to Shine. But even somebody like the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley, she won a World Cup winner, then she got dropped from the England side, and that's effectively, she's out of work. That's it. There was no safety net. There was no regional setup like this. There was no 100.
No, just the KSL for a couple of weeks. A 6-week tournament,
yeah, that was it. It was done. So, and the other thing that we should remind listeners, as we're 92 for 4 at Grace Road at Leicester, watching Lightning try and chase down South East Stars, total of 281, and they're 92 for 4, 20 overs down. We should remind people that only about half of the players on either side are full-time professionals. They're all being paid to play today, because they get match fees, as I understand it.
Yes, to play.
Yeah, but only half of them are actually salaried, so therefore, I don't know, could get a mortgage, could pay the bills regularly. The others will have to have day jobs as well as playing cricket. So it is much harder, as there's a wide down the leg side, and the score moves on to 93 for 4. Georgie Boyce tethering on that 48 off 54 balls. Claridge on 14 off her 23. Boyce on strike. Can she get to that magic 50 off Danny Gregory's bowling? She defends that straight to the fielder, so it's not going to be that ball. Will it be this over?
I was hoping that's where the conversation was going towards this professional era now, because it has taken those steps, hasn't it, to get to this point?
Many, many steps. And it's speeded up by the 100. Gregory in from the far end to Boyce. again defends. Oh, thought that was going to be caught behind then. It's sort of, I don't know if it had an edge or not, but she's got through for a single. So that moves her on to 49. Oh, no, she didn't. It wasn't a single. It was off her leg. It was a leg bite. Oh, I thought she was going to 49. 48 still. Leg bite, signalled by Rose Dovey, the far end. Danny Gregory in from the pavilion. Claridge carves that back to through point. There's a fielder there, so that'll get tidied up. They think about a second and then shout themselves back into the crease. So just the one run.
Yep, so you've got a player like Ella Claridge who is on a pay-as-you-play contract at the moment.
Just have a day job, basically.
And, yeah, obviously she was involved in the 100, so she did get a good top-up there, mind.
Yeah, but short term, isn't it? And probably taxable, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, that's the only issue. It is so precarious and not guaranteed.
Yeah.
So although it may sound lucrative playing in the 100, and then if you've got one of these contracts within the regions, the top-up between them both, there's a earning potential of 50,000, but that's not guaranteed, and that's not for everyone. So
I mean, think about the 100. They said, oh well, the prize money is the same, but that you've got to win to get that.
Exactly.
For starters. And when you look at the salaries, was it 2 of the men at the top level paid for the entire women's? Would have the same amount of money for the entire women's.
The bottom men's
100.
was higher than the top women's.
Yeah, so that's what you've got to look at. And in terms of entertainment value, that's the end of the 21st over. It's 96 for 4. Boyce on 49, tethering, and Claridge on 15. What was I saying?
About professionalism,
yes,
and
the 100
men's and women's.
Yeah, so that's what you've got to think. The entertainment value was certainly equal. In fact, one could say that. Of course, my biased view would say that the women's games were. We joined late because of the Commonwealth Games, so the men got home in a way, and the women only got the one game against each other. I think there was one missing as well, wasn't there? Wasn't even a full round. Every team playing every team. They were -1 of all of them. But Bryony Smith into Boyce, who is trying to get that 50, but not with that ball as the fielders swoop round. Yes, the women joined the 100 later because of the Commonwealth Games, obviously taking the top players off for that. But it was, in terms of entertainment value, certainly not that much less worthy entertainment. I'm not really putting that very well, but it's as entertaining as the men's, although they were paid significantly more.
Yeah, I think the issue in the men's game is the fact that the salaries have already been there previously, and historically they have been so much higher. They've got to start off with those higher pay, but then it becomes problematic in equality terms. Yeah,
as Bryony Smith comes into Boyce, who I think is going to make a 50. She sent that out to point. That shot that she seems to have done so well with today, she raises her bat. That's a well-needed 50 from Georgie Boyce off 60 balls. So well done, Georgie Boyce. She may not have a number on the back of her shirt, but she's got 50 against her batting score today already, not out, and Claridge on 15. So the score is 97 for 4. So they're heading towards this 100, and I think that will make them a lot more comfortable when they get that 100, as Claridge just pays that straight back to Bryony Smith, who's just bowled it to her, and Bryony Smith holds the ball up dramatically to say you didn't get a run there.
Huge roar from the Lightning players beneath us, and tapping of the metalwork below us as well.
Smith into Claridge, who plays it up over her shoulder and scarily at I think, Danny Gregory, and there's a fielder swooping around. It's gone for 4. So Claridge gets a nice 4 there. So inspired, I think, perhaps by Georgie Boyce there.
Yeah, and the roar of support as well must give that extra bit of energy as well. When you've got your teammates behind you shouting your name and screaming along. Just trying to put a bit of that momentum into the game. Yeah, because when you're in the field shouting at each other, you can get an instant response. But when you're in the middle, it's an odd sensation. It's almost like a time out of time as that goes through the mid-wicket field when they get through for a single. It's almost like time stands still. Like it's almost to explain to those people who've not played cricket. When you're batting, it's almost like it's a microclimate. Like there's a sort of silent bubble over you. I mean, that's how I would describe it. You're not really aware of what's going on, I imagine. I mean, I don't know because I've never played in front of a lot of spectators. But it's almost that. And so if you can get that shouting from the bench, if you can get that sense of encouragement. I know some teams run, messages on and all the rest of it. That's another way to get a bit of encouragement onto the batters, because they're certainly going to need it.
They need to get to 282, and they've got 28 overs to do it in, as Claridge plays that ball into the offside, but there's no run. And it's 102 for 4. We're into the 23rd over. We're getting towards the halfway mark, and certainly not halfway through that total they've got to chase. Gregory comes in from the far end, the pavilion end. Claridge again plays that straight to the fielder, and there's no run again. 102 for 4. Boyce on at 50. Great 50, a real engine to this batting innings from Lightning, and Claridge on 20, starting to get a bit more confidence here, Hannah, as Claridge plays that backward square. It's going to go for 4. It is 4. So yes, the confidence that I talked about. I think Georgie Boyce is inspiring Claridge to play a bit more expansively, and they certainly need to hit these boundaries. They need 176 to win off 27.5 overs.
Yeah, she hits the ball hard, but more importantly, she hits it cleanly and just finds those gaps. She's obviously got a point to prove with Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Bryce not in the squad today.
Yep.
She wants to put her hands up, she wants the gloves, and she wants a batting spot.
She doesn't want much, does she? Is this on a Christmas list?
2023, looking ahead to that season.
I want this, I want that, I want that. Gregory into Claridge. Oh, there's an appeal. It's a bit messy. The ball goes beyond the wicketkeeper and then get through for a single. What is the umpire going to signal? It's a leg bye. And that's another one to the total. So score moves on to 107 for 4. We approach the end of the 23rd over. Lightning batting against South East Stars. Leicester Grace Road, Upton Steel Ground. Oh, that's a bit messy as well, but there's no run still. And 107 for 4. I think Hannah's going to give us an update on the other game. The game. Northern Diamonds up at Headingley playing against Southern Vipers to see who gets in the final and who gets to play South East Stars in the Eliminator. As Boyce caught that was very close to Bryony Smith then, but not close enough for a catch. So Georgie Boyce hits another beautiful boundary down through the long off region. 111 for 4 are Lightning. Boyce on 54, Claridge on 24. We've got an update going on.
Yeah, so just looking across at the Southern Vipers Northern Diamonds clash. Vipers set 226 and Northern Diamonds are currently 145. Oh, they've just moved the score on 146 for 4 off 27.2 overs.
I'm not good with numbers. What does that look like, Hannah?
It looks like Lauren Winfield Hill's batting very well at the moment.
She's having a stormer this season, isn't she?
She's having a great season.
In the regional. So, as Bryony Smith comes into Claridge, he works that into the onside. There's a great bit of diving fielding, I think. Oh no, she didn't quite stop it. And they get through for the single, so that'll take them off Nelson to 112, 112, I think, for 4. Yes. 112 for 4.
Yeah, just looking across up north, Winfield Hill was on 72, not out.
She's batting well.
Bess Heath has joined her in the middle with 31 not out.
Batting well. I mean, in other circumstances, not because of what else has happened, because Amy Jones has just been made captain, hasn't she? But in other circumstances, Amy Jones might have been looking over her shoulder at Lauren Winfield Hill's batting and keeping in the regional system, but not at the moment, and because Amy Jones is a brilliant keeper, but has had, shall we say, mixed fortunes with the bat this season.
Yeah, she's had a couple rough years, I'd say, hasn't she? She had some really...
She can bat so well. Yeah. It's just I think it's something to do with the mindset, but I mean, who am I to say? But yes, Central Sparks, I'm very proud of that we've got the England captain, Sarah Glenn, Izzy Wong. Well placed about that. So 113 for 4, approaching the end of the 24th over. Big swing from Claridge into the mid-wicket area. There's a fielder out there, so they'll only get through for the single. Score will move on to 114 for 4. Claridge on 26. Boyce on 55. And Boyce will now face Bryony Smith, bowling a bit of off spin probably.
And that's
from our end.
Hard thing with Lightning as well. They lack England experience.
Yep. Whereas South East Stars, well, during the T20 they lost 5 players, and now the ODI series is about to start tomorrow at Hove, England versus India at Hove. They are 4, main players down. They've got Bryony Smith back from the T20 squad, but the rest are. Whereas Lightning have not had the same resource disappear, although obviously the Bryce sisters.
Yeah,
I know you're going to say that. Bryce sisters to Scotland, but not in the same way that the Stars have lost 5 and then 4. Vipers lose 4 or 5, but have the system to still replace them. Sparks have lost 3 or 4. But yeah, Lightning. Tammy Beaumont. It's a big loss, but she hasn't played all that much with the regional stuff because of her England previous duties. So
yeah, so it's in terms of our allocation, obviously only having Tammy Beaumont within the squad, formerly Kirsty Gordon, but she no longer has an England contract, etc. So it is difficult for Lightning in that regard because they can't call on that, and when it comes to training and environments in that respect, they're still quite a young squad. And
that's why the Notts move hopefully is going to be a huge, better resources, new injection of energy, as well as Franklin comes in from the far end to Claridge, who tries to work that through point but straight to the field and there's no run. 115 for 4 into the 25th over.
Yeah, I think the eyes will be on the player transfers as well, seeing who goes where, and I believe I've heard some rumours that there will be a big shift over winter.
Yeah, I mean I've heard some rumours too, which we shouldn't.
But
there are some movements, shall we say, which will be interesting, and also, as you say, some of them might be because of previous allegiances, previous counties, previous hundreds. The allegiances across boundaries and things. But yeah, in terms of levelling up the standards. Or you're just going to get Vipers, and Diamonds and Stars fighting these out, although Central Sparks did make it to the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, so that was good to mix that up a little bit, and they previously have got to sort of semi-finals and eliminators and things, but yeah, the likes of Sunrisers and Lightning and have struggled a little. Western Storm starting to struggle a little as well, and Franklin gets posted to... Oh, has that gone across the... No, she's managed to stop that. Well, that was good. Good bit of field in the far end, right on the rope there. And they just get the 2 off that one. Claridge moves on to 28 off 38 balls she's faced. Her score is 117 for 4. Boyce on 55 off her 66 balls. As Rose Dovey does a bit of furniture building at her end.
You mentioned as well with the Vipers, there's players in that squad who aren't playing as regularly as they could be.
Well, yeah, and who might be tempted to other regions, potentially or not.
Potentially.
Who knows? There could be all sorts of movement. That could be interesting. And also players that have found themselves in potentially odd 100 franchises from the outside might go, oh, do you know what? I like this setup. I want to stay here. So that'll be interesting too. 118 for 4. We're last ball of the 25th over, so we're about to reach the halfway mark. And Boyce carves that again through point, and the sweeper has to do the tidying up behind the point fielder, and that's just the 1 run. Score moves on to 119 for 4 off 25 overs, so the halfway mark. Duckworth Lewis Stern says that they should be at 150 at this stage if they're going to chase that total down with the amount of wickets that they've lost, as the Lightning substitutes come on to give some drinks to Georgie Boyce and Ella Claridge, and 1 or 2 folks take an opportunity to have a comfort break, shall we say, and drinks come on. It looks like it's a nice sunny afternoon out there. There's a bit of a breeze. I think even the breeze is dying down, and the one lone spectator we have up here with us, he's down to his shirt sleeve, so it must be quite warm out there. It's certainly hot in here because we've got this cross between a pigeon loft and a greenhouse. So it's pretty warm in here. We've got the door open, so we've got a bit of fresh air coming in. Yeah, so what do you reckon then, Hannah?
So it'd be really interesting to see what Beth and Alice and Katie Midwood, currently in the bibs on your screen, are saying to the batters at the moment. Are we go hard and see how close we can get? Is it one of those where keep trickling it over? I think they're probably what they're going to be saying, oi, one of you get going. Let's see how close we can get, because we're still in this game.
Yeah, well, they've got to believe that they're still in the game.
They have to.
And also, and as you said, we mentioned earlier about putting themselves in the shop window, or getting some spotlight, or taking the opportunity while there are, for example, for South East Stars, while there are England players out of the scenery. It's that opportunity to prove that you can bat, bowl, field, etc. It's going to be the most recent memory in selectors and regional directors' minds as they look at the stats for today's games.
Yeah, it's who wants a contract?
Yeah, who wants it most?
Ella Claridge is putting her hands up at the moment. She's saying, "Look, I can keep, I can bat. Who wants me?"
Yeah.
Hopefully, the rebranded Lightning will keep her. But
yeah, that's right. I mean, we have some great wicket keepers at the moment, don't we? And we've got we mentioned Amy Jones, Sparks, and England captain now, Lauren Winfield Hill, batting beautifully, keeping wicket. Chloe Hill went from Sparks, got a loan to Vipers because she wasn't going to get a chance to keep behind Amy Jones and Abby Freeborn.
And you've got Amy Campbell as well.
Amy, does she keep wicket?
Yeah,
she keep wicket. Yeah.
And you've got Gwen Davies at Gwen Davies.
Oh yes, she can. We lent her to Lightning, didn't we? Did she?
You did indeed.
And yeah, she can keep wicket as well. But she's a great fielder. She likes to be in the game. But yeah, so when you bring in Carla Rudd and Ellie Frelkeld and Bess Heath, I mean, there's some great.
Nat Wraith,
yeah, there's some great. I mean, all of the keepers, the 100 keepers, the regional keepers are, Yeah.
It feels like there's some real options with the gloves.
Yeah,
now,
which is great.
Before, obviously, you had Sarah Taylor, and when she retired, it's who's going to replace it? Oh, Amy Jones.
It felt like Amy Jones was going to be the worst time in history to ever be a wicket keeper. I can imagine that's a bit like Australia, where you really don't want to be a wicket keeper because Alyssa Healy seems to have got sitting tenants' rights with that. So the score moves on to 121 for 4. That was a dot ball there. 121 for 4. Halfway through the 26th over. Boyce on 57 and Claridge on 30 off the 40 balls she's faced. Boyce to face Bryony Smith, the South East Stars captain, and Boyce just knocks that past her backing up batter colleague, and they get through for an easy single. 122 for 4. Yeah, we're doing well for wicket keepers. But that's the point of the regional stuff, isn't it? To be that development pool, to have all those people, jockeying and competing for England places, and also England will increasingly have different squads, because up till now, you could actually probably in previous seasons almost write the order, but it would have been the same team for every single format. I think we can start to see, as we've got, Bryony Smith now. She's at the moment seen as a sort of T20 specialist, although she can clearly, as we've seen with the bat today, play at 50 over role. But I think we'll see those specialists, so we'll see more players gravitate to particular formats. And that's the end of the 26th over, 123 for 4. Boyce on 58 off the 70 balls she's faced. Claridge on 31 off the 42 she's faced. I think we'll see those, those emerge, the specialist for the various formats.
Yeah, we've seen that with Sarah Glenn in the England squad, seen more as a T20 player than a 50 over player, but she has been retained, hasn't she? For the we'll need to triple check it, but
I will read it. I've got the England squad somewhere. Yeah, so I can read the so the ODI squad are Beaumont, Bell, Bouchier, Capsey, Cross, Frey Davis, Davidson Richards, Dean, Dunkley, Eccleston, Jones, Kemp, Lamb, Wong and Wyatt.
So she has been released back into the regional structure, because that's the only thing, she's been bowling so well. Yep. And she's bowled so well in the 50 over format as well, but she's just been seen as a T20 player.
Yeah. As Franklin comes in from the far end to Claridge, who plays that to long on, and they'll get through for an easy single. Will they think about 2? No, they won't think about 2. So the score is 124 for 4. That's the Lightning innings, chasing a huge total. They need 282 off, nearly 24, but just over 23 overs. So they need 158 from this point
Yes.
in 23 overs.
6.62
Well, that's easy for you to say.
required run rate at the moment. So it's not impossible at all.
It's easy for you to say. Yeah, so Boyce just dotted that ball back to the short third field, and there was no run. 124 for 4 into the halfway through the 27th over.
Yeah, we've put on about 70 or so runs between them.
It's a nice partnership developing here, isn't it?
Partnerships forming really nicely.
And Boyce is starting to find some gaps, although I think we're going to see sliding doors there stop that on the boundary, and they only get for a single. So a nice shot there, but just the single. 125 for 4. Boyce on 59. Claridge on 32.
On that previous ball, it was 70 run partnership on the dot.
Oh, there we are then. Ha! It was good timing.
Quick maths.
Yeah, Franklin into Claridge. Bryony Smith is leaping about, just shouting "how's that" randomly. Various points. I think sort of sarcastic, or perhaps she's had too much sun today. She's batted too long, probably. Perhaps she's a bit dehydrated, as am I. To say.
Yeah, comical from Bryony Smith.
Played beautifully by Claridge to square leg, and they get through for the single, and that's 126 for 4. That's the end of the over. 27 overs gone. Boyce on 59 off her 72. Claridge on 33 off her 46. Lightning are 126 for 4. They need 156 runs off 23 overs. Duckworth's and Lewis Stearns, so if they were keeping up with what they ought to be, it would be 154. So they're 30, nearly 30 runs behind.
Yeah, they're closing it in considering how they started.
It's closer than it was, because they were on about 30 when they needed about 90. So, and that's a lusty blow from Claridge to mid wicket, and it's gone to a fielder. Unfortunately, they're getting something the other thing that they're doing, unfortunately, as Boyce gets one on the back of her shoulder blades from the fielder throwing that in. They've either picked out fielders or they've hit really nicely, but it's stopped up, or it's been, Bryony Smith is getting her fielding positions right, because even when they're hitting it hard, it's not necessarily going for a boundary. And as if to illustrate, nice shot from Boyce there, but straight to a fielder on the sweeping boundary, and they only get a single.
Yeah, it's been a really good display by South East Stars. They've been quite containing to this Lightning side, haven't they? They've restricted them quite well. Yeah.
I think Bryony Smith's quite, as you say, probably got quite a lot of cricket smarts, and she's setting a good field. She's got a variety of bowlers to call upon.
And again, she's been on Women's Cricket Chat. There's a good episode with her. Very lovely player.
So who of the two teams, who have you spoken to so far? So we've got is it really Bryony Smith? You can see you test your memory now.
Yeah.
Bryony Smith bowling to Georgie Boyce.
It's making me realise that we need to get some more South East Stars players on the pod.
Oh, you see, there we are then. Yeah, so you'd have a few. There's a few more that aren't here today that you've spoken to, or?
Yeah, we've spoken to Sophia Dunkley. Just looking down the list at the moment. Alice Capsey is of course on our to-do list.
I should shout bingo at that point, because Cricket Her always mention her. And when I did the commentary with Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan came on with his seagull fact from Worcester, they like to mention Alice Capsey even when she's not on the pitch. And I did say to them that day, because it was, somebody here, it's a catch. Oh, Ella Claridge has got courted off Bryony Smith.
A good catch from Danny Gregory.
It was in the air for ages, and she had to go sort of around it to try and catch it as it swirled in the wind. Oh.
Not a bad knock from Ella Claridge.
So she got 49 ball, but it's the context of the innings, isn't it? Staying with Georgie Boyce. It's hitting some nice runs, getting the inspiration from Boyce's innings, just feeding off that, and bringing up some boundaries and stuff. So she comes off for 35, and we've got Sophie Munro coming on. Trent Rocket this year, London Spirit last year.
And she hit 34 against Sunrisers last week. and she had a really good partnership with Catherine Price earlier this summer, where she scored her first 54 Lightning Lightningless Thunder half century, 9th of July, at Hazelgrave. So unfortunately, Lightning will no longer play at Hazelgrave, I imagine.
No, and we won't. So the thing about Hazelgrove, if you've never been, it's the Loughborough University cricket pitch. It's next to the National Centre of Excellence for cricket and the facilities and so forth, indoor nets, blah, blah. But the thing about that is those wonderful deck chairs, those pink and purple deck chairs. With actually talking about Kath Bentley earlier, she's one of those volunteers who puts all those deck chairs out. So, well, you're going to be out of a job now. As Boyce plays that into the leg side, but there is a fielder again out there, so Bryony Smith has got the fielders in the right places. They're just getting singles when they do this. So 131 for 5 as we head in. We're already into the 29th over. Phoebe Franklin bowling from the pavilion end towards us. Munro to face her first ball. Sun beaming into our greenhouse of a commentary position high up on a gantry, and that goes through everything for a dot ball. 131 for 5, 26.2 overs, and Bryony Smith just having a chat with the field, deciding what they're going to do in terms of tactics. They will, as you said, they'll know each other. Some of these batters will know bowlers will know batters from other teams that they play within or squads that they've played in, so passing words of advice, no doubt, straight through to the keeper, and there's no run. 131 for 5.
Bryony Smith, obviously, Trent Rockets this year, made the move and would have played with Sophie Munro, although Sophie Munro didn't have too much of a part to play in the Trent Rockets season, but definitely in the nets and stuff. Bryony Smith would have been picking up some notes. Yeah,
definitely know each other, don't they? And Munro, I'm not quite sure what she did with that, but it didn't go anywhere, so the wicketkeeper just tied it up, and there is no run.
Again, Munro is someone who can hit the ball hard and is quite explosive when she does eventually get bat on ball.
Yep. Franklin in from the far end to Munro, tries to post that back through gully, and there's a bit of a scamper on, but they get through.
If that was a direct hit, it would have been interesting.
And that would have that would have been a great shame, because that would have been Georgie Boyce out if that had hit. Ooh, stand up for a bit.
She really is the glue in this Lightning side at the moment.
She is. I mean, she's hopefully she's going to play that Bryony Smith anchor role here. Franklin comes in and Boyce comes forward and plays that into the leg side, but there's still only going to be a one run available, which is, I mean, South East Stars can afford that, can't they? What they don't want is to be leaking boundaries, which Boyce could easily at this point be starting to fling the bat a little, because she may have to. They need 149 runs off 21 overs, and the score is 133 for 5. They're chasing. They need 282 because South East Stars set them 281. Boyce is on 63. Munro's just off the mark with that single, and Bryony Smith is going to continue from the Bennett end. Bit of off spin. Boyce tries to work it through the field, but it goes straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Just a quick update as well with the Seven Vipers Northern Diamonds match. It looks like Northern Diamonds are tipping ahead. They need 53 runs from 16 overs, so plenty of time to get those. Still just for 4 wickets down.
Up and over. Ooh, as 1 mounts 4. That's a really nice shot from Georgie Boyce. She saw that early, I think, and really, really proper thump. Up and over, long off. A really nice 4 there from Georgie Boyce. We need a few more of those. That'll inspire the side. Boyce moves on to 67. The score is 137 for 5. Bryony Smith, what she got in response, and that's worked into the leg side. There's a Phoebe Franklin running into the fielding circle, and they just get a single again. So other than that big blow up over that long off region, just getting those single. They need to find the boundary. They need to find the rope here. Do Lightning as Bryony Smith brings a field tight in on the new batter. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper.
The run rate's crept up to 7 now and over, but that just means 2 boundaries technically, isn't it? 2 boundaries and over.
It's easy for us up here. You
Super
want to get your pads on. You might get a bat.
I'd love to.
Yeah, I've seen your bat.
I've been itching.
In the nets. That was some batting with the... Particularly because you got Phoebe on board then, before she off-boarded.
I was losing my head 36
Your
weeks
beautiful
pregnant.
little 12-week-old baby I saw last week. Phoebe.
She'll be here in lightning colours a little bit later.
Oh, yeah. Not showing any bias at all as Bryony Smith comes in, and Munro takes a huge swipe at that, but it just goes straight through and there is no run. That's the end of the over. They're getting through the overs. That's the thing with the spin bowlers and the short run-ups, isn't it? They get through the overs pretty quick, which is handy for times and cut-offs and so forth. So score is 138 for 5 off 30 overs, so 20 overs to go. They need 144 runs to win. Target is 282 because South East Stars set them 281. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern would have them. Messrs Duckworth, Lewis and Stern would have them on a 180 at this point, but they're only on 138, so still a huge task. But as you say, a couple of boundaries, but they don't seem to be getting that many boundaries. They're hitting nice shots, but they're getting the ball's getting fielded back. Oh, so that's a bigger blow, see, from Boyce, but again, straight to the fielder, so only one run.
Yeah, it's really good from South East Stars. The field placements have been excellent, and bowling to your field, it's so simple, but they're doing it.
Well, yeah, sounds easy, doesn't it? But it's harder in practice. As the South East Stars and their traditional bumblebee tops, the yellow with the blue stripes, and we see Lightning in their purple kit with the pink helmets and the pink pads, which will be the last time that they're seen in this guise, because Notts County Cricket are taking over the East Mids Regional Centre of Excellence as of the 1st of November. Yesterday's news, complete rebrand, so we won't see the colours or the name again. And that's played out through cover point for a single again to Munro. So whilst they're accumulating ones, that's not going to be... It's not going to be eating into this total that they need to chase. What can Boyce bring out of the hat here? She taps her bat. That gets squirted out to backward square. I don't think she knew where that went, but it's another one to the total. 141 for 5. Halfway through the 31st over. They need 141 to win. Oh, we're halfway, are we? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, currently just going
halfway through the total, but significantly further than halfway through the overs that they're going to get bowled at them. So Munro takes a swipe and that goes down the leg side for wide.
Welcomed extra.
But yeah, we'll take the extra. No, the Australians call them sundries, which always makes me think about ice creams. But because I like sundries, but they're extras here in England. So.
Yeah, we're just going at 4.62 and over at the moment, Lightning, so we do need to...
Oh, Claridge plays that, clips that into the leg side. There's 3 fielders converging. And Franklin gets to that first, and they just get through for that single again.
Yeah, Sophie Munro on number 2 runs and off 9 balls. So again, they're going quite slow rates when they are coming in. They're not kind of firing... too early doors this Lightning side today. Yeah,
Georgie Boyce on 70 off 81, so she's doing better with the strike rates, but yeah, she needs to...
it's all been quite negative at the moment, unfortunately.
You kind of feel like they're going to have to take some risks if they're going to take this anywhere closer, unless they're batting for averages. But I mean, Boyce looking good, but needs to be pushing those runs higher than the amount of balls faced. Oh, and she's bowled. That was her last opportunity. She's clean bowled there by Rhiannon MacDonald-Gay. And that's a shame because Georgie Boyce was just getting in the swing. Maybe a bit of a tired swing. Clean bowled. There, what do you reckon, Hannah?
I think she was just trying to take the game on, wasn't she? She was trying to be powerful, trying to hit through, but just completely missed it. And unfortunately for Lightning, she's walking back to the pavilion and Teresa Graves is going out. But again, a little bit of hope with Teresa Graves. She's a hard hitter. Once again, Lightning have got a few batters that do hit the ball quite hard and can be explosive, but it's just whether it comes to fruition in today's fixture. But a lot of applause for Georgie Boyce as she walks off.
Yeah, that's a fine innings from Georgie Boyce, who has certainly, given them some impetus and
contributed half the score.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, she has contributed half the score. So she got 70 off her 83 balls, and the total is 143 for 6. So, as Hannah rightly points out, she's got half of the Lightning runs. Munro will face, as she's on 2, and Teresa Graves come to the wicket. And yes,
yeah, it looks
sunny.
Looks like over in the other match.
Oh yeah, what's happening at Headingley?
That South East Stars could be facing Southern Vipers in the playoff.
No surprise. Oh, in the playoff.
In the playoff, it could be Southern Vipers versus South East Stars, a battle of the Southerners, because it looks like at the moment that Northern Diamonds
might be about to. Do you think?
They're 195 for 4 with 14.6 overs remaining. I'm
relying on you, Hannah, to keep us up to date with that, because I don't do numbers at the best of times when I've got enough numbers here to deal with. 144 for 6. We're into the 32nd over. Bryony Smith, the captain, bowling to Teresa Graves, who goes back and has to defend that. No run at all. Dot ball, and South East Stars are going to enjoy that.
Yeah, because we keep looking across at that other match, because it is important for the South East Stars fans to know
who they're going to be playing in that eliminator game. So we'll try and keep you across that. Hannah's going to keep it. Unfortunately, rookie error. Had the charging. I've got the charging cable, but not for this. For the iPad. One for the phone, but not for the iPad. It's difficult to read off the phone, really. So, but Hannah's. Oh, she's. Oh yes. Oh, all this time she's had a charger that would fit my iPad. There's me.
A little misunderstanding earlier.
Oh, she's been keeping me from power into my iPad, and I have to make this up. I mean, even more than I make it up already.
Yeah, I thought you were looking for a lightning charger.
No, I've got lightning with my phone. Oh, what's happened? Excellent, some cricket broke out. 144 for 6 in the 32nd over. Now I'm happy now. Look, my iPad's even happier. It's starting to get some juice back in.
Glad I could power you back up.
Yeah, yes, yeah, stick me into the socket as well. Bryony Smith to Graves, who takes a swing and he goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. Of course, they're getting through these overs quickly. So 32 overs gone, 144 for 6. There's 18 overs remaining. That Lightning need an unlikely 138 to win. Their target is 282. South East Stars having set them 281 in their first innings. And Duckworth, Lewis, Stearns say that Lightning should be on 203 at this stage, and they're only on 144. So well behind what they need would be one description.
And that run rate is creeping up even higher now, 7.67 per over required. So definitely 2 boundaries needed per over, or lots of running.
Yes, yes, a lot of running. I don't think this pitch is going to take I don't think it's going to take a 3 unless you've really got it into pocket. If you're going to hit a 3, you're going to try and hit a 4. So that goes out to point, and there is a single. And the score is 144 for 6. So we've now got to build again, haven't we? Because Graves is new to the crease and yet to get off the mark. She's about to face. Sophie Munro is on 4 off the 11 balls that she's faced. And a big summit to climb here for Lightning. McDonald Gay comes into Graves, who can only defend that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, the question is how do these two want to sign off their summer? Do they want to go off with a nice score in the book, or
good point. Do they, in the last game that Lightning will ever play in their current format, what do they want to leave as their legacy, as they say? As that's played again to the fielder with no run.
They want to be in the school book with fond memories, I assume.
Yeah, and also to be attracting the interest of regional directors, franchise directors, increasingly from around the world, because we've got Caribbean Premier League for the women. There is always, as ever, talks of an Indian Premier League or equivalent or something, and we've had the demonstration competition, whatever they call it.
And of course, there'll be players going out to spend winter in Australia playing. Yeah. Is it state cricket over there?
Oh yeah, the Women's National Cricket League and the Women's Big Bash.
Because there'll be players.
Super Smash in New Zealand. I mean, there's opportunities for players to play all year if they want to, and some franchises. So yeah, they can put themselves in the shop window. Sorry, I think that's the cliche klaxon going off. But they can put themselves in the spotlight.
There'll be players who are thinking, if I position myself near these women's Big Bash teams, then if there's an injury with one of the overseas, perhaps I could creep in as one of the overseas signings.
Yeah, that's a possible, isn't it? So the score is 147 for 6 off 33 overs. We're getting through these overs now. They're clicking over pretty quick now. So 70 overs remaining. They need 100. So Lightning need 135 more to win. Target's 282 for them to win this game. Unlikely, but the Duckworth Lewis Stern says that they would have to be at 205 to be getting anywhere close to that, and they're only 147 for 6.
And they need 7.94 and over still, so they still need 2 fours ideally.
Yeah, which they're going to have to take some risks, or batting for their averages. And that's a really nice. Talking of risks, has a great shot through the cover there. Between the fielders, and looking a bit disconsolate at the fielders that missed that, but nice 4 there from Sophie Munro. 151 for 6. Munro on 9, Groves on 1. Starting to they need to build a partnership here to get a bit of confidence going to get that ball over the ropes. Bryony Smith is tasked with trying to stop them. Captain Angie's bowling herself at the moment. Munro on strike. She can only defend that, so that's another dot ball.
She starts with quite an open stance as well, and then brings that front foot forwards afterwards, doesn't she?
Yeah, it is very open stances. There was a Southeast Stars who was a bit similar stance. That's played out through points, and there's a full fielder herring after it, and he's not going to win that race. That's 4 runs. Oh, this is nice. We're getting some boundaries now.
Well, that's exactly what they need. 2 fours and over just keeps them up with that run rate required, and straight away it's dropped down all of a tiny bit.
Yeah, and Bryony Smith has got to change her tactics, hasn't she? She's just send her long off back, and Munro on 13, also open stance to Bryony Smith, bowling right arm over. Munro takes a huge swipe at that. I think that's just going to be another single again as a sweeper peaks that up on the offside. Score moves on to 156 for 6. Munro on 14, Groves on 1, building again. Bryony Smith's short run, the fielder comes in from long off for Graves, and that's fielded, and there is no run off that ball.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the huge gap on leg side for Munro as well, because
they're trying to tempt her into something. There is a big gap, you're right, there's a huge gap down here at long on, unless there's somebody down on the boundary. We can't. There is a fielder. Yeah,
more so for Munro than for Graves. They just kept it quite open and had it a bit heavier on this offside.
Because that's the other thing about the professionalisation of the game, is that they've got more data analysis. As you mentioned, the live stream. The more there's live streams that people can go back on and check, and there's a sort of spider graphs of where players hit balls and all the analysis that's done now. There's a bit of a battle of the analysts now, I imagine, the regions who can give their captain the best set of insight to each of the various batters and bowlers, etc. As MacDonald Gay prepares to come in from the far end, the pavilion end, towards us. And that's played out, but straight to the fielder, unfortunately, at cover. Sophie Munro, and there is no run, so it's 156 for 6. We're into the 35th over. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Hannah Thompson Radford, who is from Women's Cricket Chat podcast, which is essential listening for anyone interested in women's cricket. Oh, and she's castled her. That's it. MacDonald Gay has clean bowled Sophie Munro just as she was starting to get going there, Hannah. She'll go for 14 off the 18 balls she's faced.
Yeah, giving a little bit of hope for Lightning, but just couldn't see that one out. Clips top of off stump, and how good has MacDonald Gay been today?
Yeah, I mean, bat, ball, she's done everything, hasn't she?
Yeah, an all-round performance, and again putting her hand up for that under-19s World Cup later in early 2023.
Yeah, those that missed it, it's the first ever women's under-19 World Cup in South Africa in January, February. So it will be fascinating to see what the England team, well, what all the teams are, but particularly what the England team will look like. I mean, the Aussie team, I mean, their full side, the people who are sat on the bench, you just think, Elise Perry on the bench, sometimes Elise Villani, I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts in there. Grace Harris, there's all sorts of people who are sat on the bench, you just think in any other country, there would be automatic picks for their first team. So, goodness only knows what their under-19s are going to be like. I mean, even if they're unknowns to us, they're going to be amazing, no doubt. Their system out there, their regional system, which is the equivalent of ours, has been professional for, was it 8 years or something? I mean, we're kind of 8 years behind, but what we're forgetting is that when we get there, they'll be 8 years ahead again if we're not careful. And we've got a lot of catch up to do with the Australian system, and heaven help the associate nations who just don't have the resources to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think in England these under-19 players have timed their careers perfectly because they've got so much more opportunity than what players of the past has had. So they've been able to stay in the game, and there's been opportunities for them to be paid to play. And when it comes to deciding whether they want to go and get a job outside of cricket, they haven't had as much pressure in that regards. Yes, there still is that pressure because not all of them are contracted all year round, but
that's a good point. Oh, it goes through this sort of suspicion of tickle, but it's only half-hearted appeal from the wicketkeeper, and it's 156 for 7, and we're approaching the end of the 35th over. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a career choice, that you can actually choose to be a professional cricketer, well, providing you're good enough, obviously, and this year to do full-time umpiring, as Sue Redfern's proved. These are career choices, and also what I'm liking, but I'm not sure whether it's competition or not. But the PCA have clearly encouraged the various counties and so forth to be using the players to do commentary, which I'm delighted for, as long as they're not taking a slot off me for commentary.
I think it was a BBC decision as well on the comms. There's emails going around to players to try and get some more female voices on the men's side of things.
Yeah, because Lauren Toffrey from Derbyshire's been on the Derbyshire men's live stream, doing a great job. I'm listening to Thea Brooks, who was doing a great job on the radio the other day.
Jo Gardner's
done a bit. She's
Sunrises. Excellent stuff at Northampton.
Yeah.
I think she might have done a few at Leicester as well, potentially.
Of course, we've seen Emily Windsor do stuff on Test Match Special. The rise
Kirsty
of the new Kirsty Gordon, and I, of course, the John Edmonds Cup. But I shouldn't put myself in the same bracket as Kirsty Gordon, who's played international. I certainly have not. But yeah, we're hearing more of those voices and the current player voices, and that's like things like the 100, because you've got Tammy Beaumont and Jennifer Nearkirk. Lots of the players have been National Treasure Kate Cross. Obviously, the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley. But more of the players getting their voices on commentary. Brilliant for them. Good for them. And great for player transition, as Groves plays that out for the offside, and it just goes for another single. Score moves on to 157 for 7. We're into the 36th over. We've got Eva Gray from this end, haven't we?
Yep, we have indeed.
Eva Gray.
Who's been bowling really well today and getting a good amount of swing as well.
Oval Invincible. Coming in from our end. Played into the offside, and a great tumbling stop on the edge of the fielding restriction circle there, so we know that's 25 yards out for the women, 30 for the men. Nice stop there, but they did get through for the single. So 158 for 7 into the 36th over. Eva Gray, blonde ponytail, running away from us. Getting some lick on that. Nice length ball, played efficiently out to the offside, and that's just a single again.
It must be one of the higher batting slots that Kirsty Gordon's played in of late, to be fair, because she's normally down at number 10, 11.
Yeah. Well, she likes a bowl, and she likes to roll about in the field, doesn't she? And she's clearly doing well as captain as well. To Kirsty Gordon, who just dots that down in front of her, and there is no run. Yeah, it's nice to see that there are career options: playing, umpiring, commentating, and that player transition to other careers as well. And also, I mean, not wishing to put any kind of curse on these things, but you're only one bad dive away from potentially being injured temporarily or permanently. So it's a precarious position to be in as a professional athlete. So
I think it's important as well to have these female voices on the men's side of things, just to get that transfer of fans as well. Hopefully in the men's county game we can start to hear those voices of the players that are representing their region. Yes, it might not be their county, but their whole region, and may take interest and want to follow their stories.
Eve Jones is another one. Talking about close to home for me, Eve Jones has asked for a bit of advice before she did a bit of commentary on the men's for the Warwickshire. It's great.
Sophie Luff is amazing.
Oh yeah, Sophie Luff, yes. She's Captain Fantastic, Sophie Luff.
Absolutely natural.
Yeah. Some of them are, I mean, I haven't heard a bad one, but some of them are really, really good.
Well, what you find is, if you play in the game, you're an absolute badger anyway. So
yeah, well, Sophie Luff is definitely a badger.
Yeah, Joe Gardner especially, thinking Sunrisers player there.
Yeah, brilliant. Gray goes away from us to Gordon, who plays that. She might have found a gap. She has found a gap. That's 4 runs to Kirsty Gordon. Well, that'll be a bit of confidence for her just coming in to bat. She moves on to 5 off the 8 balls she's faced.
We've got the team changing rooms below us, and there was
there's a bit of banging, like bang the pipes.
Yeah.
164 for 7. That's the end of the over. 36 overs gone. 14 overs remaining. 50 over competition. Rachel Ayo Flint between the 8 English regions. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire, and also Hannah Thompson Radford, who runs Women's Cricket Chat podcast, essential listening for anyone interested in women's cricket, promoting the voices within the game, all sorts of different angles, and it's well worth it. Listen to the back catalogue. We've said there's players on the pitch, there's players who have been selected for England who aren't on the pitch, who have been interviewed, but dip into the back catalogue of those. Long journeys, jogs, gym sessions, whatever time you choose to do your podcast, as Gregory comes in from the far end to Graves, who plays that well out into mid-wicket, but there's a fielder right behind it, and there's a really good throw. Back in, long throw, and that's just a single again, which won't get them, will it? I need to find her on the rope, Hannah.
No, they definitely need to start finding the rope.
You're going to tell us a number now, aren't you? You're going to give us some point, something. Gregory comes into Gordon. Again, plays that out, and that's going to be the same fielder. Long barrier, just the single. 166 for 7.
Yeah, it's creeping up closer to 9 needed per over now. 8.46 per over, 117 or 13.5.
Yeah. So Duckworth, Lewison, so they should be on 229 by now, and they're only on 166. So wide, so that'll be one more. And a bonus ball for Lightning in there. Trying to get 282, because South East Stars set them 281 off 50 overs in the first innings. And Winfield Hill is doing well. I think I just saw a tweet pop up. Hannah's going to check that out for us.
Have a quick look.
167 for 7 here. We're halfway through this 37th over. Lightning with a huge mountain to climb. There's a klaxon. There's the cliche klaxon going off. Kirsty Gordon getting all round that, but also making it into a playable ball, I think. So no wide or anything there. 167 for 7. Approaching the end of the 37th. What have you got, Hannah?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they might have been done with your tweet, but they're not quite. Diamonds are currently 215 for 5 off the 41.1 over, so still plenty of balls left, and all they require is, it's just moved on to 219 for 5 off 41.2, and they just need to get another 7 runs. 8 runs, sorry. 8 runs off 52 balls.
Oh!
Plenty of time. Lauren Winfield Hill not out, 115.
Ooh, Lauren Winfield Hill. She's doing well. I did Mike Perkins, actually, when we were at Derby the other day for the England game. He made the point that there will be players who are kind of too good for the regional setup, but then, for whatever reason, we're going to find it harder to get back into the England or get into the England setup, etc. And Lauren Winfield Hill may be in that basket potentially.
Well, unfortunately, when she's not performing for England, they've got no choice but to drop
It's so
her.
frustrating because she's doing so well in the regions this year, but she had so many chances at the England level. I love watching her bat. She's playing really brilliantly. It's just so frustrating. I'm sure it's much more frustrating for her though, bless her. So we're on 168 for 7 of 37 overs, 13 overs remaining. They need 114 to win. Target of 282. Duckworth Lewis said they should be on 229 and they're on 168 from here.
Yeah, it's fallen back a little bit, hasn't it? Because we did bridge that gap a little bit closer, but now it's just...
Yeah, starting to open up again.
Opening up indeed.
Gray goes into Graves. Oh, it's a dive.
What
Is that a catch? Oh, backward point catch there. Well, as a former point fielder, I do love a good point catch, and that was a good point catch, regardless of which team has got me here. That was a good catch, and that's Graves. Caught at backward point off Gray. Who was that?
It happened so quickly, and I couldn't quite see. Now they've huddled around her, so it's really difficult to see which player it is.
Caught Southby. Bold, is that right?
It is, yeah, it's
yes.
Southby.
Caught, yes. Caught Rihanna Southby. It was a great catch.
Really?
Diving at backward point. It was a good catch. I mean, if you're going to be out to a catch, be out to a good catch, as they may or may not say. They probably do say. But, yes, so that's... We swap Graves for Groves. This is almost as... Graves and Groves, or at least we've only got one Graves this time, because everyone Graves has hopped off to the Diamonds. It's a bit like all the Joneses and Smiths when South East Stars play Central Sparks, and it's all Smiths and Joneses. So South East Stars with their tails up, as they say. There's the cliche klaxon going off again. And 168 for 8 are Lightning in their last ever game in their current guise, since Notts will take over the regional centre of excellence for the East Midlands from the 1st of November. South East Stars and their warm-up for the Eliminator, which is looking like it's going to be against Vipers. But you know what, don't you? I mean, this happened in the 100. Charlotte Edwards' side go into the Eliminator and then still win the final.
Well, sometimes there's that added momentum, but that's normally when it's on the same day, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there'll be a gap, won't there, this time? Because they'll play on a Wednesday and then have to play again on the Sunday. So we shall see. It's got to happen yet. So that's a big swipe. Oh, that's out. I presume that was LB. Was it? It was a big swipe of a bat from Groves. First baller. Everyone went up. The umpire gave it. She's not arguing, so it must have been an LB.
I think it might have been caught behind.
Caught behind. It happened very fast, so we can't see the live. What you should explain again is that we cannot see the live stream, and we are a long way from the pitch.
Yeah, I think she just clipped an edge.
Straight
Into the hands of Kira Chatley, and unfortunately she's walking back the freshly faced 18-year-old who recently won the school games.
Excellent. Well, that's good, but yes.
But not today, unfortunately.
Not today. Which brings Ballinger to the crease with her captain, Kirsty Gordon. Kirsty Gordon giving her a pep talk as she joins her at the crease. And South East Stars, well, they've got Lightning 168 for 9 off, partway through their 38th over here. 12.2 overs remaining. Lightning need 114 off those 12.2 overs. Not impossible, but when you're down to the last 2 batters, and then it feels almost impossible. Sunny day here at at Grace Road here at Leicester. So left-handed, of course, Ballinger. Gray into Ballinger. It takes a rather unconvincing late swipe at the ball, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 168 for 9. Ballinger and Gordon at the crease. Eva Gray bowling from the Bennett end up the hill to Ballinger, who's crouched left-handed, quite low down, although she's quite a tall figure. She plays that convincingly, but very defensively, straight to the field, and there is no run. 168 for 9, and that's the end of the 38th over. So 12 overs remaining. They need 114 with no wickets to play with. 168 for 9. Ballinger, Grace Ballinger and Kirsty Gordon at the crease. What do you reckon, Hannah?
It's a very difficult ask now. I think it's probably out of their reach, and can they do the unthinkable? That's the question that they've got to ask themselves. Can they be there till the end? Can they make the most of these next 12 overs? And can they get anywhere near that total set by the South East Stars?
We would have a different mindset. But is there if we were batting, if this was you and I, do we think, God, you know what? I'm going to frustrate South East Stars. I don't care how many runs I get. We're going to stay out here for the whole thing. But that's probably because I never played at the top levels. Other than, I played a bit county, which was lovely. Don't get me wrong, but I never played at the top level. Does that mean I'm not competitive enough? Because should I just be going, come on, go big or go home? There's a klaxon going off. There's a cliche klaxon going off. Is it? Which way should you go, do you reckon?
I mean, I'd be trying to frustrate them, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. As Gregory Gordon plays that backward of square and they get through for a single. Frustrate them, yeah.
Lightning have nothing to lose. They want to get as close as possible. They're still in this game. The game is not over yet. So they have to get as close as they possibly can, do whatever means that is.
Whatever it is.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Yeah. The longer you're out, the more opportunity you have to see a loose ball and hit it. However, I remember playing in a club game for Derby it was, and we played up against North Riding, who were dead good and very hard. And we decided, having lost a lot of wickets, that we would, the word came out, stay out as long as you can. It doesn't matter what the score is. Well, North Riding hammered us, but if you had heard our singing in the changing room afterwards, we were playing away up at North Riding, so it was right up north. You would have thought that we won the game because we managed to bat out how many overs? It's probably 40 overs in the club games. We managed to bat out 40 overs. It got up in the air. Oh, it's the last one. Bryony Smith takes her last wicket. Who was that batting? Was that Ballinger? I was thinking it was captain to captain, but it wasn't. So Grace Ballinger clacks one up. An easy catch for Bryony Smith there to finish the Lightning innings forever, Hannah.
Unfortunately so, an emotional moment for the Lightning players and Lightning fans.
The purple team is no more. They will leave the pitch for the last time ever in their current form as Notts take over the East Mids Regional Centre of Excellence from the 1st of November, so we probably won't see the purple again. We certainly won't. I suspect it won't be Lightning. It will have a new name and a new impetus from next season, but they finish on 169 all out. We'll take you through the scorecard in a minute as Bryony Smith leads off the victorious South East Stars, who set an enormous 281 on the board, mostly due to their captain Fantastic, who put an enormous score on the board. I'm going to go to the thing in a minute. They're busy shaking hands below us. It's been a glorious afternoon for cricket, I think. In fact, now the wind's died down. I think it's been a lovely afternoon for them. The end of a big season for a lot of these players now as they come towards us, and the groundsman starts to bring on the various covers and so forth. Well, that's the end of Lightning as we know it, but yes, it will come back next year as a different guise, different kit, different name, different management, but it will still be the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence. And we're going to go through, I'm going to pull up the scorecard, but what's happening in the other game, Hannah, while I pull the scorecard up?
So Northern Diamonds have won and have secured their spot at Lords next week. So they hit 231, 4-6 off of 43 overs, beating the Southern Vipers 226 for 9. And again, we mentioned Lauren Winfield Hill. She finishes not out on 125 off 125 balls. Spent 146 minutes out in that middle with 100% strike rate, 15 fours and 1 6. So really pleasing for the Northern Diamonds. So South East